Right, good morning everyone. It's 9:30 and time for me to open this session of the Enfield Local Plan Examination. I'm Martyn Lee, the Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan. Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you very much. Right, I think most people have been here before, but one or two perhaps who haven't, so unfortunately one of the people who haven't isn't here at the moment, but he'll catch up I'm sure. So I will just run through a few normal housekeeping measures and a few of the reasons why we're here. Reminder please, me included, to turn off any mobile devices or laptops or put them on silent mode please. You will all know Iceni, our programme officer, who will be around all day if you need any assistance. He's sitting there at the back of the room. Can I ask the council to do their usual helpful opening on any fire escape measures, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. I think everyone knows me. I'm May Hope. I'm Head of Strategic Planning and Design. I'll be swapping seats with Mr. Bowers from Highest Planning. Just in terms of emergency procedures, we're not expecting a fire alarm test today. However, in the unlikely event of an emergency, the fire alarms will sound. Please exit the building promptly to the left. Assembly points are located outside the Civic Centre and staff's available on hand to guide you. Toilets are located on the ground floor, accessible via the reception area. If you require accessible facilities, please speak to a member of staff at reception or our security team and they'll be happy to help you. Teas and coffees are provided during the breaks and available at the front of the room. I think just a reminder that these sessions are being recorded as part of the formal examination record. So if you do not wish to be recorded, please inform our programme officer, Mrs. Feeney. There's no immediate questions. I'll now hand back to the Inspector to proceed with today's session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, a few reminders. Reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help me decide if the plan submitted in August 2024 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. I think I would ask people to try and focus on that aspect if you could. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out in the agenda that was published last week, and today and on Thursday we're discussing Chase Park, PL10 and associated allocations. As per all the other days, I'll start each agenda item with some questions to the council, and when I've heard the response to those, I'll invite contributions from others. When you wish to speak, please turn your nameplate on its end, and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. And when I invite you to speak, please focus your comments on my questions or specific points made by others. And I would ask each contribution to be as concise and focused as possible to allow everyone a chance to speak if they wish to on a particular issue. We have got quite a lot to get through today and Thursday, so that is particularly important. Please remember there's no need to repeat or summarise what you wrote in your representations or written statements. They're all before me. Similarly, there's no need to tell me if you agree with somebody else or wish to echo their comments. And by now, clearly, we're on week 5, I think, of weeks unknown. And quite a lot of issues that have been raised, we're going to have been raised already. So again, please bear that in mind. We know, if something was discussed in an earlier session, we don't necessarily need to go over it again if it's relevant to today. I'm sure we will, because there'll be some significant overlap. But there are common themes, shall we say, running through this. And if they've been discussed at length before, don't necessarily need to be discussed again. Before moving on to a new issue, the council will usually be given a chance to sum up their position or have the final word on anything before I move on. As with other sessions, if I identify that main modifications are required or that further work needs to be carried out by the council and or others, I will try to make that clear during the session, and the council is keeping a note of all such matters. But it's likely that there will be some matters that I may need longer to think about or reflect on, and I'll deal with those in a later note rather than action points identified during the session. So that is to say that obviously not everything will be determined today. I won't come to any necessary conclusions on everything today, but there will be some matters where I feel I might ask the council to deal with. We'll have a comfort break at around 11 o'clock or thereabouts, and then try and break for lunch around 1, coming back at 2 o'clock and finishing no later than 5:30. You'll see the agenda for this session is split up into sort of 2 days. I don't intend to go, it'd be lovely to think we might get to the end of the agenda for today, but we may not. But if we do get to the end of it, I won't go into Thursday's agenda. We'll take that as a natural break. We did the same process under Cruise Hill, and for reasons which were largely out of control, from technical reasons, also it was the hottest day I think ever. It made it very uncomfortable. So we did finish slightly early, and we had to have more breaks and so on. So we didn't get quite through as much on Cruise Hill as I would have hoped, and that had a knock-on for the following day where we finished quite late. So I would hope we can get a little bit further today, because it's not as high. In fact, it's quite cold at the moment. We can get through further today, and obviously, again, some things that we've discussed at Cruise Hill we might not need to discuss again today, because there are obviously overlaps, and those things are already in my mind. But if we get to the end of PL10, that would be fantastic. But if we don't, we can start on Thursday morning with that, and then try and get through. There are a few specific allocations in Chase Park as well, so less to talk about in those. So hopefully we won't be here till 7 o'clock on Thursday. Are there any queries or questions about any of this before I start, or before I go ask for council to start with introductions? No, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I'll start then by going around the table, getting some introductions, and then see if there are any matters arising, and then we'll make a start. So thank you. Mr. Reid.
Thank you very much. So my name is Matthew Reid. I'm King's Counsel, and I'm representing the council today.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Bowers. I'm a town planner from Highest Consultants, and we've been supporting the council for a number of years on Chase Park and Cruise Hill.
Morning all, Julian Pye. I'm a town planner from Highest Associates.
Jamie Sullivan, Iceni Projects, representing Fairview, town planning consultant.
Good morning, Neil Rowley, planning consultant at Savills, representing Coma Homes.
Good morning, I'm Joshua James. I'm a town planner at Landsdown, representing the Trent Park Equestrian Centre site.
Good morning, sir. I'm Mike Murray from Causeway Land, representing the LDF, London Artisan Fund.
Peter Biggs from PJB Planning. I'm representing Nicholas Holdings Limited, and a consortium of landowners for the site to the west of the Ridgeway and Fairview Road.
Good morning. I'm Martyn Lee. I'm a resident right in the middle of the proposed development. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Lack, and today I'm representing Enfield Roadwatch, the Western Enfield Residents Association, and the Friends of Trent Park.
Good morning, sir. John West, representing the Enfield Society, and with me today is Philip Rossell-Vick behind me from N-Plan Landscapes, who we'll be swapping over during the day. Thank you.
Good morning, Vicky Pite from Enfield Over 50s Forum.
Good morning. My name is Matt Byrne. Today I'll be representing EnCaf Land Use Working Group.
Good morning. My name's Edward Smith. I represent, as a councillor, Ridgeway Ward, where this site is located.
Thank you. I know there might be others from Conservative Group speaking. You can introduce, if you step up, you introduce them. Thank you. Thank you all. One other point that's just occurred to me as we've gone round, it occurred to me how many people have been here under different groups over different times. So if I fall into the habit of calling you from a different society or Better Homes Enfield rather than EnCaf, I do apologise. It's just what you've been here before. And I do tend to, for those who are not before, I tend to refer to organisation names as much as anything. But the other thing is, just if you could, it's quite difficult because obviously Chase Park and Cruise Hill, and they cover a wide range of issues. A lot of them overlap with comments that people made. But the purpose of today was obviously to make sure that you're talking about your representations and the representations that the group you are here to represent made. That's obviously the right to be heard is based on those representations. So it's not about organise different representations made, or if you've suddenly decided you want to say something that you've not said before, that's not really, the opportunity isn't now, you shouldn't be raising new things. And also, at various other sessions, a bit of a tendency, perhaps, and I've not necessarily jumped down on it, but to avoid it if possible, where I've been told by somebody representing organisation X that, the representations of organisation Y, who aren't around the table, say this. Well, that's not really, again, really the point of what you're here to be doing. You're not here to further the representations of other groups who have decided not to be here. So, and they're all before me anyway, so it's not as if I'm not taking account of them. So just bear that in mind, please. So, first things before we get on to the matters today, is there any matters arising from the council I wish to draw to my attention?
So no, save for one matter, which I know that, so you wanted to make sure that anything that had to be corrected was corrected in advance of a particular matter being raised. So there is one matter that I would ask you to bear in mind that has arisen from the papers that we've noticed, and it concerns TRA6. It's something that, I hope I get this right, it was actually raised in the combined groups analysis. I don't know whether it's Mr. Lack or Mr. West I should be pointing this out to, but it was relied upon, or TRA6 was relied upon insofar as it had indicated in respect of Hadley Road a delay of 1,173 seconds. But so you'll see by looking at TRA6, page 12, that that's a typo and should be 173 seconds. You'll see in the actual modelling outputs, which are on page 12, 173 identifiable for Hadley Road.
Thank you. I know you'd made Annette aware of that, but it was probably too late in the day to circulate any papers. So at that point, it was better to raise it now. So thank you for raising it now. And obviously, if there's time before we get on to transport matters, I suspect for those, if it affects anybody, to be able to look into that. So I don't need to adjourn now to discuss that. I think there should be time before we get onto those issues. Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else, nothing from me that occurs to me at the moment. So I'll move on then. So we'll start then. We'll move on to, PL10 Chase Park. And what I'm going to do, obviously the agenda's split up into three parts. It starts with greenbelt issues, then moving on to the general site selection and location issues, which are sort of general constraints, if you like, about the site, and then moving on to the policy itself. So what I'm going to do is go through my greenbelt questions first, before I open it up. Some matters, and again, I've already said this, but clearly we've had a lot of discussion about greenbelt in previous sessions about general principles of whether exceptional circumstances exist or not, and so on. So we don't necessarily need to go into that again. Obviously, some of this is about the specifics of this site and the effect on greenbelt, and obviously whether if exceptional circumstances were to exist in principle, whether or not they would also exist for this site in particular. So I've got quite a few questions. I would say, obviously, beg patience from people while I go through these. There's a few things first I just want to get some clarity on and some to make sure I'm looking at things correctly. I think some errors, inconsistencies between the inset maps and figure 3.12, which is the sort of illustrative plan, were identified during preliminary questions stage, I think. And it might just be helpful to me if you could just run through those for me, just so I'm absolutely certain I know where those inconsistencies and issues are. Maybe someone can help me with that. Because I've got one or two, I want to make sure, I've got one or two specific questions, but it might be that they are actually already resolved.
So yes, that is something, it may be that we need to come back to you on, but if anybody, I don't know whether either of the team are able to assist directly on that at the moment. Perhaps they can just indicate. If not, we'll...
Okay, well, fair enough. Let's go through my particular points, and you probably answer them. There might be others, that's the thing, and it's mainly about where the green belt's identified and not identified. So if you look at, if I just take you to 3.12, and also inset map for SA 10.1. If you look to the southwest, like a sort of little thumb that goes off to the west, panhandle, whatever you want to call it. And on figure 3.2, it's identified for residential development. And on SA 10.1, it's green, which I'm taking to be greenbelt, although there are many different shades of green. So I'm not entirely sure whether that's supposed to be greenbelt or a different designation, but obviously one it's green and one it's housing. So if I could just make sure I know which is correct there, please.
So you're talking about the nib of land that extends beyond and within 10.1, yeah. That is proposed for development as is indicated in figure 3.12.
Okay, so if not already identified as an error, then that would have to be addressed now. And again, just for the benefit of those not been here before, when I'm talking about any modification that needed at all, I've said this last time, if I don't say without prejudice at least 15 times during a day, then I've not done my job properly, but all of these discussions are without prejudice to anything, so my final decision. Okay, that's that sorted then, okay. And then I think, if I look again at SA 10.1, there's to the eastern side of the site. Yes, it is in 10.1. It's where the I think where the sink is, and there's again a protrusion that comes down south. So again, little sort of thumb that comes into the area, comes into the residential area, which is part of the sink. And then there's a green area to the west of that. You see where the brook runs through the middle, which is outside the allocation, but maybe if I show you. Yes, sure. So, here.
Yes.
The question being, is that retained green belt, supposed to be retained green belt or not?
Yes, thank you. So I'll have to take that question away. My anticipation is that it isn't, because it is so separate from the other parts of the greenbelt area. But can I then clarify that with the relevant members of the team? So I'm not sure I can give you an answer immediately, so can we press on, please, with that?
Okay, one would assume, as you say, it's separate, it would be separate, but obviously I would like to be at least confirmed with clearly the part, and this would apply to anywhere else, and I've got a question about this actually, it would apply to anywhere else, which is land removed from the greenbelt outside the allocation. Obviously I still need to consider exceptional circumstances, which might be that they would be no longer cease to be greenbelt. One thing I don't know, when you perhaps help me on this, is how metropolitan open land is sort of defined, and whether an area which becomes detached from the greenbelt.
In general terms, do you mean, sir?
It could be identified as MOL, but I don't know. I'm not. Must admit that's sort of perhaps an aside, really, to think about how the London Plan addresses such things.
Yes, we'll take that away as well, because it does. There is a nuance around the approach towards the MOL designation in comparison to the greenbelt.
Okay, thank you. There may be others, these little things as we go through, actually, but there's another one, actually. Again, this is sort of just clarification on the mapping. If I look at 3.12, up to the north of the site, which is still in the retained green belt, there's a little pink blob, which is identified as residential next to the existing farm. My sort of understanding of that is that that pink blob is existing residential rather than new residential. So should that be not identified as residential? Because that would be a bit misleading, wouldn't it?
Yes, it is existing residential. It's identified as such.
Well, not really, because there's the existing farm, which is the purple, and then to the right there's the pink, which suggests new residential to me, to new residential. So I'm assuming it's not proposing housing there. Yeah. So again,
Quite right, sir. And forgive me when I said that it's identified as residential. It's identified as residential, but when one aligns that with the pink designation, it looks like new as opposed to, and there's no intention that it should be new there.
so I think for clarity that would have to, albeit 3.12 is illustrative. I think he's not suggesting any more development in the greenbelt than. Well, actually, that would be development in the greenbelt, wouldn't it? Because that area has been retained. So. And then there are areas within the allocation where greenbelt is intended to be retained. I mean, so that's where I think that question about the sink is important, because obviously you are seeking to retain greenbelt in some areas and others. And I think those, just to confirm, that is sort of in the there's parts of 10.4, parts of 10.3, and parts of 10.2 which remain in the greenbelt. I think when we come, if there's some detail of those, we might come on to when we get into those sites, if there's some very subtle when we drill down a bit. But can I just ask why those areas are in the allocation if they are being retained in greenbelt?
So it's a similar point to the point that was dealt with in the context of Cruise Hill, insofar as there's, on the council's part, a need in order to ensure that the comprehensive development takes place and it's considered as a whole, that the designation should stretch over that area, irrespective of the fact that they are proposed essentially for open uses. It's a very similar point to that which we've indicated previously. And if in the ultimate analysis you reach the conclusion that it's appropriate for that no longer to be part of the designation, but for it to be to remain in the green belt but outside the designation, then the council would consider that modification. But there's a distinction perhaps between Cruise Hill and Chase Park insofar as those parcels to the north that are proposed for the country park uses. I know there's a debate around that whole question and we'll come on to it, but that's an integral part of the overarching comprehensive development of the area. And it's for that reason that it's maintained within the designation.
Yeah, we'll come on to the whole. In fact, I'll come on to that as part of the greenbelt. I'll get on to that in compensatory information. Well, obviously, if the overall conclusion is that's going to remain as farmland, the area to the north, then that would perhaps change the justification. Yeah. And I think there is another difference between Cruise Hill, because Cruise Hill removes everywhere from the greenbelt that's within the allocation, even where there are areas which would be outside the development frame. So it is a subtle difference as well. I think that there's obviously a different approach being taken to that. But again, perhaps come on to that. Well, if we
Quite so. It was the point that in Cruise Hill there were white land areas that have been included that had no designation, had no purpose within the designation.
So again, this comes to the extent of green belts. I mean, again, I recognise that, and this is similar to Cruise Hill. This is in the figure 3.2 is illustrative. I understand that, but it does identify the extent of retained green belt, particularly to the north, and then there's, if you like, what would kind of green buffers, if you like, or landscaped areas or open space that spills over beyond the green belt boundary into the area to the south. And so I guess the logic, and again, a little bit like why I was asked to increase, so why would those areas be removed from the green belt? If you're not intending, would it be sensible, question, playing devil's advocate, to limit the extent of green belt release to the actual extent of development that's going to be taking place? And if there are areas which are not going to be developed, which are contiguous with the green belt, I mean, there's a whole thing about the sink there, but contiguous, should they not be, would it not be possible to retain them in the green belt?
The distinction is that at the present time, the precise limit of the development that's proposed within some of those parcels isn't capable of being rigidly identified in a way that would enable you to say that this is the line beyond which there should be a green belt boundary. And that will take place, the ultimate location, the appropriate location, having been determined through the relevant processes, will be identified through the relevant decision-making processes. And because of that need for flexibility in respect of the precise delineation, it's appropriate that one should take out the principal areas that are identified for and clearly identified for those open compensatory uses, but not to include that element that has the potential for fluctuation through, as I say, the decision-making processes. Sorry, sir. I know there's of course the concern that if you don't identify it as green belt at this stage, then there's the potential for some degree of encroachment. But the master planning process is clear that the areas that are identified, the illustrative framework, which is illustrative, but nevertheless set within PL10 insofar as it says that the master planning process should be taking the illustrative framework as its cue, that identifies a clear intention for significant amounts of open space within the area directly south of that which is going to be greenbelt. And once that happens, it will be protected on that basis as open space.
Okay, thank you. If I were to have some concerns about that approach and say, actually, well, there is the alternative would be to, in terms of justification for moving land from the green belt, is it justified to move land from the green belt? You're not, are there boundaries that could either be adhered to in that area or created that would actually provide some, defensible, a defensible boundary to the green belt?
Well, so we'll perhaps deal with that through the specific planning evidence. But if one's just looking at the way in which, or the areas that are identified for residential within 3.12, those areas that are identified in pink don't follow a specific boundary on the ground. I'll be corrected if I'm wrong about that, but that's my understanding.
So, sir, I think also in part to the previous question, the green belt boundary as proposed follows a physical boundary on the ground, whereas the illustrative framework doesn't. That would be across an open field, for example, that pink and green line.
Okay, thank you. And just to confirm, the Royal Enfield, I think it's the Royal Enfield sink, which is the area to the east, to the southeast thing, isn't intended to be built on, which I think is correct, isn't it? Again, question, I suppose, you may take me back to the answer you gave originally about why, is that being removed from the green belt simply because it would be severed from everywhere else?
So yes, that's my understanding of the position. I'll have that clarified if it's any different, but that's my understanding.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, I think there's one part, albeit a small one, of the placemaking area, the allocations on which is outside the green belt. I think is that the what was before mentioned area to the that would be access for Ridgeway. I've just a sudden memory lapse about what it's called. It's the
Arnold House.
Arnold House. Yes, that's outside. That is outside, isn't it?
It is.
Is that the only? Is that the only part?
I will check, but so do you mean, is that the only part that's outside?
Outside the green belt, and also is the only part that's brownfield as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that is the specific area that's, I will check, but I understand that that's the specific area comprising Arnold House itself, not the area to the south of that that's within the, to the west of that that's within the sink, which would be actually another, yes, that forgive me, that's as I understand it.
Yeah, because we're into the same similar situation, although this is where my eyesight fails me, but you've got, this is where it gets similar to Cruise Hill, because you've got the area, you've got Arnold House, which is outside the Greenbelt, and presumably identified because you've got things in the policy about that providing a link through to the rest of the road. So it's just, if you like, some sort of enabling or some development that at least fits in, although it probably could be dealt with on its own. Then you've got what appears to be sink and green. I'm just going to call them green areas because, so Equestrian, what's the dark green? Proposed and existing woodland to the west of that. And then that does link up to the green. So there is contiguous areas to the green belt. So you could again question why that area of the woodland and sink is being seemingly removed from the green belt, if I've looked at 3.12 correctly.
One could, sir, but there is still a linkage through, insofar as in relation to the woodland. And if so, you look, it's a little clearer actually if you look at the designations, the specific designations at 10.2, 3 or 4.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So actually, no, on 10.2, it does show, it shows it's still, this is it, isn't it?
Yeah,
It shows it's still being green.
linked through.
And it still shows it as being greenbelt as well.
Yeah, it's the difficulty is with 3.12 is that it's the stippling that presents the issues to actually be able to read it properly.
Yeah. So the only part on the eastern side of 10.2 that's being removed from the is where the link would come through.
Exactly.
But it is part of the sink.
It is.
Yeah. So is that the only part, that again, unlike Cruise Hill, that's the only sink where, albeit I know there's not necessarily housing in it, but there's only sink where there's any suggestion of change?
That's right. And to be clear, there's on at least 3.12, there are two potential ways in which that happens. So you'll have seen the first is the access way that goes through from Arnold House. The second is the bus route as currently identified, which shows the bus route to the north intersecting with Salmons Brook, crossing over Salmons Brook, at least on the face of it. But we'll come on to this, sir, but it actually can be sent further north outside of the sink designation if necessary. And to be clear, so from that answer, I haven't referred to the playing field in the southeast, the southwest element of the southern sink, because that's proposed potentially for playing fields.
I have got some questions about
yes.
the suitability of a sink for playing fields, but
Yes. I've left that out of account, though, in terms of your...
We'll come on to that when we get on to 10.2. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move on now to some points about... So thank the matter of clarification, but at least I know I've got a better idea of the context. So moving on to some issues about greenbelt harm. As with, obviously, Cruise Hill, the greenbelt assessment split the placemaking area into smaller parcels, and inevitably there are different degrees of greenbelt harm depending on which parcel you look at. But is it fair to say that, obviously it's fair to say that some parts of the development would be in the category of very high harm? Is that fair?
Yes, on the overall categorisation, which is to be found at pictorial form, page 69 of GRE 1. You'll see, sir, that some of the parcels are identified as being subject to very high harm. So in simple terms, the answer to your question is yes, but there is, of course, a degree of complexity around that answer insofar as if one is looking at parcel EN19, forgive me, not EN19, but the major parcel, which I think actually is unidentified as in numbering beyond the parcels, that is all identified as very high. And whilst that designation covers the whole area, of course, part of that, a significant part of that part of the Chase Park allocation is not proposed for development. And by the same token, whilst there are, and this is concentrated upon by many people who are making representations today, there are, or there is identified as a very high level of harm with regard to EN9 and EN11. EN9 is only partially proposed for development within this proposal, if in fact it is at all, but EN11 is. But at the same time, one needs to take into account the other parcels, EN17 and EN19 and EN18, all of which are identified as being of high or moderate high harm or moderate harm. Or indeed low to moderate if one's looking at EN13.
Yeah, there's only really, again, sorry to keep comparing, not necessarily a compare and contrast exercise with Cruise Hill, but Cruise Hill's got, you know, a large proportion of Cruise Hill would be in the lower categories according to this plan, but the Chase Park EN13, I think, is practically the only area which is low, and the remainder are either moderate high to very high, or well, from moderate high to very high. Is that correct? So,
in overall terms, yeah, that's correct. Yes.
So a question I asked in relation to Cruise Hill, I'm going to ask it here as well, is obviously, could you not have restricted the scope of the exercise, bearing in mind there's obviously no, I think we've established there's no compulsion on the council to go into the green belt, we know that, and there's no particular number that it's seeking to achieve in terms of a requirement that's been set. So, you know, could the council not have, again, playing devil's advocate, restricted the encroachment into the green belt into the areas of lower harm and not gone into the areas of very high harm?
So, of course, there are a number of ways in which one could develop out an area and to develop it in a lesser way that would, by not developing in the greenbelt, would have lesser levels of harm. The question is whether or not that's appropriate in the circumstances when one's looking at a release that's seeking to ultimately create a sense of place and to deliver the appropriate levels of sustainable living in many different ways. And the council reached the judgment that ultimately that had to be done through the sort of scale of allocation that's been undertaken, and that's led to the, or has derived from, in part, the spatial framework work that have been done. There is, I think, an overarching point, though, that so I do flag up, which is the issue around whether or not it's essential or there is a compulsion to release in the context of the borough. And whilst the approach with regard to need has been derived in part by virtue of a supply-based approach, i.e. identifying areas, the justification for that approach is one that the council considers is a compulsion. It is an essential need for release. And so it's right, of course, that one could reduce down the level of area, but that wouldn't be something that ultimately would be appropriate, the council believes. And can I rely for evidence of that fact on something that we've seen before? It's the approach of TfL, or at least it's both TfL and the Mayor, essentially, who have incorporated essentially the Chase Park allocation as part of a much larger release within the Greenbelt. And the way those strategic authorities look at the position, when the Mayor looks at the position, is that you do need substantial release if you're going to do it. Piecemeal release doesn't provide the balance of advantage. So that's the response I'd give to the suggestion that, well, one could reduce it down. I don't know whether, though, Mr. Pye or Mr. Bowers have anything further to add to that. No.
Yeah, sorry, when I said no compulsion, I was talking about, obviously, I know the council considers it a compulsion, but obviously there's nothing in the London plan that says you must do this. Or yeah, that's what I was really getting.
I'm sorry. So yes, well in that case, you're quite right. Yeah. There isn't a requirement that we are to release that.
Sorry, I understand the council's got a different view about the need. What you've said about, and again, this is probably relevant to Cruise Hill, but there's a certain, if you like, critical mass needed to deliver a sustainable. Is there any evidence about that in terms of numbers, where you need a certain level of growth to trigger sufficient income, for want of a better word, to generate, that means that you can get sustainable bus services, you can deliver a school, primary school in this case, I think you can deliver those things. Anything below that would fall, you'd get the housing without the necessary infrastructure or sustainability. Is there anything you can point me to where that sort of, if you like, there's a tipping point? Or has it been a judgment?
A judgment, so I can't direct you at this stage to anything. What I can say is that the topic papers do identify that element or that approach of needing to have critical mass is one that the council believes is necessary here. There is, however, of course, you'll remember the debate that we had in relation to Cruise Hill in respect of bus provision. There is the statement by TfL that you need to have a critical mass in order to ensure that those sorts of facilities do come forward. And indeed, that's part of the point being made by various representatives at this examination, that you do need to, that there's a problem with regard to bus provision because you don't have enough people. And that certainly was TfL's approach as one of the representatives. And that we disagree with in terms of whether or not it's feasible. You've heard what Mr. Cole has said about that, but that's at least an indicator of the need for significant levels of release. And the other point is that, and I can't point you, as I say, to the tipping point, but if one were to say release or remove from the allocation all of that element to the north of Merryhills Brook, so that one is sticking very close to everything south of Merryhills, you are still in a situation in that location, EN11 in particular, where you will have very high levels of harm identified. And there's 2 points I'd make about that balancing act. And the first is that no one in this examination suggests that there's anywhere else if one has to go into the green belt, anywhere else for a significant release that would have lesser levels of harm. The second point is that if one were going to release land from the greenbelt, then at least in terms of the northwest segment, which is where the bulk of the areas are to enable release. So you'll see that everything outside of Cruise Hill is to the northwest is going to be the subject of very high levels of harm anyway.
Okay, thank you. Your statement at paragraph 10, I don't know if you want to pull that up. It's saying, it suggests that the approach to PL10 is to concentrate built form in the most appropriate locations and to retain and enhance key open spaces and green corridors. Is that, is that more of a landscape issue than a green belt issue or a layout? You know, are you talking about that in terms of effect on green belt openness or green belt purposes, or are you talking there about, is this something I should come back to when I get into matters of landscape and impact on character?
So I think it is. The way in which that's been drafted is to respond to the purpose 3 in relation to the safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, and really looks at the degree to which there's been thought about the extent to which the development that is happening is going to ameliorate the effects on the countryside. But yes, they interrelate in that sense.
Now, in terms of boundaries, so there's been some talk in some statements about Hadley Road being the boundary. Of course, that's the boundary of the allocation, not the boundary of the greenbelt. The boundary of the greenbelt to the north it's a track. Is it a track? It's not a permanent. It's not a road, is it? Is it a track or a hedgerow? Or?
Yeah, it's a track and a hedgerow that comes from the southeast corner of the wood in a sort of easterly direction.
That's just clarifying that. And then, so where boundaries rely on existing hedgerows or tree belts, are you content that these meet the requirements of the framework in terms of the defensible qualities?
Yes, and the policy would seek to strengthen, through the master planning work, strengthen those boundaries over time.
Okay, thank you. We'll come on to that when we get on to go through the policy, no doubt. And now I just want to move on. I mean, so I'm not got a huge numbers question about the boundaries. They are what they are. Other people may wish to raise some comments about those. I'm going to move on to the compensatory improvements part of my question before I open it up. Perhaps a reminder helpful that the MPPF, the December 2023 MPPF, which we're working towards, says the plan should set out ways in which the impact of removing land from the greenbelt can be offset through compensatory improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility of the remaining greenbelt. Emphasise remaining greenbelt. So two things here I just want to talk about. One is, obviously, unless somebody wishes to disagree with me, I don't think that's necessarily saying that compensatory improvements must fully mitigate the removal of the greenbelt. It's offsetting the impact. Obviously, a point has been made, and people wish to raise about whether it fully compensates or fully mitigates. And then it's about improvements to the remaining greenbelt, not sort of general improvements. I think a lot of comments have been about general improvements. Improvements outside the greenbelt to open space or facilities might well be material, and probably will be material, but they're not necessarily relevant to the question of the framework and compensatory improvements in terms of within the greenbelt. So just a couple of points there. In terms of compensatory improvements, the measures you've drawn my attention to in criterion 13A to E, which is in the policy of PL10, are all of these retained in the retained green belt itself? So, for example, you referred to the Royal Enfield rifle site, sink, but that's an improvement stuff. That's actually not going to be in the green belt anymore, is it? So that's not furthering the allocation in terms of the compensatory improvements element of the framework. I'm right in saying.
So yes, that would follow in relation to the sink improvement. Of course, the 13A through to J, I think. So I think it was 13A following, wasn't it, that you were looking at? Those are obviously the green and blue infrastructure provision that's being made generally within the site and then is supportive of it. There is, I think, another, and I'll find it, but there's another part of the policy that deals, I think, with some of the compensatory elements. Actually, I think it's in our matter statement, in fact. But to answer your question, I'm sorry, sir. To answer your question, no, that isn't going to be part of the green belt, subject to the point about the nib of land that we've been talking about.
So I think it just needs to be borne in mind that obviously not all of these things are going to be counting, to want a better word. 13C, and we'll pick up this now because it's a green belt issue, although it's obviously got other implications as well, refers to facilitating the natural extension of the Trent Country Park into retained green belt area and refers to enhanced accessibility, amenity and habitat quality. But I know in your answer to my specific question about compensatory improvements, it refers to criterion 13, but makes no specific mention of the country park extension. And I didn't know if that was, and I know obviously in your comments you've highlighted that Comer Homes have commented on the land that it remains part of a working farm. So I guess first things first, what is the council's current position on that? Is it still intending to, is it intending for that to be part of a country park extension? Is that still part of the compensatory improvements? If so, fine, we'll talk about no doubt we'll get onto the realities of that, but if not, what implications does that have?
The approach is to provide a country park in that location as is identified. And that's part of the compensatory provision that is being made, and it's obviously compensatory insofar as it is enhancing levels of accessibility to the green belt. Whilst that is the case, there are different ways in which a country park is capable of being delivered. And the council recognises that there is the potential for areas that are part of a working farm in agricultural use, capable of being carried on whilst the country park is delivered within that area. But whilst there's a recognition of that, that isn't, for the council's part, something that is regarded as an overriding factor in the context of this site. In short, if the proper provision of the country park is that there is that delivery of the country park, and that has effects on whether or not one does have a continuation of a particular agricultural use, that should be the principal approach, not one that gives way to the continuation of a working farm, in short.
Make sure I've got that clear. So the council's position is it's still promoting or still requiring a country park in that area, and that the intention of the landowner to continue as a farm is not, as far as you're concerned, altering that approach.
It's not paramount, is the point. We
think
that it's capable. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. They can coexist.
Yes, that's the principle we think that there is the ability to have a country park that delivers the aims of a country park, but at the same time allowing for the continuation of the working farm. That's how we see it. But if there is any doubt around that issue, or if there's a question as to whether one bows to the other, the council's aim is clear that it is wanting to achieve the country park. We'll come on to the question of ownership and the ability. Mr. Rowley, no doubt, will have something to say about that, but the ownership and the ability to deliver a country park in that location.
Yeah, quite. I mean, yes, obviously, we'll perhaps Coma will have a response to that. But in terms of the justification for exceptional circumstances for Chase Park as a whole, to what extent or what weight was given to the ability to deliver a country park or extension of the country park in justifying the allocation as a whole? And obviously the logical corollary of that is, if that country park can't be delivered, what effect does that have on the justification for the allocation in the first place?
Yes, so I'll recheck, but the position was that was taken into account, but it was taken into account as part of the placemaking proposals for the site as a whole. The imperative for release remained irrespective of the provision of a country park, because the country park was designed to be not only compensatory in respect of the green belt, but also mitigatory insofar as it provided routes for people to enjoy the open space. And the balancing, the degree to which it featured as a particularly significant balance or a particularly significant factor or not is something that, at least in terms of the evidence base that you have, one can't identify a particular level. So it couldn't be said to be 10% or 20% of the reasons behind the release. On the face of the documentation, it wasn't a critical parameter. The critical parameters related to the need to meet the council's needs as it sees them, rather.
But if it wasn't to be released, if it wasn't to become a country park, then it sounds like if it wasn't critical to the justification for releasing the land or allocating the site, it's part of the mitigation. So the question would then be, well, even irrespective of the greenbelt issues, is there going to be sufficient mitigation to justify the harm caused in any event?
Yes, it certainly would be a question that would have to be asked in circumstances where it's decided that there couldn't be the delivery of the country park. But it's worthwhile bearing in mind that that the country park had two aspects. It wasn't simply the delivery for recreational purposes of that land, but it was also the continuation in an open space and in a restored fashion, because you'll see that there's a lot of further landscaping works that are proposed within that area, and the benefit that delivers to the greenbelt in any event, so that even were the country park, in terms of its recreational facility, not capable of coming forward, it would still maintain the openness of the greenbelt, but in an enhanced manner, which would mitigate or at least mollify the level of weight that you'd attach to the non-delivery of that country park.
But you accept that, obviously, if it wasn't to be, again, we'll come on to this, obviously, but if it wasn't to be delivered, that would be a material consideration. I'd have to weigh that in the balance.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm sorry to something, Mr. Bowers, I'll steal his point actually, but the only other point to bear in mind is that when reaching a conclusion as to how material that is, were this to come to pass as a particular factor, one would still need to take into account, albeit with the caveats that have arisen through our Cruise Hill debate, those wider enhancements of the green belt through other forms of delivery. I know that there are question marks around that because of the degree to which that's already funded. I won't go back over that.
We might come back onto this. I might just put a pin in this for now, but in terms of when we get onto transport issues and how it's all fits together. Looking at this issue about whether or not that area is going to remain as farmland. 10.4, SA 10.4 refers to a bus route going north to meet Hadley Road. So I think maybe just put a pin in this for now and think about an answer that I'll probably want when we get into the transport is whether or not, if that was to remain in agricultural use, whether that bus route would be deliverable. And again, it all comes back to, I guess, how critical or not that would be. But I don't want to get into transport matters now or even, that, but I think it's just relevant to that. Just in terms of, there's one point about delivery of that, and not wanting to jump into Thursday's discussion too much, but when you say, you think they can coexist, so there's elements of Country Park can be delivered while maintaining agricultural use. There'll be a discussion about that, no doubt. Does the council, though, also have any views on whether it would be intending to, as it has suggested in Cruise Hill, to take action, as in CPO or anything, to ensure the delivery?
The overarching point is that in order to deliver the aims of the spatial framework, the council is committed to taking whatever steps are necessary, including CPO.
Okay, thank you. And I think I'll leave the BG7 points until we get to that point in the pot when we go through the criteria. It's probably easy to pick up then. Okay. So just finally on my questions on Greenbelt, obviously we've just talked, this discussion has been in addition to all those other discussions that I've got to bring about, they're all still in my mind. But, and the council clearly considers the harm to the Greenbelt to be justified by the benefits of development and therefore exceptional circumstances apply. But is there anything you want in addition to say about that before I open it up? So if you like, close the discussion off.
So I did say, I set out a little while ago some of the aspects of significance when looking at the appropriateness of the extent of the designation. But those same points are also relevant to the question as to whether or not there are exceptional circumstances here justifying the release, because the strategic approach, as I'd set out previously in relation to Cruise Hill, is of considerable importance. It's a strategic approach that is one that undoubtedly anticipates the need for the delivery of development within the Greenbelt. And really the question is there anywhere else that it's the relevant levels of appropriate delivery, anywhere else that it could happen with less harm within Enfield? And as I say, there's no suggestion by any party that there is anywhere else that could be delivered. And there is always the question as to whether or not it's appropriate in the circumstances to simply delay and wait for the next London plan. That in short, it might be appropriate to let this go, but we should wait to see what the London plan is going to do. Now, the obvious result of that is that the various needs are not going to be delivered in the sort of timescales that they already are required to be delivered within, namely an urgent timescale. That won't happen. If ultimately there is, from the strategic perspective and the strategic body's perspectives, a need for a release here, then it would be, given the impacts of not providing those needs now, it would be, in Council's estimation, an unsound approach to not release these sites at this stage. That's what I'd say by way of an overarching comment. Finally, I should add that when looking at, again, the way in which a release is being identified by TfL, TfL has identified the appropriateness of this location as a matter of principle for the delivery of sustainable development. What they actually want is more delivery rather than less, which is an indicator of at least in principle, the appropriateness of the identification of this area for release.
Thank you. So that's moving into matters of more general locational issues, I think, rather than Greenbelt, but obviously it's, okay, thank you. Right, so I'll open it up. If you are putting your boards up, it's helpful if you can make sure they're directed towards me so I can see which organisations, and actually saying that I can't see it anyway, but because I can't see that well. So I'll just open this side first. I can't, is that Coma? Yes. Sorry, beg your pardon. I'll get used to this by the end of the day.
Sorry, I put my I put my sign up when we were talking about the country park because it was something that I wanted to talk about because it's directly focused on Coma Homes land. So you can see the situation where the land at the south is proposed to be allocated, and the land to the north, which is also in the green belt, is proposed to be open and possibly a country park. And we've just talked about that in general. So, I mean, going back to your point is, what does the MPPF ask us to do? And this is the old MPPF, not the new one, because it's not in the new one. That asks us to set out ways in which the impact of removing land from the greenbelt can be offset through compensatory improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility of remaining greenbelt land. And of course, that's the old MPPF, and I think you are allowed under 35D of the old MPPF to take into account other statements of national planning policy. So you might take into account that the new MPPF doesn't require that. What it certainly doesn't say is you have to provide as much land as you're building on. So you don't have to provide a sort of quid pro quo of greenbelt land that replaces what you built on. That's, you're looking for improvements to remaining greenbelt land. So remaining greenbelt land is not defined. It could be, the MPPF doesn't say where it should be. It could be anywhere I suppose it could be anywhere in the country. It could be anywhere in Enfield. Ideally, I suppose, of course, it would be close to the site that we're building on. So what have we got? Trent Country Park itself is an established country park. It's to the to the west of the Chase Park allocation. It's 413 acres of walks, lakes, sports facilities. It's fantastic. I've been there. Of course, it's not all publicly accessible. It's got a golf course, which presumably people can't just wander over. It's got hockey pitches. It's got a Go Ape, which is something you have to pay to go on. And it's got...
it's all very interesting, but can you get to...
It's got residential development. So my point is that not all of a country park has to be open and sort of free rein, if you like, of wandering across unhindered. So I think what I'm trying to get to is, what is the farm? The farm, many farms have footpaths across them. They can accommodate public access around them. They can accommodate the concept of walking around them, walking through them. Of course, there's areas where, fields will have livestock on them. Some areas have to be kept safe. Combine harvesters will be picking up crops, so there are areas the public can't go. But public access around and through them can be accommodated. And I don't see that as any different as to elsewhere in the country park where you've got sports pitches, you've got residential development, you've got private facilities that one has to pay to go on. So there are parts of the country park already that you cannot go on. It's entirely conceivable that you would have a bus route through a farm. Many farms are crossed by roads. Many farms have a part of the farm on one side of the road, part of the farm on the other side of the road. It's inconvenient, of course, but it's entirely accommodatable. So I think what I'm saying is what you're looking for under the NPPF is improvements to existing retained green belt. Now, you could do that by making a substantial financial contribution to Trent Country Park to improve it, to make it better, and that would tick that NPPF box. That is one way of doing it. Alternatively, if the country park needs to extend over the Comer Homes land, that isn't necessarily incompatible with it being a farm. Thank you.
Okay, there's another side to this, of course, which is general, not just greenbelt compensatory improvements. It's a general point that the country park has been put forward as extension has been put forward as a general mitigation in terms of open space provision and so on and so forth, which is a slightly different issue to the country park, which, but maybe your point will still stand on that. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to go down this side of the table. So just not necessarily as the slides went up, but just in order. So if you'd like to, could perhaps just say you are helpful to me. Just remind you are. Thank you.
Joshua James at Landsdown, representing Trent Park Equestrian. It's just a minor point of clarity. Early on, it was mentioned that Arnold House is the only previously developed land in the placemaking area, but Trent Park Equestrian Centre is a commercial equestrian centre which falls under previously developed land, and it has buildings in built form on it at present. So that area also is PDL, just as a clarification. Okay.
Probably what I meant to say and should have been clearer is the only piece of PDL which is suggested to be redeveloped. But is that, because I thought that was being retained, is it not? Is it?
No, it's proposed for housing.
It is. Oh, is this in the nub of land to the?
Yes, it's the southwest.
So, yes, sorry. Thank you. I'm getting confused between that and the farm. So yes, thank you. Yes, okay.
The bit, so just for my purposes, it's the southwestern corner that we're talking about, rather than the nib.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mike Murray from LDF. So, talking about another nib, which is the land opposite Jolly Farmers, which is in the LDF ownership, which is the land which contains the intersection between Merryhills Brook and Salmon Brook at the south east corner of the site. And I agree that the colours are not as clear as they might be. Our understanding is that is light green and is proposed to be removed from the green belt. And I think really from a practical point, I mean the Mayor and Thames Water and TfL, their Rivers Improvement Initiative is Summonsbrook's named within that, and that's an initiative which is to improve water quality and public accessibility to those watercourses across London. And my understanding is that this forms a part of that wider strategy. That's certainly the discussions I've had with Enfield in the past. I think we've all had practical experience of the difficulties of putting infrastructure into open land within the green belt, particularly SANG, and that's this is an important element of green infrastructure and public accessibility within the site as a whole and the allocation as a whole. It's also worth noting that in one of the plans, it's again quite tricky to see within the 3.12, I think it is. You can ish see that the public footpath is to the western edge of that nib, and the brook is to the eastern, and there's no public access between the two at the moment. So hence, my understanding of the rationale was, apart from leaving isolated pockets of greenbelt and all those kind of things, that was the reason why it was proposed for that to come out. But I mean, I think I would certainly support maybe slightly, I wouldn't say better, different colour arrangements to make it really clear that nib of land was proposed. So to be clear, it's the nib of land is just the south of the disused rifle range, the Royal Enfield, disused Royal Enfield rifle range. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I should say I did a site visit yesterday. I didn't cover the entire area, but I did do to familiarise myself with the area. So I did have a look around that area. So I'm familiar with that. Thank you. And at the end there, you can also, when you've spoken, you put your signs down when you've spoken. Thank you.
Peter Biggs from PJB Planning, acting for Nicholas Holdings and a consortium of landowners for the site or the area that's just to the west of Fairview Road and the Ridgeway. Is identified as SA 10.2, or certainly part of it. It doesn't include Arnold House in terms of the land holding. At this stage, it's really just, I think, a point of clarification. I think there's a bit of discussion about the proposals plan, the 3.12, and then with regards to, I think there was some discussion about where the green belt line was drawn. I wasn't quite clear where the council was saying that is drawn to, because on my impression of it, looking in detail, it is a bit tricky to identify it, but it does look as though the green belt line is drawn. There's a yellow, if I describe it as a yellow dotted route through the wooded area to the north of the area of SA 10.2. To me, it does look like the green belt line is drawn along that point of the plan and doesn't cover the whole of that holding. The other query that I just have at this stage is in respect of to the south of the SA 10.2. There's an area that is showing the pedestrian and possible vehicle link through from Arnold House to the rest of the Chase Park site, and that seems to be a white colour with the other designations, the SYNC designation shown on that. So I'm not clear what that white land is being identified as. I mean, obviously, as you will know, sir, that our case is obviously, we've proposed or put forward the opportunity for housing development in that area, and also in pockets in the centre of the allocation. But in terms of this discussion at this point of the hearing, it's really just questioning what is that land being proposed for in the allocation by the council.
Okay. From my reading of the maps is that that piece of land you're talking about is removed from the green belt, but it's still SYNC. So effectively, it's SYNC. But the council can confirm or deny that But yeah, I mean, obviously, at some point we do need some clarity on where all these lines are drawn, because there is some distinction between maps and they're not necessarily legible. So thank you.
But sir, what in terms of where it's in that southwest corner, it's white, is coloured white. I'm not sure what that.
But on 3.12, it's white, but there is still the hatching for the SYNC, I think, in there. Yeah. So that's why my understanding would be, well, it's just not. I suppose the question would be, does every single part of 3.12 need a colour on it? I guess would be the. If it's not.
I think it does, because that's a particular query I have. Yeah.
Okay, well, just let the council, because I've got a lot of people to get through, so if you just want to come back on that. So we'll get mixed up, and I'll stay on this side, so Fairview, I can just about read that one.
So, Jamie Sullivan, Iceni Projects. So, for reference, the site that I'm representing is land to the south of Enfield Road. And apologies, sir, it's a relatively brief point, but just trying to understand this point around the greenbelt harm and what's driving that. So if you review the Greenbelt and MOL assessment 2023 from LUC, that's GRE1 in the examination library, you were talking there about how Cruise Hill, the harm to the Greenbelt is much lower, whereas at Chase Park it's much higher. What appears to be driving that, sir, is that the methodology is very sensitive to developing anything that isn't previously developed land. So a lot of Cruise Hill is obviously previously developed, and therefore the assessment against the various different MPPF purposes is much lower. But if you look, say, at figures 6.1 and 6.3, which look at the different harms against the MPPF tests, you can start to see there that it's purpose 3 and purpose 1 that really starts to drive the harm. And it's any kind of development in undeveloped land that drives that final conclusion. And so to give you an example on this, if you look at both purpose 3 in 6.3 and purpose 1 in 6.1, unrestricted sprawl for large built-up area, and then also safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, you'll see that even my client's site, which is surrounded by development on all sides bar 1, and then has a road to the north, is considered to be moderate harm against those assessments. So you can see it really is very, very sensitive to any sort of development not on previously developed land. And I guess the bigger point that I'm coming to here is then if you start looking at figure 6.6, which looks at all of the different parcels in terms of greenbelt land, it really enforces that almost implicit conclusion that I think, well, I was certainly drawing from the discussion, which is actually if you want that kind of substantial critical mass in terms of housing to deliver a sustainable location, where do you do that in Enfield Greenbelt without having that type of impact that's classified by the assessment? If I were to do it, I certainly think I would have come to some conclusions about lesser levels of harm, but the evidence base says what it says. And I think my concluding point, as I said, if you want a critical mass in terms of significant levels of public infrastructure, then there is inevitably going to be some level of harm to the greenbelt.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move on to put your thing down, please, so I don't get confused. I'll move over to this side. Obviously, I'm concentrating on greenbelt matters, not general matters of, if your concerns over transport or landscape or whatever they are to come on to later. So we'll put, Ms. Lee, was your point about transport?
It is.
Yeah, so I think we'll come on to those as sort of, even if it wasn't greenbelt, what would the issues be about the site? We'll come on to those after we've had a break, I think.
Yeah. By the way, like a lot of people on this side, we are quite familiar with Trent Park. I used to run around it at least once a week around the whole periphery. If you have any questions about Trent Country Park, it's very easily accessible with the small amount of commercial developments within it.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll come down this way then. So Mr. Lack for Enfield, various Enfields.
Yes, thank you, sir. I've got a few points to make about the Greenbelt. So our hearing statement, page 4, we examined the method used by LUC to evaluate some of the parcels of land, and I'd like to draw your attention to the land south of Enfield Road, which is marked EN13. GRE PDF page 43 assesses the land south of Enfield Road, and it says it makes a weak contribution to purpose 2, but the text does confirm that it lies in a gap. The methodology which is used by LUC is described on GRE PDF page 35, and para 436 acknowledges that gaps which lie within the urban edge have to be considered if they are found to preserve the distinctions in character of different areas. And I'd like to point out that this particular parcel does lie in a gap. We have World's End to the east and the South Lodge Estate to the west. And these are very distinctly different urban developments, with World's End, Slades Hill area being a mixed development dating back quite a few years, whereas the South Lodge Estate is a 1930s Metroland style estate of distinctive arts and crafts villas. And the point about the characterisation of this parcel of land was also highlighted in the 2014 Enfield characterisation study, which acknowledged the value of this parcel. And in fact, the boundary of the area of special character was extended in 2014 to include the parcel EN13. DES 43, the Enfield characterisation study document, PDF page 25, para 3, has a summary of the reasons why that change was made. There's been some discussion about greenbelt boundaries. we would point out that the northern boundary, which is the southern boundary of the proposed country park, is a very weak boundary, currently composed of a hedgerow without mature trees, and then it follows a track on the ground used by horse riders. That is analysed in our hearing statement, page 10. The western boundary follows a moderate boundary of the edge of Trent Park, but then doglegs around the current Equestrian Centre, following a very weak boundary. And it's important to note that the boundary change proposed at the Equestrian Centre eats into the Trent Park conservation area, and it replaces a current moderate boundary. That analysis appears on page 12 of our hearing statement. And there's been quite a lot of discussion about the eastern boundary where the Arnold House area is and the Rifles Sink. We have provided in our hearing statement, page 13, a very detailed map based on the published GIS data, which was in the Council's submission. And that clearly does show that the boundary proposed will cut through the sink site. So some of the sink will be in the green belt and some will remain outside, which I think, sir, was what your analysis had reached that conclusion as well. Regarding the country park and the compensatory improvements, I won't say too much about that, except to point out that on page 16 of our hearing statement, we've used an illustration which appeared in PLA4, and we've overlaid it showing the approximate encroachment into the views which will arise from the development proposed. And it's also worth pointing out that this area is quite remote from many of the residents who currently enjoy the open space of the Merry Hills Way, and there is currently no public transport along Hadley Road to reach the proposed park. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So sorry, could I just ask for the reference of the extension to one of the areas of special character that goes into, within DES 43, that goes into EC12, please?
Yes, so that reference, a summary of the change was on PDF page 25 of DES 43, and in particular I noted para 3 had some relevant wording.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Enfield Society, so staying to Greenbelt issues.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. A number of points have been raised, which we'll definitely come back to, I'm sure. But I just wanted to address the matter of the lack of clarity, really, around the country park and the nature of its potential future. Now, notwithstanding the Society doesn't want to see this allocation come forward at all, should it come forward, so I respectively would suggest you do need absolute clarity around what this land use would be for a number of reasons. Firstly, I think the ambition that's set out in the policy at 13C is, as for much of the green and blue infrastructure policies within the plan, the ambition is very great, it's very high. So the policy suggests that it's going to be bringing forward, under the banner of a natural parkland character, woodland, trees and hedgerows, wetland and grassland habitat, amenity green spaces, play areas, and drainage attenuation. That's a lot of land use. And if you throw into that the potential of also farming that, it seems to me that there's a real compromise that's likely to happen, and you need, I respectfully suggest, total clarity around what the council's intentions for that land are. It's also crucial that that land use, should the allocation come forward for development to the south, is country park, because the green belt requires that buffer. Mr. Lax referred to the weakness of the proposed green belt boundary. It doesn't meet MPPF in our view, but the imposition of a country park in that location would give certainty around the green belt in a way that that boundary would not, and in a way that, if that land was to be retained as farmland, certainly would not. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Just a point, perhaps back to you about this, the boundary issue. Perhaps you can help me with this, because obviously I get told a lot, oh, this boundary's weak, this boundary's not fit for purpose, but what is the consequence of that then? So if the boundary is weak, what does that mean then? That is the reason for not allocating the site, or extending the green belt, or reducing the size of the green belt?
It could be a combination of any of those factors. A weak boundary means the land within the green belt, beyond the allocation within the green belt, will become under development pressure, and certainly in the context of the current MPPF and grey belt, that introduces a whole new raft of pressure on all edges of green belt, all green belt entirely, but certainly where boundaries are weak, because what it means is, in effect, the development stepping over that boundary into a new piece of green belt could find a stronger boundary further to the north, such as, in this case, Hadley Road, and define that as the new green belt boundary. And that would lead to greater impact on Enfield Chase and so on.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'll leave that there. EnCaf, I think.
Thank you, sir. The country park, as you know, is mentioned in the plan and in the site allocations, and it's never mentioned as being retained as farmland. It's also mentioned throughout the spatial strategy in the same frame, the topic paper. I mean, it's mentioned over and over again as a country park, and all that entails, which the representative just pointed out. Even at the point when it was voted to go through by the council, specific reference was mentioned to the loss of greenbelt to be compensated by a new country park. The report that accompanied that decision mentioned the country park being a compensatory measure for the loss of the greenbelt. And it seems pretty late in the day for it to suddenly have a proposed modification in the Statement of Common Ground of Coma Homes to say it's going to say as farmland, which is, in my mind, completely different, because the accessibility it implies is very different, and the opportunities it implies is very different.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. It may well be in a Statement of Common Ground. It's not, obviously, Statement of Common Ground before me, but there's nothing in the Council's hearing statement suggesting a modification. There's nothing in E6.1 suggesting modification. And Mr. Reid said that the Council's intention was still to go with the country park. So, to be fair, there's a lot of, and I will come on to some of these in the due course, there's a lot of references in Statements of Common Ground where agreements have been made, but not necessarily have found their way through to hearing statements. So the council might want to reflect on the status of those.
Yes, because I mean that was in June that the council agreed to that modification in the Statement of Common Ground. So it's very recently, and in their hearing statement, I think it does actually mention it being retained as farmland now, and that being compatible with country park use. So I have to admit, after listening to Mr. Reid, I'm sorry, I was rather confused as to what the actual status was of the country park compared to what they'd said in proposed modifications within the Statement of Common Ground, not within the proposed modifications themselves. And then the concern about kicking that forward to be sorted out in the master plan, given that if you look back through the kind of discussions around master plan over the sort of, since the plan has been published, we should have already had the master plan in front of us as community members, because it should have been completed by now, according to the council, using this dual track approach, which they talk about for the local plan. Now, in terms of the compensatory measures of the green belt being lost, I mean, the MPPF policy clearly says offset, and that, to my mind, suggests, well, what is it we need to be considering offsetting? And I'm conscious, I don't want to stray into discussions about recreational, because I'm sure we're going to talk about that later. But it is important to recognise, I think, the considerable access up there already. I measured 3.5 kilometres of fully publicly accessible footpath. The Trent Park Equestrian Centre is also publicly accessible. That's the largest, most successful riding school in the country, or one of them. It's a training and examination centre for students. It's a British Horse Society Equestrian Centre of Excellence. It employs 44 people. It offers huge volunteering opportunities where children from all backgrounds can volunteer to help out at the stables and earn lessons with the horses, and school holiday activities and so on and so forth. So that's a real big loss, and that will be built on, and those footpaths will be completely changed, that I mentioned earlier, in terms of their open access to open space and nature. So that's what we're looking to sort of offset. Then there's also the considerable losses associated with those experiencing the greenbelt along Enfield Road, because the plan is to take all of those trees and hedgerows out along Enfield Road pretty much as part of the road widening. So at one point it looked like we had a 44-hectare country park in front of us, which sort of seemed within the region of compensation, and you think, well, maybe that can be sorted out through a master plan and the various needs for recreational sorted out through that. We're now in a situation where we're being told that it could be retained as farmland, and we really do not, very late in the day, I would say, if I might, with respect, and we just don't see how that is going to be offsetting, compensating, particularly as you can already access it, that bit of farmland, for farm gallops and so on from Vicarage Farm. There's been mention of a CPO, so I think this was asked at Cruise Hill, and I don't think it was answered then either. But where does that money come from? Because I'm not sure the council has it. So who's going to do the CPO and who's going to pay for it?
Well, we can answer that question on Thursday.
Okay. And I think that's it for me. So, but really, the country park is mentioned over and over and over and over again, as specifically as compensatory improvement for the loss of greenbelt, and not as staying as farmland in that context.
I mean, in terms of you've mentioned a couple of times lateness of day. Obviously, the information was sent out at the same time as it came to me. There's been nothing before that that's been around. So, but I imagine Comer Homes' representations as they have for some time. So the council have been aware of it, but yes, it wasn't in anything, as far as I know, prior to that. But the council we'll have a break once I've heard from Councillor Smith, and then the council can cogitate on that while we have a break. So
thank you, sir.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is 11:10, isn't it? The first point I would make is that we don't accept as a general principle that this site should be released from the green belt. We don't think that the housing needed in Enfield is an exceptional circumstance, and that is primarily because we are in London. London is a single housing market. There are different levels of need and deliverability around London. The Mayor determines what these will be through his targets, which is why Enfield has a low housing target, albeit we have learned that the council can't even achieve that, 1, 2, 4, 6 units per annum. So we think the fundamental justification is invalid, and I think that needs to be said. The second point I'd like to make is about accessibility, and I know some of the people on this side have said that. I wasn't aware until this morning that the so-called Trent Country Park might actually be retained as farmland. That's hugely important because one of the justifications, another justification for doing this from the council, is to increase public accessibility to these areas. At the moment, they're private farmland. People can't just, although there are footpaths and so on, people can't just wander across them. So accessibility is certainly quite limited. The idea behind this is that will be improved considerably. We now learn, and of course the developers, Comer Homes in particular, and perhaps Fairview, own these sites, as I understand it. So what they would like to do with it is very important, really. And if they would like it to retain as farmland, and I believe they just appointed another farmer to carry on farming on these sites, which is interesting, that is significant. One suggestion one thing that is not clear to me about this, which perhaps we can explore later, is the business of biodiversity net gain.
Yeah, we will come on to that later.
We will, I'm sure we will. But that's relevant to these discussions because one of the reasons, perhaps, that Comer Homes, because they will have to provide 110% biodiversity net gain, that's an area that's larger than the residential, to meet the regulations, might prefer it to be farmland, is that they might not have to then go and buy biodiversity net gains elsewhere. And I find that very worrying, and I also think the current plan is very unclear about what is likely to happen, and further clarification would be very useful. Thank you.
Okay. Obviously, points that are made now, which we'll pick up later, don't need to be made again. So we obviously know there's a BNG issue there. We know you've got some issues about recreation. Don't need to make them again. Okay. Is this a new point?
No, I'll let the council respond first.
Well, no. You make your point, and then the council will reply. I'm not playing that game.
Okay, I was just might have been quicker if they picked it up. Just in relation to the point that Mr. Lack was saying around about merging of different urban areas. The Greenbelt study is quite clear at 4.37 in that it says that all areas and town, there are no separate towns within Enfield. It's all considered one conurbation in and of itself. And the only relationship in terms of purpose to and merging towns is the relationship between the edge of Enfield and Potter's Bar. And that would certainly be supported by the approach that's within the local plan at the moment. You know, the settlement hierarchy doesn't say there's different settlements, it just focuses on different local centres. So there's no suggestion that there are different settlements within Enfield, although I fully appreciate that Mr. Lack will experience on the ground different urban areas in a different way, but in planning terms, I can't see anything.
Okay, I don't want to explore that particularly any further because I obviously understand Greenbelt requirements and methodologies and everything else. So, and Coma Homes.
Just very quickly, sir, that I've got the definitive map in front of me, which shows obviously public footpaths in Enfield, and we can all look it up. But there's effectively one footpath through the south of the site, and there are no public footpaths through the north of the site, which is the area that everyone's talking about. So there's no public accessibility of the north part of the site at the current time. So, you know, the things we're talking about of providing more public accessibility and providing routes through the site into the allocation are all new and improved elements of public accessibility. I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Okay, I think because we're going to be getting onto this under criterion 13, I think we might just, I don't want to again get into a round robin and everyone's going to tell me, oh, that is accessible, we walk it all the time and all that, and I don't, yeah, we can hold that back until we get onto criterion 13, I think, because there's points that were made about what the criterion requires in terms of, you know, what is expected as part of the country park, and how that, if there's any juxtaposition between that and what is now being discussed. But we can discuss, that's not just about Greenbelt, that's about general matters. So I think we'll pick that up again. Okay, thank you. Right, did you want to make, I could see the microphone moving, but is this going to be a new, I mean, obviously the point of having one person at the table is to just not, because you're representing the group, so it's not a case of, well, everybody gets a chance to say what they want to say if it's the same point that's being made. If it's a new point that, you know, hasn't been made by Councillor Smith, then fair enough, but if it's just reiterating what Councillor Smith's already said, then yeah, that's why we only have one person per table.
It's just beefing up something that Coma could, it's to come up about access. So it's an email that the council sent to me regarding they changed the footpath recently in order to facilitate the full working of the site, and we had residents come to us, and the council emailed me as a ward councillor to say that they would be they changed the public footpath, and that was to facilitate the full working because you had a new farmer, so therefore they presumed that the whole site could be farmed. I just thought I'd bring that in.
Okay, thank you. I think getting into the realm perhaps beyond my sphere of influence and or interest is what the policy says, and not necessarily what the farmers do, but obviously the existing public rights of way might be important to that. Okay, we're going to belated break. Yeah, I think that's the whole point. So we never quite hit 11 o'clock, do we? So we'll come back at 25 to 12, and then the council can respond with anything. Then we'll move on to general locational matters. Thank you. 25 to. So we'll make a start. So over to council, really. Are there any particular points you wish to raise or respond to? Is there anything I think you miss? I'll pick you up. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Reid.
Yes, thank you very much. So thank you. Can I deal firstly with the points made by Coma Homes? And I think this will take into account, to an extent, that which Mr. Byrne has raised as well with regard to the delivery of the country park. Our position is clear, and I said it at the start, and I'll say it again, that the aim is to deliver a country park. If that country park is capable of being delivered appropriately whilst retaining a working farm, then the council is content for that approach to be taken. But that doesn't mean that it is retracting from the objective that it's set out within the various documents, as Mr. Byrne has suggested, various documents where we have committed to the delivery of that country park. Nothing's changed in respect of that. What has changed is a recognition that there is the potential for those two elements to coexist. But if there is any doubt around that issue, the priority is for the delivery of the country park. And I think it's important to note, if you will, that the council's approach here has been not simply one of mitigation, but also enhancement of this area. And there will be enhancement by virtue of the landscaping provision that's made on that northern parcel, and by way of the general design of it. And that enhancement is something that is capable of being delivered, the council believes, with a working farm as appropriate. But if there isn't, it wants to achieve, as I say, the enhancement. Now, one point has been raised with regard to how one would go through the process of delivery, and I said earlier on that the council is committed to CPO provision. The answer that has been, or the response that's been made in part, is, well, how does that happen when the council doesn't have any money? Well, so you know that the town and country planning legislation allows for CPO purposes, for public purposes, but for them to be nevertheless backed by development agreements with other developers. And you also know that there is very significant viability associated with this, this allocation. We'll come on to the viability issues tomorrow. And so on any basis, there is the ability, both as a matter of fact and as a matter of law, for the delivery of this site by way of CPO proceedings, in part, if necessary. So that's how I respond to those issues. Then, with regard to Mr. Biggs's points, and I think he was unclear about what was the extent of the retained greenbelt as a result of the proposals, and he was referring to figure 312. But in fact, it's a lot, and I have sympathy for him around figure 312. It is not an easy read, but it does marry up accurately with the position as it's also set out within the allocation drawings for 10.2, where you can see the area that's specifically identified as being retained in greenbelt. So the area to the south, but nevertheless within the sink, and to the west of Arnold House is identified as not being within the greenbelt. That's that point. Mr. Sullivan's point agrees with and aligns with the approach that the council's adopted by asking the question, well, where else could development happen if it had to go into the greenbelt in a way that would be less harmful? And it has not, and I repeat, it has not been suggested by anyone that there is anywhere else less harmful, and that is something Mr. Sullivan aligns with, which is material. Then Mr. Lack's points. The reason I asked for the specific reference within DES 43 is to understand how much information there is to identify a justification for the extension of the area of special character, to which we'll come, because it's important to actually note how it's framed. But the justification for the further extension of that area into the land south of Enfield Road, and actually you don't find very much justification, in short. The other point is that there is and I'd say with a degree of hesitation, but there is an approach on the part of representatives to in part accept LUC's points and to then not accept them when, or their judgments, and to not accept them when they identify a lower level of harm. And I would suggest that you can't have it both ways. You either accept the judgments of LUC because they get it right, or you don't accept their judgments. And their judgments are very clear in terms of the lack of harm as it exists. I don't deal with Mr. Sullivan's point about the extent to which the Greenbelt analysis is heavily focused on PDL elements, but one can notice is that on any basis there is a lesser level of harm associated with the land south of Enfield Road. The other point I would make is that Mr. Lack, who I think is representing everybody but the Enfield Society at the moment, and we'll come back to Mr. Russell Bick's points in a moment, but everybody but, and Enfield, the Enfield Society relied on the N-plan analysis. And as I understand it, Mr. Russell Bick is here on behalf of N-plan, as instructed by the Enfield Society. But to the extent that the rest of the combined group relies on anything, it only has, by way of expert evidence that it brings to this inquiry, the LUC analysis, actually. I don't criticise at all that fact. In fact, I laud it that the number of points that they have made in detail here. But nevertheless, it does mean that when one's looking at the importance of the judgments that have been reached, really it's LUC's judgments here that are the significant ones. And the other reason I say that, going on to, forgive me, one other point from Mr. Lack's, matter of fact, he relied on the drawing that has been, or rather the depiction that has been provided on top of a photograph within page 16 of the combined group's representations. And that, I think he said that shows the degree of harm that would, or the degree of development that would be noticeable from that viewpoint. Now that viewpoint, I think it's page 16. I'd notice you're looking at it, and be worthwhile being clear. Yes, you have that. Page 16. It's only the photograph that was in the analysis that has been relied upon, the PLA4 analysis. Is only that. The rest of this is not produced. It's not N-plans analysis. It's been produced, I think, by the combined group, including the Enfield Society. We'll come on to N-plans analysis later on as necessary when dealing with the degree of visibility of development. But I'd ask you, sir, to you'll look at this on site, but I'd ask you to have a degree of careful consideration around the appropriateness of that sort of depiction. That's everything I need, I think, to deal with regard to Mr. Lack's points. Mr. Russell Bick's points. He says that there needs to be clarity around the identification of the compensatory provision. We say that we are clear about that. What we haven't seen is that Mr. Russell Bick has suggested that there's some other way that the issue needs to be depicted beyond that which is identified within the plan to make things still clearer. It is, and It is already clear, we say, and the absence of any comment as to how it would be made clear is perhaps striking with regard to his comments. But it's a point to note now with regard to Mr. Russell-Bick's involvement, insofar as Mr. Russell-Bick is, what I don't understand is whether, as yet, not pejorative in terms of me saying that, it's simply that I don't know whether Mr. Russell-Bick drafted the N-Plan report. But on the assumption that he did, or at least had a role in it, what one can note in the N-Plan report, which is it accompanies the Reg 19 representations of the Enfield Society, they don't actually deal with the Greenbelt boundary issue, and nor do they deal with the impact on the Greenbelt. Their instruction was related to landscape and visual issues and the existence of a valued landscape, to which, again, we'll come. So that when one's looking at the commentary around, or his comments around the degree of weakness of the boundaries, that actually isn't derived from an analysis within the N-Plan report. The point he makes about it, about the boundary being weak and therefore problematic, is that in part that might lead to the refusal of the allocation, or the rejection of the allocation. And in my submission, that can't be right. It's a matter of reaching a judgment as to the appropriateness of the allocation and to see if there are ways of enhancing the boundary strength. And that brings me to one point around the impact or the importance of the boundary question. Because there's a deal of difference between a situation where you're extending the boundary just in order to make provision for a small amount of development and a major allocation that within itself will be making specific provision for open space that will be policy protected by definition. And in those circumstances, the boundaries that one is looking at need to be looked at not simply in terms of what's there at the moment, but what has the ability to be provided to ensure a firm boundary. And you'll see that the approach that's been adopted in the landscape plan work within the development framework shows that there is a very significant series of boundaries that are put in place by virtue of the landscaping. So I would suggest, sir, that the approach taken on how you look at the boundary and what significance that has for the purposes of the future allocation of this site, Mr. Russell-Bick's point on that isn't correct, I would suggest. But in any event, there is, as I say, a way of looking at this to show why there would be a firm boundary. So that's everything I have, I think. Yes, that's everything I have.
Okay, just one or 2 points. Mr. Biggs, Nicholas Holdings. Also, there was a point there about, there was a sort of initial point about clarity of the mapping, but I think there was an underlying point as well about, well, you know, should the, I think, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but that area should be identified as something other than just a sink, and that if it's coming out the greenbelt, then what's expected there in terms of development?
Yes, so I had noted that point. I wasn't going to deal with that at this stage. I was going to deal with it in the context of the sink issues. Our position is that we've identified the areas that are appropriate for development, and they don't include that area for the reasons that we'll come on to in relation to the judgments around the sink in question. I think we will start to go into the debates around the importance of sink and how they are to be judged if I engage with that now. So I'm happy to if you want.
No, that's fine. From a from a greenbelt perspective, then, if I was to, if there's no development taking place in the sink, other than perhaps some form of accessibility, which might not be incompatible with the sink in principle, then why would that area necessarily need to come out of the greenbelt? Because it's contiguous with the rest of the greenbelt, isn't it? So it could I should say, remain as greenbelt then? Notwithstanding what Mr. Biggs might think about that.
It could do, if it is compatible, and on the face of it, it wouldn't impact on it wouldn't necessarily impact on openness by virtue of the delivery of an access.
Okay, thank you. The other thing on the country park, more of a statement, I suppose, than a question. Because I would say I think we'll pick this up again. So I don't want to get into a round robin now about the country park necessarily, because there's plenty of opportunity to pick that up in the policies and we'll probably pick it up in the location issues, we'll probably pick it up in the policy, probably pick it up in delivery. So all these things will keep coming back to it. But yeah, I think it's important. Obviously, there's kind of it's a strange sort of situation we're in. We've got a policy which is, what I'm assessing, which is for a country park. Council are saying that's sound. I think, not necessarily saying people is necessarily that's unsound. Country park, all things being equal, might be considered a good thing. I don't know. You might be. So the concern, obviously, is the suggestion that that's going to be weakened or undermined. But obviously, and homes have got a different position as well. But clearly, my starting point is what the plan says. So in whether or not that is unsound. Now, whether it's unsound or not might be part of. Is it justified, but also is it deliverable, and therefore not justified because it's not deliverable, and so on and so forth. So these things all have to come out in the wash. But of course, I am just to the point. My position is, or my starting point has to be that that's what the plan requires at the moment, and therefore that's what I'm assessing all of these discussions against. Not some new necessary position of the council no longer wants to deliver a country park, or I've taken into account the points about coexistence of farmland and everything else. All these things will come out in the wash. But just so we don't, that we've had these discussions before when people, it's like TfL put forward their ideas, and it was like, well, you were saying, no, I'm not assessing it. I'm not into that. I'm not playing that game. I'm what's in the plan. So just to make sure we're all clear on that. And so that's what I'm assessing against. Is it justified? Is it deliverable? And then I guess if it's not, what that means for everything else. And then if there's some change, what does that have any effect on the overall justification, or so on and so forth. So a bit of a digression, but I just wanted to, I think, clarify where we are on that, so we don't get confused.
No, absolutely, sir. And we entirely take your point that what you're looking at is what we're saying we are going to be delivering. And the question is really around deliverability, which is why we've responded as we have to the arguments around the CPO. And we'll come back to that.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll come back to it in general terms as well, but I just wanted to make that point. So Enfield Society, you want some, just come back on. I say, I'm just spoken, one round of people saying something, respond to the council come back, and then we move on. I'm not having any more. The council get the final say. So, this is just, so we do keep things moving. So, Enfield Society.
So, thank you very much. I appreciate the second bites of the cherry are not normal. But in the light of the comments by Mr. Reid, I thought it might be helpful for me to just outline to you the nature of my instruction, if that would assist you.
As far as I understand that M-Plan were obviously commissioned to write this piece of work, and you're going to be speaking to that, no doubt, when we get onto landscape issues. If the Enfield Society have asked you to represent their interests and views, just as agents on the other side of the table are working on behalf of others, then that's you're advocating for them. That's perfectly normal. I don't think Mr. Reid was. I'm not hoping Mr. Reid wasn't suggesting there's anything untoward about that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that is.
So not at all. I should say that publicly.
But that was my understanding of it. Thank you. Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. I'll be very quick. It's just, I think the characterisation that there are no other sites in view of, EnCaf and Better Homes Enfield is not correct. We've both put forward representations which show a considerable number of alternative sites, particularly brownfield sites, which wouldn't require the level of infrastructure investment needed for this site. But a lot of those, unfortunately, sir, are emission sites, so I know we haven't been able to really talk about them or get into them. But there are, in our view, other alternatives.
Yeah, understood. I mean, yes, this is going back into the realms of matter 2, 5, 4 before. So, yeah, it's understood. Although, I think, I always want to put, just so everyone understands, I think Mr. Reid was saying there's no other green belt. If you start from the premise of there is a requirement to go into the green belt,
I was very clear. It was about the green belt.
Then
Not the second time you said it.
Well, yeah, but you do have to give me an element of trust that I understand what's going on without picking me up on everything. Okay, thank you. Right, that's very helpful. Anything else Council want to say before before I move on to
No,
location
just to
matters?
be absolutely clear, if I wasn't, that we were my comments related to the greenbelt sites, no suggestion by anybody else. I understand, of course, there are arguments around a number of brownfield sites that are being put forward. We've dealt with those already.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving on then to general locational issues. My MIQs set out, if I can just bring them up to myself, set out a series of subheadings. My intention is to go through, I've got, well, sustainable accessibility isn't on that list, but those are general, I think it was understood that that would be part of that discussion anyway. So I'm going to start with, I'm going to go through my headings, not necessarily in the order that they appear there, but in the order that I've come across them. So I'll make it clear what I'm talking about before I start. I'll go through my questions on a particular topic and then open it up on that particular topic. So again, there's always a tendency, so some things overlap. We might slightly bleed into other areas because just how things come about. But obviously, if I'm talking about, in the first instance, sustainable and accessible travel, and then I'll move on to transport. So there are two separate things. So firstly about public transport, accessibility, walking accessibility, that kind of thing. I'll have my questions on that, then open it up. Then going to move on to transport, so more about highway matters and so on. And then we'll pick out the points I want to raise. And at the end of every of my subheadings, if you like, I'll obviously open it up before I move on to the next one, because otherwise I'll be speaking till about 4 o'clock, which I'm sure you'll all enjoy, but yeah. So anyway, so we'll start off with what I've classed as sort of sustainability and accessibility matters. Again,
I'm so sorry.
do you need to swap around?
Could we swap around?
Yeah, sure.
Is that all right?
Yeah, I'm going to do that first, and then I'll move on to transport. So those two things are sort of, is it Mr. Cole coming on? Yeah.
Mr. Cole and Ms. Elthwick as well. Thank you. I think.
Just while you're swapping, and again, obviously, some of these issues have been discussed before now in both general terms, but also some, and I imagine some of the points about Cruise Hill will also be relevant here. So I'll try and rein myself in to areas where things have already been discussed if I can. Okay, yes, that's it. Right. Okay, so this is a broadly site selection and sustainable location issue. So as far as I can tell, notwithstanding statements of common ground that exist between Enfield, and this is actually a point I made with Cruise Hill, the staff statements of common ground that exist between Enfield and TfL and the GLA, the issues they raised with regard to sustainability of Chase Park still remain. And I know that with Cruise Hill, there was I was told there had been further discussions, and I did ask, I think, once we got to the end of the discussion, to have a, if you like, updated statement of common ground. I didn't want to keep piecemeal things, because it sounded like discussion was ongoing, but some definitive position of TfL, because as far as I know at the moment, TfL's general standing point and GLA's about the sustainability of these locations, or the ability to deliver sustainable development, they still stand. Is that correct?
Yes, the ostensible position does. There are discussions going on. I don't want to trouble you at this stage with them. There are continuing discussions, as one would expect. So I don't want to say anything further at this stage. But I would just observe this, that when one looks actually at the detail of the position set out in the TfL statement in Matter 1, which encapsulates really the concerns. There's certainly the overarching concern with regard to the need to deliver an allocation of 10 to 12,000 units, which brings with it all sorts of other issues of itself with regard to delivering higher density. You'll remember that being identified as part of TfL's position. But there's also the site-specific requirements that need to be adhered to in order to ensure I'll stick with Chase Park, ensure sustainability around Chase Park, including the sort of car parking restrictions, including the delivery of bus provision, cycling, as well as density aspects. And those are all set out in the response to issue 1.2 in the Matter 1 statement of TfL. And you'll see that in relation to those elements, there's a degree actually of agreement between what the council is proposing to provide when you then look at the statement of common ground and what TfL require.
Thanks. And again, we'll come on to some of those requirements and the suggested changes when we go through the policy. Yes. I think it's probably again the best place to pick those up. Yes. The conclusions of PL12, which is the baseline transport analysis, is that PTEL is low across the site, but increases towards Oakwood and Enfield Chase stations, which have good services. So I guess one point well is how good are the connections from those stations, and actually are they accessible, or could be made accessible to people living in this area in the fullness of time? Because they're not direct. Unlike Cruise Hill, where you've got a station in the allocation, these are outside the allocation and a little distance. So how relevant are these stations to actually the day-to-day lives, if you like, of future residents?
Mr. Cole.
Hello, my name is Chris Cole. I am the Head of Strategic Transport Planning and Policy. So in terms of the stations themselves, Oakwood Station to the west is on the Piccadilly line. Obviously, that's a turn-up and go service. It is a fully accessible station right now. The platforms are accessed by lifts. Enfield Chase Station to the east is on the Great Northern route. It runs approximately 4 services in the peak, but there are plans to increase that, as I testified, because it's on the same route as Cruise Hill. The station is not currently accessible, but Great Northern are interested in trying to make that accessible. There was an application to the Access for All Fund last time round, although it was unsuccessful. But there is potential to put lifts to get up, in this case, up to the platforms.
And would these stations be, in your view, once the allocation is built out as in Figure 3.12, illustratively accessible to those people? Are these stations that would be walkable, for example? Are they all walkable? Taking into account distance and topography and so on?
It's probably something that the majority of people would seek to use a bus to connect to rather than walk. I think, as has been highlighted, there are hills on both sides. You can't get away from that. There will be people who will choose to walk that route. It'd probably be about 15 minutes, I would suggest. It's about equidistant. It's not that far, much distance between the two. I suspect a lot of people would probably take advantage of the travel card using buses and the connections that provides. There are, along Enfield Road, there are 2 high-frequency bus services. That's 6 buses in each direction, which serve both stations, going east or west. So it's 24 buses per hour along the whole route in both directions. In addition to that, there is the 377 route, which is to the south of it goes along Lonsdale Road, which is the south of the southern section of the route. That's only a half-hourly service, but it does also provide, might provide access for others. I have spoken with TfL, and this is kind of the same conversation that I had regarding Cruise Hill. But they are saying that there is the potential to divert either one of those, that's 307 or the 121, into the Chase Park site could be considered if it's required. That would require 1 or 2 additional buses. So obviously there's a cost to that, but that has been included in the IDP. The other thing that's also possible is extending the W8 service, which currently terminates at Chase Farm Hospital, extending that to Oakwood. That would go through the full site from the north, perhaps from either Headley Wood or potentially off the Ridgeway. and that would be an additional 3 to 4 service buses. And again, those costs have been put in. And you will also, an alternative to this, you recall I mentioned during the Cruise Hill hearings that there is a potential for a route that goes from Cruise Hill through Chase Park to Oakwood and Southall. That could be an alternative to the W8. So it depends on the phasing, depends which comes forward, but there are alternatives and options. And again, I refer you back to the evidence I gave previously about the costs of that.
Thank you. And in terms of the costs, again, we'll come on to this on Thursday, probably if we need to, but particularly your viability, council's viability representative is here to speak to the figures. But have these sort of figures been run past TfL for how much it would, to do any of these improvements? This is the kind of level of funding that would be needed.
Yeah, that was again part of the conversation. The costs are commercially confidential, so I can't give them out. But yes, they were agreed, and those figures have been put into the IDP. And again, it's the same as I spoke about at Cruise Hill.
Thank you. Sorry, you've answered that question about, well, my question was, but I think you've answered it, is about, obviously there's buses passing by the site along Enfield Road, which is the A110, yeah. So it's buses passing by there, but it's obviously why would there be? Nothing's going in, nothing penetrating into the site, but as far as you're concerned, that is a perfectly logistically and, physically deliverable alternate option.
Obviously subject to the design of the thing, but yes, TfL also agreed, and as I say, it might require an additional bus or two in order to, because obviously there's additional mileage involved, so it might require an additional bus or two to service that, but that's again been costed and included in the IDP.
Thank you. Other than public transport improvements, are there any other measures identified as being necessary and deliverable that would, if you like, ensure this area was considered a sustainable and accessible location?
So yes, the other thing that's also being looked at is a cycle route. We have a feasibility study being undertaken at the moment that would that will include upgrading the existing route, which is alongside Enfield Road, to connect up to Oakwood Station and beyond, and also a route heading to Enfield Town.
And remind me, this allocation does include the potential for local facilities as well. I think I'm right in saying local parades in the centre. So
within the site.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I think the point was made at Cruise Hill. That's also an opportunity to reduce the need to travel. So. I think with in other locations, I think Hadley Wood in particular, but also Cruise Hill, I think there was this talk about PTEL not being the only way of assessing whether something is considered, it's what TfL used, but there's other things that can be taken into account. Is there anything in relation to Chase Park that would, if you like, I can look at PTEL and that's a factual score, but then there's other things that I need to have regard to in determining whether or not this is or could be a sustainable location. In Hadley Wood, for example, it was talking about, well, there's PTEL of, it was 0 or 1 or 2, but you'd got the parade of shops already in the vicinity and so on and so forth. Is there anything sort of that Chase Park offers that might be outside the PTEL scoring?
I think again I'd refer you back to the evidence I gave at Cruise Hill about the provision of services and so on within the development does actually eliminate the need to travel. There are some local parade of shops in the vicinity of the area. There are slightly further away there at Highlands Village. There's quite a large Sainsbury's, but I suspect that in terms of the destination point for shopping would still probably remain Enfield Town.
and this is, I think, a point when we get onto parking at some point. Obviously, it's PTEL 0 or PTEL 1 at the moment, mainly in the area. Presumably, and then we had the same discussion at Cruise Hill. The intention is to try and bring it out of that. Presumably, if once the scheme is delivered, it would be significantly better. It would be better, and obviously that'll feed then into my thinking about parking standards, I think, as well. So is that's the intention? Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. So there are two. The kind of the phasing of the development was kind of shown in the what's it called? The special framework kind of shows that the kind of areas to either side of Enfield Town probably like to be developed first. Those are both within 400 metres. I measured it. I think it's about 330 was the longest distance to Merry Hills Brook, for example. So both of those are actually within suitable walking distance. I think there would need to be need to consider additional bus stops along Enfield Road, but again, that's fairly straightforward. And as I say, we have the two alternatives in terms of bringing one of those routes off the Enfield Road and or additional services, probably more likely so in terms of W8 or that service from Cruise Hill. So again, those would uplift the PTEL.
Thank you.
So I don't know whether it helps for your note, but page 3 of the spatial framework document, which is PLA4, I don't ask you to turn it up now, but you'll see there there's an isochrone identifying the centres, either local through to town centre, and the distance by way of walk or cycle to those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I will actually mention parking standards. I want to say parking standards, I've heard a lot about this around other sites and so on, but I think I'm not fully clear yet on what is expected in terms of parking provision across the allocation. Because we've talked in other places about whether it differs to the London plan or whether there's something more stringent than the London plan or whatever. And I'm not entirely sure. Maybe this will become clear when we start looking at the allocations, because obviously there's suggested wording changes and things, but I still think there's more clarity needed. Are we talking here about car free or car light as per in the London plan?
So I don't know whether I can help with that. Mr. Cole will speak to it. There's an agreed position with TfL on this, which is set out in sub 14J. And indicates that in relation to parking standards, there will be the adoption of car light development principles for strategic housing sites, including Chase Park, alongside Cruise Hill.
Okay. So when we get onto the criteria, we'll see whether that's effective or not, because I don't think it's quite clear. Sorry, I'm just reading my question to see whether I need to ask it now or later. Yeah, because London Plan Policy T6, obviously, is a little bit. Well, on one hand, it says anywhere that's is or planned to be well connected by public transport should be car free, and then again, it sets out a load of parking standards, not all of which are car free for housing development. So, and then and then sort of says car light and so on. But I think yeah, I think I'll look at the wording when we get there to see if it's clear. But the council position is it should be car light, and whatever that means in practice. And I think I questioned what does that mean in practice when policy T6.1 refers people to parking standards, which not all of which I would say are car light. They're one, yeah. So
yes, it may need to be modified in order to reflect that. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, we've talked a lot about sustainable public transport and so on and so forth in other sessions. So I've got quite a good picture of all that anyway. So that's picked up probably all my questions on that. We'll move on to other transport matters in a moment, but I'll take a pause here and open it up for anybody on those matters, mainly, say, sustainability credentials. I'll start with Enfield Road Watch et al.
Thank you, sir. I've just got to find my notes, if you just bear with me. I didn't expect to be speaking so quickly. Enfield Road Watch submitted an extensive analysis of active travel out of the site and towards Oakwood and Enfield Town. That's before you, sir, as document 1687-41-1. I'll just pick out a couple of points from...
Sorry, you're going to have to say that slower.
1687-41-1.
Okay.
So the analysis was done using ordnance survey mapping, and it compared various routes which were taken from the illustrative framework figure 312, and then it compared them to the LTN 120 national guidance for cycling routes. The analysis shows that broadly, virtually all the routes out of the site and towards Oakwood and Enfield Town are non-compliant. We notice also that in the IDP extract document, which is on the council's local plan, local plan page as E7 12.1, page 6 talks about introducing a toucan controlled crossing for cycling up Slades Hill and then diverting across Slades Hill into Old Park View, which is to provide a lower gradient profile route to Enfield Chase Station. We note that that particular junction is currently has a speed camera on it, which suggests that there have been safety concerns at that point in the past, and we would be not sure whether a toucan crossing would be permitted, but of course it does nothing to mitigate the uphill climb from the allocation to reach that point in order to turn off Slades Hill. That's my points. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Over 50s Forum.
Thank you. Just because I think it was glided over slightly, the train service from Enfield Chase is certainly 4 times an hour at peak times, but all of the rest of the time it's 2 an hour, which is a reduction in service from some years pre-COVID when it was 3 trains an hour, which I would say was sustainable. If it's half hourly, it doesn't really work for most older people with the need to get a bus first, and buses can sometimes be delayed because of transport problems. The other point I'd make is that the hills are phenomenally steep. The existing cycle lane is almost useless, to be honest, because it's so very narrow and then disappears. That would need a huge amount of infrastructure to make it remotely feasible.
Is this on Enfield Road?
Yeah. Thank you.
There is housing already on Enfield Road, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Yes.
Just well on point. Sorry, is there anything else? No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just to say that the walk times at Reg 18 between the site and the stations were listed as 30 minutes, and TfL said that simply wasn't close enough. They're not 15 minutes walk; they're far longer. In terms of the, I can't remember what those things are called, isochromes. All those distances, by the way, are taken from the very edge of each thing, so the possible nearest location. And it's such a big allocation. I think it may be worth considering. The actual where most of the houses will be situated. So I'm not sure whether now is the time to talk about some of the transport modelling. I know that
if it's about transport, if it's about relating to public transport and active travel and so on now, if it's about congestion, no, I'd say it's later.
One leads to the other, because the problem with one leads to the solution in the other. I don't know where you want me to work through it.
Let's get it off your chest now.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I wonder if we might look at TRA 5, which is the Transport Modelling Outputs Part 3, which is, I don't know if you can find it. It's PDF page 2. I don't think the page is a number, but if you find it in PDF page 2, you will see Transport Modelling Outputs Part 3. So AM peak, LR 19 plus B, etc. Traffic flows with figures. I don't know if you'll be able to find that.
Sorry, which page?
It's PDF page 2. So if you look at the actual PDF pages, yeah. And if you find the site, so you will see coming from a road called Trentwood Side is 650 vehicles accessing in the peak, trying to leave in the peak hour, and 378 entering. So that, and then if you look along, you'll see that actually along Enfield Road is a -30. So we might ask ourselves, why is there so many cars caught on Trentwood Side, but a minus on Enfield Road? And that's partly because the modelling doesn't allow for the new junctions. So everything from the allocation is being pushed onto Trentwood Side and getting caught there, basically. So if we move forward onto PDF page 10, you'll see the delay times, 2,746 seconds. That's the increased delay times. Now that is an increase of 46 minutes. And then there's a further 3-minute delay increase on Slades Hill, 176 seconds. Those delays though on Slades Hill would probably be much higher if the cars could actually access the road network. They're stuck, if you like, on Trentwood Side, unable to get out within the strategic modelling, which I should say that TfL doesn't support. They make that clear in there. They do support kind of some of the methodology, but they don't support the outputs and haven't checked it. So the transport methodology on page 11 concludes that there are delays at the junctions and they need to be, and more modelling work is required. And that's when we come on to some of the, so it says delays at access points of the network are high for Chase Park, and more detailed work on how these trips access the highway network is required. So as I mentioned, the weakness of this modelling is that it only tests existing roads and junctions. It doesn't try and test the proposed new roads, proposed new junctions. There's 4 to 5 new junctions proposed along the Enfield Road in the Chase Park Spatial Framework and in the IDP extract. So what happens if you test those? And you can just allocate them, you can allocate the delays, if you like, across them. That would still be 9 to 12 minutes delay if you spread it equally across those new junctions. So there's a severe impact happening here. And then I know that there's a sense that this trip modelling was seen as a worst case scenario. And really, if you even halved it, it would still be 5 to 6 minute delays. So the council has then come up with further mitigations to try and resolve this, and this is where the new things come up in terms of the essential changes in terms of the bus operation, effectively, to try and get more people into using the bus network as opposed to the cars. It's absolutely correct that it is an important bus corridor, and this is one of TfL's principal problems, that it's an important bus corridor. And they need to ensure that it's going to remain, moving in effect. When you've got around over 4,000 cars on, as a result of the allocation. So what they've proposed to do is not only the 4 to 5 junctions, but also widen the road, as you know, for 1 kilometre. And that's where the buses come in. They've proposed new bus lanes. And those bus lanes would involve turning right off Enfield Road, going round the development for over 2 kilometres, and then trying to turn right back onto Enfield Road, just 150 metres down or something, to rejoin Enfield Road and then carry on up. And that's quite a considerable delay. And again, this is why there's so many issues.
So can we get to the point of what it is you want to see changed, other than the allocation being removed? Because I understand, you build 5,000 houses, whatever it is, X thousand houses, is going to have an effect on the transport network, isn't it? Inevitably.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
And it is inevitable. I understand you're saying, as far as you're concerned, there will be severe cumulative transport. That is for the next session. It's not about the next point we want to get onto.
Yeah.
So that's your point there. I don't necessarily need chapter and verse on every single thing you find wrong with the modelling, because the council can come back on that. But what is, trying to get to understand what it is you want to see altered.
Sure. So we've got a lot of proposed mitigations, very substantial mitigations, but they've not been tested. The statement of Common Ground with TfL suggests there is going to be testing submitted as part of the evidence of a local plan, this examination. The council has said it's going to submit such evidence, but we don't have it. The concern, therefore, is that this will, if this site were allocated, for example, and then the evidence is produced, that it will show that the site can't actually be, the problems can't actually be resolved, and TfL will continue to object to it, and the GLA will call it in, even if it gets approved. And it will mean the site will not actually really be deliverable. So the point there is that we need additional modelling. I think pragmatically we need the additional modelling kind of as part of the examination to see that this is within reason.
Well, I'll decide what we need.
Yeah.
You won't like to see it, but so that's your point. You think there's more evidence needed, not dictating to me what is or isn't needed.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dictate to you, but I mean I was trying to get to the point.
Yeah. I mean, clearly as well, understood all that, but there's always going to be extra transport modelling done after an allocation's been made, clearly. When an application comes in, clearly, you cannot predict everything that's going to happen between now and 2041. So accept that, presumably.
Absolutely accept it. Absolutely accept it.
So what we're looking at is reasonable levels of comfort and certainty.
Absolutely.
Not absolutely every single I has been dotted, T has been crossed. And therefore, when a TA comes in, if it shows up something, things can change over time. And a TA might show that, that might mean it can't get planning permission. But
completely accept that, sir. This is saying that these are so severe, what's been highlighted here, that I think, if I might respectfully suggest, perhaps a bit more comfort is needed with additional modelling. That's really the point there. And then there's the point about the whether these are sustainable, and there's been a lot of the motion results as shown, but they don't make sense. So I don't know if that's the point to explain this now.
In what? Yeah, we can get on with it.
Okay, so the transport modelling output, so TRA4 outputs part 2, which is on PDF page 91. Shows the motion results for key developments. So land at Chase Park is motion zone 1199. And that's in TRA4, page 91 of the PDFs. So that, you can see there are dwellings there are 6,323. As I understand it, that's because we're looking at the motion zone, not just at the Chase Park development. That motion zone is very, very large and contains a number of other developments in far more sustainable locations, for example, at Oakwood Tube Station and Cockfosters Tube Station. So I think what we're seeing here is the results of the motion zone, and even then they're not particularly encouraging in terms of sustainable transport. And I think there's real potential that these are the best case scenario, because they are incorporating the whole of the motion zone. And if I might say, when you look at the results of the motion zone land at Chase Park, a very natural thing I find to do is to look at they say 3% will be cycling, which is higher, you might notice, than the other schemes which are in far more sustainable locations. But I've realised that's because the other schemes' results cannot be correct. They do not add up to 100%. So there's something very strange going on with these results. And then we've got 3% cycling, which is notably high, actually. But then you've got 7%, only 7% walking, versus 32% where cycling is 2%. And that's because these figures don't really add through to 100%. So there's something very strange going on with them. And then the rest of my comments are about car parking. So I'll leave that for... The car parking allocation is based on 1.15 cars per unit. This was considered by the council when TfL challenged this was considered by the council to be essential in terms of the marketability and practicality of delivering this site. And they specifically linked it back to the viability of the scheme. They defended that position, that it would have to be 1.5 in some areas and lower in others, getting to an average of 1.15 across the site. That is 4,225 car parking spaces, not including the shops and schools and working. And by my reckoning, that is about 5.3 hectares of parking, which the site is going to have to provide for. That is clearly a considerable amount. It's about 8 football pitches worth, maybe a little less than that. And it seems like an extraordinary amount of car parking to be provided into the site. And I couldn't, when I looked at the spatial strategy, I couldn't really see how that had really been comprehensively factored in, that sheer amount of land take for parking off street is what they're proposing, which is a bit, which doesn't actually match with we'll come on to that later, I'm sure, when we go through the policies. But that was my main concern. And then there's the policies which do not seem to try and get to car light. They suggest car light, but don't set an actual standard to get the cars down to a level where it would help reduce the severe impacts.
Well, that's something that can be modified, can't it? So,
yes, it can be modified. So yes, that's correct. But that's obviously, we say in our statement we do have big concerns about the car parking policies in that respect, and the proposed modifications being quite weak, which I guess we'll come on to. But that was my point. And thank you, sir, for allowing me to get through those.
Yeah. And Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you. The first point to make, I suppose, is that prior to the hearing starting, TfL wrote to the council, which was then made public, saying they didn't think this was a sustainable site, and they felt that a better site would be to take off the southern part of Trent Park. So TfL, at least 12 months ago, thought this wasn't a sustainable site. And since TfL are a major player in this whole process, that is something that's worth repeating, I think. Now, the other aspect of this, which is very worrying and has been alluded to in some detail by Mr. Byrne here, is that if you take the PTAL rating for this site, which of course is about 2, 1 in some places, 3 in another, but it's all very poor. And that relates directly in the London plan to the level of car parking provision. Now, I do recall that when the London plan was being considered in 2021, we went to the Secretary of State then, the car parking provision was increased. So the Mayor didn't want as much car parking, and that was changed. Now, as Mr. Burns says quite rightly, we are talking about if you take the London plan requirements which are set out, and I'm sure people have seen that, we're talking about thousands of cars on this scheme, unless and this is where perhaps some clarification will be required, I suppose it is possible that TfL could waive these requirements in the London plan and have something that it prefers so that the council can achieve a car light scheme. I have no idea whether that is possible. I suspect that would be highly questionable. It's also possible, of course, that the London plan will be revised and this will be made clearer. I suspect that is what will happen, but it hasn't happened yet, and we can't, I don't think, take a view except on the existing policies, which are set out perfectly clearly in the London plan. I've finished by just mentioning, though I don't particularly want to, about cycling. Anyone who knows the site knows it's extremely hilly. I've actually cycled from Enfield Town to Cockfosters along the Enfield Road, and I'm reasonably fit, not particularly fit, and I found it a real struggle. And I would, because it is so steep in many places. So the idea that somehow a lot of the people who will be living on this scheme, you know, older people, young mums and all the rest of it, or people who are disabled, will be able to cycle is clearly really quite silly, and it's not possible in my view and in most people's view. And just finally, if I may, the council has produced a very useful document about the infrastructure requirements for this scheme, and it spells out in some detail the need for a major rebuilding of Enfield Road were this to go ahead. It needs junction improvements, it needs 4 new junctions, the road needs to be widened. So we are talking about a colossal construction job, which would have to be paid by the developers, by the way, apparently. But the impact on the bus routes will be disastrous, probably for years, and that is another consideration I would suggest. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. There was a question that popped into my head when you were saying that, and it'll come back to me, I'm sure, so far. Yeah, but
Iceni, James.
Iceni, sorry.
Yes, so just to zoom out a little bit on this point here, obviously TfL, they're only a consultee in this matter, and it's important to remember, I don't think TfL have done much release of greenbelt sites in, well, ever, basically. And I think my point here is you need to zoom out and look at the sustainability and what an opportunity this is. And if we were in anywhere else in the country, we would be saying this is a really, really incredible site. You've got Oakwood Piccadilly line on one side of the potential development, and then Enfield Town on the other in terms of public transport. You've then got Enfield Town, which is considered within the local plan to be the major local centre within the district, and the primary retail centre as well. And Chase Park is ideally located to take advantage of both of those transport nodes and all of those facilities and services that are on offer there. And that's the key thing here. There's a lot of chat about PTAL, but by TfL's own admission, PTAL is not an appropriate way to assess sustainability of a greenbelt site, because it was never designed for that purpose, and the London plan is not written with that in mind. So I come back to that original point. You know, if this was Potter's Bar, you'd be saying this is a really incredible, sustainable location. Let's get lots of housing within it. And yeah, I think sometimes we can get just a little bit distracted by the fact that the London plan is not set up to look at the release of greenbelt land, and parking and sustainability policies are not along those lines.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm not going to comment on the London plan. When you say TfL are only consultee, quite an important consultee. A higher authority, aren't they?
Yeah, of course, yeah. But you know, it's not like what they say is gospel. You know, everyone is capable of coming to their own decisions on this matter. And as I said, I don't think they've done a lot of greenbelt releases in terms of consultation and putting into that.
Okay. Thanks. I'll hand back to the council. I think we'll put a pin in the issues of, don't need to respond to the transport modelling comments just yet, because I've got some questions on transport modelling anyway. So can subsume all that into any response to Mr. Burns' points there. But he's made them now, so he doesn't need to make them again. So if there's any comments you've got to come back on in relation to the sustainable, public transport, active travel and parking. I think parking is a sort of straddles areas, but it's mainly to do with the sustainability of the site, I think, overall.
Yes, absolutely. The parking issue, maybe that we deal with that now, so perhaps with your permission we'll deal with that in the context of modelling as well. But we'll see where we go. Just on the first issue with regard to the first main area, what I was suggesting for Mr. Cole's purposes is if we go through the various issues in turn, and I think Enfield Road Watch were the first to raise issues, particularly around LTN 120. Just as a precursor to this, I think it was said by Mr. Lack that there was a wholesale analysis of the accessibility of this site by public transport or other sustainable measures, when in fact the document that Mr. Lack's referred to, 168711, is the LTN 120 analysis. So it relates solely to the degree to which cycle paths are appropriate in this location. I think
to be fair to Mr. Lack, that's what the point you're making. It was about psychopaths.
I wasn't suggesting that, but to the extent that you might think that there's something much bigger that we need to be concentrating on, there isn't. It's only about the compliance with LTN 120. And Mr. Cole will deal with that. I think firstly deal with the approach taken in LTN 120 and then any other points of compliance, please, Mr. Cole.
Okay, so quite a long explanation in terms of a response to that. I think it starts off with the fact that LTN 120 is guidance. It's not a standard. And therefore, but we have still kind of looked, as I said, there is a feasibility study that is going on right now about this particular route and kind of looks into all of these various bits and pieces. So if you dive down into LTN 120, it kind of has a number of principles. Those are cohesion, directness, safety, comfort, and attractiveness. Now, the elements of gradients are obviously covered in the comfort side of that. And in particular, it actually says in paragraph 5.9.7 of LTN 120 that unlike, it takes on the point that Mr. Lack is making, unlike motor traffic, human physiology means that people can cycle steep gradients that are fairly short, but are not capable of maintaining high levels of effort for longer distances. Cycle of routes, therefore, should, where possible, and that's kind of a key point here, be designed in such a way that the steepness and maximum length of the longitudinal gradients meets the requirements of table 5.8. I think it's 5.8 is actually quoted in your document, and I think you do, so again, it's kind of covering onto that. So that, we do have to kind of to try and balance the effort required. I think that the analysis, as Mr. Lack did actually point out, it comes from the OS base. We've actually been taking a proper topographical survey. Work is kind of ongoing on that. I think the OS base does use Merry Hills Brook as the base point, because that's how OS maps kind of work. We should recognise that the brook itself is at least 1.5 meters-ish from the road. So you're already starting. So the analysis that Enfield Road Watch done exaggerate the gradient, in our opinion. We should, so it is still a hill, we do recognise that. There was a specific mention of a toucan at the junction of Old Park View, thank you. So there are many roads called Old Park and I often get confused between them. Again, the feasibility study, we've got two options which are LTN 120 compliant. So I would actually say that the Enfield Road Watch analysis is incorrect at that point. I would also say that in terms, I take on board the point people have been making a lot about the steepness, but I also remind that e-bikes are now available quite readily. And there is the potential for e-bike hire to come in for those people who don't want to necessarily buy one. That's kind of fairly number of London boroughs have got kind of e-bike hire as well. So that also kind of makes the route more feasible than perhaps as being made out. But I do accept that not everybody will want to cycle that route, and that is why we're also looking at the other sustainable forms of transport in terms of buses.
So just a couple of other points that I think probably relate largely to modelling. I think there were 2 points made by Mr. Byrne, at least as I understood him to be saying, that it'd be helpful if we can provide a response on it. The first of which is that it was suggested that TfL didn't accept the impacts on the bus corridor, ensured that the bus corridors were not, as proposed at least, as through this allocation, appropriate. I just wondered if Mr. Cole could indicate whether or not there's been any indication that they are to be regarded as inappropriate.
I think I'm actually going to pass this over to... I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. Sorry, Mr. Reid.
Just, Mr. Burns, maybe that we need to have a discussion around it so I could be clearer with him. But
maybe, actually, I think the point, I have to, what my point was that TfL hadn't accepted the modelling in its entirety, I think, was the question. So which I'm quite content to put a pin in that, because I literally have a question, which is, have TfL accepted the modelling? Which is what I was going to ask anyway. So
we undertook all the work in very close cooperation and collaboration with TfL and National Highways, and they have agreed. My understanding from leading the work is that TfL has agreed all the transport modelling that we've undertaken.
Okay, we'll leave that. I mean, if there's obviously TfL's statements in front of me. I've got a question. There's some. We'll leave that. It might be after lunch. We come back onto this anyway. So I'm not sure how far whether I'll ask my questions about transport and then we'll take a break and then everybody can think about it while we have lunch. Sorry, if you have other points on.
One other point concerns the suggestion that was made that the council was indicating that the levels of car parking that were provided for outside of what ultimately was agreed upon with regard to car light were essential. You recall that point was being made, and in fact there's a reference, an allied reference in EnCaf's statement to that effect at page 5, paragraph 5, forgive me, page 2. But actually, if you look at the document that's relied upon, which is actually part of now E14J, you'll see that there's no such indication that it's essential. And in any event, that's historic insofar as the stated position is set out in the Statement of Common Ground.
Anything more? Let me just go through my notes, make sure I picked it. There is, I don't know if it is about modelling. So yes, we'll come back onto the motion output and the need for more modelling or not.
I think Mr. Cole just wanted to raise 2 other points, sir, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
If you may, about.
I think the Over 50s Forum raised the point about the train services. Again, it is something that is looking to be enhanced by Great Northern. I agree with you that the current off-peak service is inadequate, but there are actually some plans that should, I think I've mentioned this at the Cruise Hill hearing as well, that they are looking to increase that at the next timetable change. That'll be in advance of this coming along. I think there was also some conversations about bus lanes along the length of the route. This is something that would still need, this would kind of come down to the specific modelling of the junction, which I think we've spoken to, and I don't want to go into modelling right now. Currently, as we stand right here, right now, there aren't too many bus delays along the length of the frontage of this development. I've got some stuff that shows that. I think where we might need to consider, and I still would actually say that's not necessarily that we'd need, but just need to consider, is whether the bus lanes are required at junctions in order to give buses an advantage if any delay was caused at that point. But that's something, again, the modelling of the detailed modelling of the site would bring out. At this point, I wouldn't say that the bus lanes are essential until modelling shows otherwise.
And just picking up the point then about modelling, not getting into specifics, but the principle of what is your view on the level of comfort needed to allocate a site versus granting planning permission. So in terms of, you've just said there's going to be a need for more detailed modelling, presumably in response to a planning application, TA or whatever, then that might be it. But the level of comfort that, and I don't want to get into all the ins and outs of it, but just more general point about, in terms of impacts on, typically public transport effects on those. Is the level of information that's available sufficient to provide the comfort that would be needed?
Yes, I guess the transport modelling that we've provided for other local plans is a very similar sort of level of detail, and then it goes on in a more finer level of detail at a TA, but I've supported other local plans with a similar level of transport model of granularity to help support big sites.
Okay, thanks. I've got some more detailed questions about these. I'm not drilling into the numbers particularly, but I've got some more points about process and so on. Some of which you probably answered at Cruise Hill, to be fair. But you, at least you can pick up on, pick up some of the specific points that Mr. Bird made, I think, after lunch. What we'll do, I think, is if there's nothing else, we'll take an early lunch, if that's all right with everybody, rather than me start now and then start on all the things and then break. We may as well stop now and come back at, unless there's anything else anyone wants to make about sustainable. Sorry, there was something that's on my mind about parking. Have you picked it up? Yes, we'll come on to this juxtaposition, again, favourite word of the day, between what does car light mean in reality. I think that's something to just bear in mind. We need, what does it mean? Is there a number? And I think the point that Councillor Smith made, sorry, is that a new point, Councillor? Yeah. The point Councillor Smith made was about whether or not there's a mechanism by which the London Plan allows the council to establish a more stringent parking standard for a particular site or location. I've got the London Plan in front of me, but I just know what the council's position is on that.
So can we deal with that after lunch? But yes, that's on my list of things to address, certainly in terms of car parking policy.
Okay, thank you everyone then. So we'll take an early lunch and we'll come back at 1:55. So thank you everyone. 1:55, so we'll make a start. And let's move on to matters of more general transport issues, which will be primarily related to things such as obviously the effect on the efficiency of the transport network and road safety. Some of these have already been discussed both this morning and in previous sessions. So I've just got a few general points. Some of these may well have already been answered, so you might want to sort of just nod or whatever. And some of these were discussed in relation to Cruise Hill as well, sort of general matters. So it may be that you just want to refer me back to those points. But obviously we've got different people in the room who may not have been here for that, so you might want to hear that. So my general point or general question was obviously about, there is a general question about cumulative impacts, whether they've been robustly and fully assessed. You've already heard both today and in previous sessions of some concerns relating to the robustness of that. You may well consider you've already answered that, but is there anything else you want to say about that?
So yes, I think there are some matters that need to be addressed in relation to the modelling. And so far as it's been suggested that there are very significant delays that are anticipated by reference to the modelling data, and Ms. Elphick will deal with this, but it's important to bear in mind what has actually been modelled with regard to numbers, because actually there's been a very significant overestimate of generation. And as a starting point, the question is whether or not what is being seen is considered to be appropriate, and you've had the evidence from Ms. Elphick on that, that this is not an analysis that she sees as being any different from that which she sees in other contexts. But allied to that more detailed question is whether or not the sort of outputs that she's seeing give her cause for concern, and she'll deal with that as to whether they do give cause for concern, as just as on the basis of the figures as you have them. But, excuse me, but in addition, having looked at that, you'll be asked to note that actually there is a significant overestimate in the generated numbers for a number of reasons, both of which then lead to the conclusion that you can be satisfied that the transportation system is not unduly affected. So perhaps Ms. Elphick can firstly just deal with whether, in terms of the outputs that she's seeing, those outputs give her cause for concern, and then she can deal with the ways in which there's an overestimate of traffic generation.
Thank you. So I guess as we discussed in Cruise Hill, the transport model is a simplification of reality, and the zone in which Chase Park is represented loads trips into two locations. One of those is on Wagon Road and Stag Hill, and one of those is in the A1110. And that's how the model was generated. It's a model of the whole of London, so that is appropriate for that level of detail. And so then when I think, there's obviously that model includes around 5,000 existing houses, because it includes some of the Hadley Wood and some of the residential areas around the 1110, just north and south of that. So there's so the zone includes areas that not just the Chase Park proposed development zones, trips. And I guess because the model is a simplification of it's focusing the loading of the trips into two locations, whereas in reality they would be dispersed, more widely dispersed across the network, as we discussed at Cruise Hill. So on that, and the next point, I guess, we have modelled a worst case scenario. So in terms of the number of dwellings we've assumed at Chase Park, we represented that number from Reg 19, which is, the number at Chase Park, the number of houses we assumed was assumed at Reg 18, which is 5,718. Whereas I guess since the modelling and as time has gone on, that number's obviously come down to 3,700. So the modelling is representing a worst case in terms of dwellings by over 2,000. We have, when we undertook the work, we reviewed the car trip generation that the TfL's model motion was generating, and we took a view with National Highways that it was probably slightly lower than we anticipated, so we increased the trip rates higher to provide National Highways more evidence of what a higher trip rate could cause on their network. And I guess the final point is that no sustainable transport measures or bus improvements have been incorporated into the model. So in terms of those delays that are occurring on the A1110, access points, I am very confident that in reality that with additional access points that will come forward as part of the Chase Park transport assessment, that the delays would reduce a lot, and the council would work in cooperation with the developer to ensure delays to the existing network were not affected, were minimised as much as possible.
Perhaps himself, I can just deal with whether, on the basis of what she sees in terms of the outputs, bearing in mind those various factors, whether there's any concerns that she holds about the network capacity in the area in comparison to her experience.
So from my experience of other similar developments and the impacts they have I don't think that this one, that with the impacts we're seeing are of significant concern, and they can be dealt with through the measures that are set out in the plan. I just also wanted to note that Mr. Burns did make reference to slide 91 on TRA 4, there are, in relation to Tesco, Ponders End and land known as Brimsdown Sports Ground, there are, those percentages do not add up to 100%, but we can provide the revised figures if required.
Can we just be clear, when concentrating on Chase Park, is there any error around Chase Park or indeed Cruise Hill that the inspector needs to be concerned about?
No, there's no, on that slide 91 in TRA 4, there's no errors relating to Cruise Hill or Chase Park.
Say that we're not proposing to change those in relation to Ponders End or otherwise, unless you want to see those changes, because they're not related to the issues that we're concerned with today.
Okay, thank you. The point that was made, or a point that was made, was that the if you like, you've got a policy off, let's call it, worst case scenario test at the moment. So it is, there's no mitigation plugged in, there's no additional access points plugged in. I think the suggestion was that, well, in order to understand, you know, the effects of development truly, and you need to be able to, you need to model those mitigation measures in order to see whether those affect, whether it's correct to assume that they will provide the adequate mitigation. So again, any views on whether it's satisfactory to move forward without modelling the policy on, if you like, approach?
I just referred to kind of Mrs. Selfick's comments earlier that we believe that the level of modelling is commensurate to where we are in terms of this being site allocations. Additional modelling will be required, and we have complied with TfL's guidance on traffic modelling, and they have, as Mrs. Selfick also pointed out this morning, kind of agreed to our approach.
The other point to make is that the question ultimately is whether, on the basis of the policy off position, the sort of delays, even with the sort of overestimates that are being made, the delays that are being seen on the network, whether those appear to be untoward, out of kilter, and ultimately contrary to the MPPF as resulting in a cumulative severe effect, as opposed to anything less than that. And in terms of the levels of delay that are being seen, Ms. Elphick, can you give an indication of whether those seem to you to be undue or severe in the context of the MPPF?
No, the delays and the impacts that we're seeing around the Chase Park area are not defined as severe as you to say in the NPPF.
If that's the evidence, then you don't need to go on to the next stage of undertaking a further estimate. That's the problem.
That's understood. So in the modelling, some of the figures that have been put to me are things like, delays of 2,746 seconds, which equates to a very significant number of minutes. Is that over what period? So what when you say that's 40 minutes, 2,000, so this is, sorry, I should say, this is page 10 of TRA 5, is it 5? You tell me. Which talks about the delay increase. So there's that one junction that was picked out by Mr. Byrne, which is 2,746. So perhaps just in terms of, why that level of increased impact is not considered severe when you convert it into minutes.
I think it goes back to the fact that that's one access. There's a one big zone that's accessing. There's two access points of that one big zone, which is representing all the tiny residential roads that are dispersing traffic onto the network in reality. And it's a function of the simplification of the model, and that. In reality, there's not just one access point loading half the trips in that zone onto the network. They're all those, but because it's it's a strategic highway model of the whole of London, it's not going to represent all the little roads and connections onto the main highway network.
So is it? So obviously, and take from the evidence is there to assist the council in making a decision. And obviously they've relied on your expertise and the expertise of Mr. Cole's team and so on to say, well, actually, looking at these figures, they are in the order of things where we would, from our knowledge of how, frankly, transport works, once we go policy on, we understand how that will translate into, or close to reality. And so, so there's an element of professional judgment in there as well as just relying on the model.
That's correct. And I guess we'd predominantly look at the delays that are occurring on the actual network itself rather than the access points, because that's where traffic is travelling. And you can see, I guess, there is 176 seconds delay going westbound on the A1110, but all the with the exception of the access points, the delays are in an order that is acceptable.
And is that because once you're onto the main road, if you like, it doesn't matter where you got onto it, the road, so that's a more reliable figure of how traffic is actually operated, because once you've come off the different access and there's like to be some spreading there, so actually the effect would be in the 176 seconds rather than 2,700.
Exactly, because once the traffic is onto the network, then it chooses that this is when the model comes into its own. It chooses the route and then of where it wants to get to, and therefore on the main network, it's where we should be focusing. The delays are more true of what could happen.
One other point to make, I think Mr. Byrne mentioned, it was specifically Trentwood side, which is an existing road. I think we should just point out that this is kind of an indication of the entrance and access to the site. It is not specifically on Trentwood side as a road, because Trentwood side exists, it has a number of residents on it. So the people who are living in Trentwood side and the associated roads off it would not be experiencing this delay. I think as myself is saying, that delay is not totally realistic anyway because of the number of accesses, but I just want to point out that existing residents won't experience additional delay because of that.
Sorry, is that because there's no expectation of an access into the main site through those roads?
That's correct, yeah. I mean, that can be seen in the spatial framework on 5.3, page 30. It's an indicative kind of access arrangement that's been shown there.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you very much. I'm sure there might be some other points. Yeah, so I don't flitter around too much. There has been talk both this morning and in hearing statements as well about additional modelling. And I think I did raise this about Cruise Hill, and I think it was one of the things you were going to get back to me on. So maybe you're still going to get back to me on. The transport topic paper, there's reference to further modelling being carried out in line with the TfL reference case, mode share assumptions. And I did ask at Cruise Hill whether that work could be done. I think you said you'd get back to me, so I don't know if...
I'm sorry, sir, that should be something that I picked up, and that isn't something that I can assist you with at the moment, sir.
I think it's important because there's also, I think there's some other talk about, just going through the various bits of evidence about, representations from Hertfordshire County Council, for example, or we're often talking about more modelling needed or more framework needed, differentiating between what I mentioned this morning, actually, about, obviously there'll be further modelling carried out as part of any planning application or maybe even master plan work versus further modelling needed to provide the comfort to, justify the allocation. And so, again, notwithstanding coming back to me at the TfL point and the, that reference case mode share assumption, I think you've already answered this, but as far as the modelling you've done is sufficient. There's nothing more you're anticipating having to do unless I ask for it, I suppose, that's needed.
That's right, sir. There isn't any expectation that there be a necessity for that.
And in terms of impacts, I'm going to come on to safety momentarily, but in terms of impacts, we've got, and again, I think again, this is how we talked about it in terms of Cruisehill and Hadley Wood. Obviously, the transport modelling information and topic talks about impacts sort of generally across the network. So there are references to the A10, the A406, Hertfordshire County Council, I think, have raised issues about, I think I'm going to talk about this, about Cattlegate Road, Potters Bar, Cuffley and Goffs Oak and various roads of that nature. And I think also Hertfordshire County Council's reps talked about increases on routes such as Wagon Road, Dancers Hill Road, Baker Street to avoid congestion on the M25. So these are all, I mean, obviously lots of roads and lots of junctions being talked about, but is there anything there which, again, either hasn't been identified, would in and of itself result in severe issues as per the MPPF, or where adequate mitigation hasn't been identified? I mean, as far as the as far as the various highway authorities are concerned, including National Highways, are they all content?
None of them have suggested so that there's going to be severe cumulative effects against the MPPF's tests. And perhaps myself, I can just indicate whether there's any other locations that are apparent on the model that suggest there are going to be undue congestion effects more widely than just the immediate confines of or the immediate area of the site.
No, so we have shared, as Matthew said, we've shared all the outputs on Enfield and the wider area with the nearby authorities, and then no other concerns were raised. We've obviously have identified a scheme for the M25 Junction 24, which has been agreed with National Highways.
I'm bound to mention, just so nobody can be under any illusion that I'm not being mindful of this. Broxbourne's obviously objections still outstanding. The point was made last time correctly. They're not the highway authority, and so that's And I imagine there's nothing more to be said about that unless something's changed in the last couple of weeks. But I guess I'm duty bound to make sure that everyone's aware that I'm where I'm in terms of what objections or comments have been made. That those are outstanding, but I understand the context. The context of that authority's role and everything.
Absolutely, sir. But our case isn't that Broxbourne are not objecting to this plan. We know that their position on this.
And I think it's just the other point is that, obviously the TfL, Hertfordshire, and National Highways have identified where there might be issues, but they've not those, which is or concerns or things. But there's no indication by anything that they can't be addressed. I think is the point. In terms of safety, again, this is perhaps more specific than the modelling, but getting down to whether new access points in particular, whether any safety issues have been identified as a result of that, particularly with new access points onto the onto Enfield Road.
Yes, we've noted Mr. Byrne has made some mention of there being accidents within the vicinity. Mr. Cole can deal with that.
So two things to kind of mention here. The first one is I'm actually looking at on Crash Map, which actually looks at the number of accidents. We tend to deal with a 3-year rolling average, a rolling annual year when we're looking back at accidents and whether collisions and what needs to be done. There aren't actually any collisions in the vicinity of the junctions here in the last 3 years. There are some to the east and to the west, but that is in the existing built-up area. There are 2 severe, and 2 slight, and then there's a little cluster of issues around the Bincote Road, Enfield Road roundabout. That's kind of all of those are located in and around junctions. Junctions are inherently a little bit more of a concern. I think I should point out this is kind of in terms of the potential mitigation here. The A110 on this section is currently 40 miles an hour. I think if this came in, it'd be almost certain that we would seek to decrease that speed limit. I should also point out that the council has just very recently launched a consultation on making most roads in Enfield go down to 20 miles an hour. I don't know specifically whether this one, because I don't have that map in front of me, would go down to 20. I suspect it would come down to 30 first. and then maybe there would be a consideration to come down to 20. Within the site, it would be, if that consultation was approved and that became council policy, then within the site it would be 20 miles an hour. In terms of the junctions themselves, obviously there is guidance and so on in terms of what the junctions need to look at. That is something that we need to make sure that they are safe and they do comply with guidance. But there is nothing to make sure that, in my opinion, that makes junctions for this particular site any different from other junctions for other locations and existing ones.
Thank you. And in terms of the vehicular access, is it only intended to be off Enfield Road?
Again, I'd refer you to the figure 5.3, the initial movement framework in the Chase side, the spatial framework of the Chase side, which does show potential for a number of different locations. That includes off potentially up to Hadley Road, and also the possibility of one onto the Ridgeway. The intention would be that this is not a through site, so traffic wouldn't be able to get from Hadley Road to Enfield. The thought is to put some sort of like bus gate or something like that in it, but that would still enable those to the north of the site potentially to access to Hadley Road and vice versa for the south. But again, that is something that would come out as part of the master plan, but there are a number of options available to stop through traffic and prevent, therefore, the area becoming something of accidents. Obviously, just point out the Ridgeway and Enfield Road are obviously A roads and therefore are far more able to accommodate volumes of traffic.
In terms of Ridgeway, is the only place it could realistically come out through the Arnold House area?
Yes, and that's what is being shown on the initial movement framework.
I think all of my other comments were picked up in Cruise Hill, so I think generally there's a sort of about modelling, so thank you for that. Obviously maybe issues that people wish to raise. But yeah, so I'll open that up now to any comments about transport matters more generally. Mr. Lee, you're no relation. I should have made that clear at the start. If you've got any comments.
Thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity to present a short piece on transport. What I'm about to say is based on some written input that I provided to the Stage 2 process. I've lived in the area for over 40 years, and I believe I can offer some insight on this. I'm focusing mainly on the A roads in the area. To the best of my knowledge, there doesn't seem to be enough realistic consideration given to these roads in the integrated impacts assessment for the local plan. The local roads I'm particularly concerned with are the Enfield Road, the A110, and the Ridgeway, the A1005. Enfield Road connects Enfield Town to Oakwood and Barnet. The Ridgeway connects Enfield to the junction 24 of the M25 and Potters Bar. Both are single-track roads with various natural and man-made restrictions on widening them. The so-called Chase Park would sit in the middle of these roads, and residents would rely on them to reach schools, shopping outlets, public transport connections, medical facilities and so on. So the insight I can offer is years of experience of traffic flow and what happens when things go wrong. By that I mean roadworks, road traffic accidents, and also incidents on the nearby M25. These happen regularly, sometimes 2 or 3 a month, often for several days in the case of roadworks. Whenever something happens, the queues build up very quickly. The most recent occurrence that I monitored very closely was on the 23rd of May, when a roadworks crew turned up on Slades Hill, which is part of the Enfield Road, and put single alternate line traffic in place at 10:20 for about an hour. This is not one of the busier times for the road, yet the traffic queue extended about half a mile from the Oakwood direction and approximately a mile from the direction of Enfield Town before the works were completed, just in that hour. I looked at the traffic flow. I found a council document from April 2025, which I think was the cycle route survey investigation that was mentioned before. This presented some thoughts on cycle routes, and it indicated that the estimated traffic flow along Enfield Road, Slades Hill, is that more than 1,200 vehicles per hour used the road. I couldn't understand whether this was an average flow or a peak, so I did, well, with my wife, I undertook a very short study on one day between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. That's the time when local schools tend to turn out. We just did 2 10-minute bidirectional data captures. We found the flow during these periods was over 2,000 vehicles per hour when you multiply it out. That's greater than 1 vehicle every 2 seconds, which was much more than the figure the council quoted. Interestingly, despite this being a period during which we believe school traffic dominated, we did not count any bicycles. I believe this is due to the hills that people have mentioned along Enfield Road in both directions, which no amount of investment in cycle lanes will overcome. So the active travel angle that the council is pursuing, I think it'd be very difficult to achieve on this stretch of road. When things go badly wrong, we should bear in mind that Enfield Road is the primary route between Enfield and the nearest A&E at Barnet Hospital. There are potentially rat runs around some parts of the Enfield Road, not all, but these are through residential areas and past several schools. The same goes for the Ridgeway. A total bypass of the road, for example, if Slades Hill was at a standstill, would add a few miles to any journey. With regard to the Ridgeway, Chase Farm Hospital is accessed via the Ridgeway. It has an urgent care centre, so access journey times would also be critical there. Both these roads have natural restrictions as confirmed by the Council's April 2025 study, which mean that road widening would be unachievable except at wholly disproportionate costs. I understand TfL has expressed concern about the ability of the existing public transport network to support the local plan. Again, from personal experience, I would add that during the rush hour, the trains from Oakwood, Enfield Chase and Enfield Town are not usually full when leaving these stations, but within 2 to 4 stops, all the seating is taken, and another couple of stops, they're full with standing people too. So these roads, what I'm saying is these roads are on the edge of their capacity already. To add the vehicular traffic from thousands more homes will, I believe, severely impact these already busy thoroughfares. So the extreme detriment of local residents due to unbearable delays and increased pollution, the detriment to the speed of emergency and other service vehicle journeys, and other road users using the roads for journeys between the locations I mentioned. When it comes to conformance of the local plan to the NPPF framework, I don't propose to quote anything specifically, but I'm sure that there are several elements of paragraphs 115, 116 and 117 which the proposals will not satisfy. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Mr. Light.
Thank you, sir. I would like to raise some road safety concerns concerning the possible new access which might occur in area SA 10.2, which is connecting to the Ridgeway. That site, which has already been mentioned as Arnold House, is currently undergoing a development of a care home, and there's an existing past planning application for that site. The current plans for that site make no mention of any connection to a possible development. And in fact, if you look at the proposed site plan, there's only a 5 metre wide roadway shown on the southern edge of the site, which is going to be for accessing the care home. However, assuming that the access point does become one for the allocation, there are some points to make about the safety of that junction that will be created on the Ridgeway. I mean, first of all, the obvious one is that the road itself will run past the care home, where, of course, there are vulnerable residents. The junction that will be created on the Ridgeway will be almost opposite a popular tennis club, which is used by families and children, often children attending unaccompanied. And it also exits onto the Ridgeway close to Crofton Way, which is a housing development dating back to the 1970s. We note that there was a fatal accident at Drapers Road in 2024, and so anyone who uses the Ridgeway will know how much traffic there is around that Drapers Road connection with the Ridgeway. I would suggest, sir, if you haven't already done so, that you visit that particular site and confirm these points for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms Pike, over 54.
Thank you very much. Just one little point of information, please, and then a thought. The 20-mile-an-hour zoning that's being proposed by the council does say that the road we're discussing will remain at its current speed. So, I mean, 30 would be great, but, you know. I didn't know whether to raise this, forgive me, when we're looking at the site allocations, but this seems more pertinent to me, and I'm sure you'll advise me if I've got it wrong. If I can capture what I've heard this morning and what the Over 50s Forum has been discussing, there's a lot more still to come, additional modelling, negotiation with TfL about buses, Great Northern trains that may or may not change the timetable to allow more frequency, the phasing of the infrastructure, compulsory purchase. I think e-bikes are great, but I think we must be conscious that for older people, it's less a problem of muscularity than it is of balance. And trying to cycle up a steep hill is just tricky, whatever extra power you've got behind you. So it kind of puzzles us, really, that of all the potential sites, one of the ones that really has to have so much more done and thought about should be the only one, as far as we can see, that actually identifies itself as a site including older persons' accommodation, when, as it stands, there's not a lot of comfort here for us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think probably we'll pick that up when we get to the criteria and the site allocated point noted. I think it's in your reps as well, so I understand that. I'm going to assume there's a correlation between that and Arnold House and the planning permission for that currently exists.
I think, as a bunch of us, our concern, we're concerned for a suitable accommodation for all older people and younger people, for that matter. Our main concern is really about mainstream accommodation for older people and downsizing and freeing up family homes. And that, when we come to site allocation, so no, I wasn't really thinking about Arnold House, although that may be what that figure refers to.
I'm assuming that. I mean, I might be wrong.
Okay,
That was my assumption, but
there's
I might be
nothing
wrong.
about mainstream.
No, and I think I think council have put a suggested modification forward. I think for whichever criterion it is in relation to that, which may or may not help. But we'll come on to that, Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully it helps. IDP 2 of the PDF, page 25, there's a figure 27, road collision severity. And that shows quite a number of serious casualties along Enfield Road, the A1110. That's authored by or checked by Miss Elthick. If we go back to page 23 of that document, it does say, overall, just a quick line from it, but there's a few things in it. Overall, it appears the serious casualties are located along the A-road corridors, and it names the A110 there, and I assume that relates to those collisions which have been identified in that figure, which is in the evidence base IDP2. So it's PDF pages 25 and 23. In terms of the roads, the modelling, the roads loading, and it not representing the little roads, I can understand how that works in terms of Cruise Hill, but I sort of have to admit I was a bit unsure about how it could work for Chase Park, because there are no other little roads. They're not there at all, which is why it all loads onto Tenniswood. But it didn't seem they were getting out of the model at all. just in terms of just something to mention is that I reread the TfL's Matter 5 hearing statement, and it is very useful, I think. I'm not going to go into it, but it is. I just want to redraw your attention to it, if I may, because it is very useful for understanding this, because there's clearly a lot of disagreement. And in the more recent statement of common ground, TfL have said again the assertion that the modelling work was assured by TfL is incorrect. TfL have not undertaken a hands-on review of the models and did not provide assurance that the modelling principles were applied without error. So I think that there is quite a difference of opinion here. I may. Sorry, it's in the Statement of Common Ground, PDF, pages 1, 2, 3, 4. It's in Appendix 3, which is quite very interesting. Appendix 3, the final, right at the back. What's the PDF? The PDF page number is 1, 2, 3 to 4, and it's sub 14J. It's a Statement of Common Ground with TfL. So there's that one. Just one thing. So I mean, this is maybe a little bit cheeky, but we've been trying hard to find comparator schemes, because we've been looking at this, taking this very, very seriously, and looking at comparator schemes to try and see what happens in comparisons, and also with that sense about deliverability. And I noted Ms. Elphick's point that she's worked on similar schemes, and I wondered if it's possible to have the examples so we can just see for ourselves. No. Okay.
This is my benefit.
No, I understand that.
It's not about satisfying me.
I was hoping it might be beneficial for you as well.
Believe me, I've dealt with many, many local plans, so I have a reasonable understanding of these things.
It's just that this site is quite unusual in being a London-based site, which is a greenbelt site of this nature. And when we've been looking at the sort of deliverability of it, which we'll talk about, I know, later, we have tried very, very hard to find and it is indeed difficult to find comparison schemes to say, yes, that we have found some, but it is very difficult to find them.
Is that because they don't exist yet? Because the world is
in
moving
London,
on,
yes.
isn't it?
Yes, exactly. In London, it's
so you can't necessarily rely on comparator schemes, can you? You've got to rely on what's before me. You're not comparing everything. Everything can't be a comparison to what someone else has done. You have to rely on the information that's before me.
Sure. I was just wondering, as it was given as a reassurance. That was all. I apologise for asking.
It's the best one in the world.
Yeah.
It's not the role of the council to make sure everyone who's commenting on the plane is content with.
I completely understand.
So you've told me what you think. What I certainly wasn't going to do is, unless they want to volunteer it, is then open it up to another debate, and where you have to go away and then do.
Of course,
you tell me everything that's wrong with those comparators.
I was hoping, rather cheekily, perhaps you might also find it useful, but
I've dealt with enough local plans in my life to know what level of modelling. And obviously, if I determine that at the end of this more work is needed, then I'll let the council know.
Completely understood. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, if the one of the key considerations is whether the development will have a cumulative and severe effect on traffic congestion, then and that the modelling that's taken place concludes, as we understand, that it won't. I think that's what the consultant said. Could I ask what exact assumptions were made by the consultants in terms of the actual development itself? Because, as we said earlier, there are potential, if the London Plan requirements for parking are in place and they're not modified, we're talking potentially about thousands of cars on this site. It's not an exaggeration, even if you only have 1 or 3/4 of a parking space per unit. So that really concerns me, because one would have to make a whole range of sophisticated assumptions about these numbers, and we haven't been told at all, as far as I can see, what those assumptions are.
Well, the assumptions are set out in the document.
I'm not. Well, that's a valid point, because I'm not familiar with the modelling. But have assumptions about.
Well, the methodology must be set out in the document.
Well, if that's the case,
it's not just.
Given that it was a rather unclear discussion this morning, I just wondered what.
Obviously, some of the discussion is based on the proviso that I've read. I'm aware of the documents in front of me, and I've read them.
To your expertise, sir. Of course, I do.
the council may want to just confirm what level of parking has bin plugged in, just to, because we understand that, because that might set context for the further discussion about. There's likely to be a discussion about what the policy says about parking, and the council have already, I think, accepted that some clarity is needed about car light, which would be, I suspect, lower than the 1.5 or 1.15 spaces per dwelling. So in theory, at least, that should, if that follows through, and I consider that, then that would bring it down in terms of spaces, anyway.
Yes,
Yeah.
no,
Okay, and sorry, was there another point?
There was. I'm sorry. I should have said I was speaking about SA 10.1, and I'd forgotten that Arnold House was a separate and different site allocation.
No, so that's my, yeah, my
So I
fault.
wasn't
My
talking
mistake there. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for that. I'll move over to the other side of the table then. Mr. Biggs.
Yes, so it was really just to pick up on the comment about the accesses onto the Ridgeway. I think it was mentioned by the Highway Authority that it was only through the Arnold House site, but in our representations, or for my client, the representations, we submitted detailed access plans and also a tree survey in respect of access through from Fairview Road. And we showed a access width of 5.5 metres through to the southern part of the site. I don't know if that's been modelled or considered by the Highway Authority, or if they're even aware of that submission.
If you went through Fairview Road, you'd have to go quite a few trees, wouldn't it?
In our representations, there's a tree survey and note showing how many trees are taken out. We looked specifically at the detailed design of that to minimise the actual impact.
Obviously, the point is, well, two things here. One is that it's what the policy says about access, and when we go through the thing, we'll see what it says. I can't recall, I haven't got a total recall of whether it says where the accesses will be taken from when we get into, but obviously it's whether or not there's anything unsound about what's in the current plan, rather than there being an alternative someone might prefer.
But my response is in respect of that the Highway Authority said that there is no other access.
Yeah, well, there isn't. Well, there may not be, because if they haven't said there is, then there isn't at the moment. Unless the plan says there's an access through Fairview, then effectively what you're giving me is an omission. Yeah.
Well, we have made submissions already, and yeah. That's
Okay, I'm not sure it takes me too far. And then.
Thank you. It's just a brief comment about the provision of elderly accommodation. So Landsdown have promoted at least the Trent Park Equestrian site to be brought forward, at least in part, for elderly accommodation. And part of the reason for that is that, in our view of the placemaking area, it's the most sustainable part of the placemaking area. There is, as designated in the policies map, a local centre which starts effectively immediately south of the site. And so it's the most, in terms of walkability and access, it's arguably one of the better located areas for that sort of, and I'm sure there'll be further sort of comments as we get to that policy wording.
Okay, so it may well be the reason why it's there and not MOA is because it's been promoted as such, and that might be as simple as answer as that. Thank you. Okay, anything the council wants to pick up on? Thank you.
It's just a few points, I think. Mr. Lee made a reference to a count that he'd undertaken in respect of Slates Hill, I think, at 2,000 vehicles per hour. And suggested that that was wrong in comparison to the analysis that was provided for by the council. Just in terms of the 2,000 per hour, can I just understand from Ms. Elphick, perhaps she can help on this, as to the counts that were undertaken through the modelling process, is there any indication that you have that those are inaccurate in any way?
So the highway model that we've used as a basis for this work has used observed counts that were undertaken. I would have to double check what counts were on the Enfield Road, but I'm assuming 2,000 is 1,000 in both directions.
Yes, that was.
Yes, yes. So for an A road, 1,000 vehicles in both directions in an hour is not unusual.
With regard to Mr. Lack's points on Arnold House, I think he's made the point, and I don't criticise Mr. Lack for this, but I'm not sure that this was in the original representations with regard to questions of safety. But if they were there, then my apologies to him. But in any event, as he rightly pointed out, there's been a planning permission for access from Arnold House in the vicinity of, well, within the location of the potential access through to the site, which of course is material for the purposes of understanding whether there's force in an argument around the safety of that junction in geometric terms. And Mr. Byrne made the point, and I think his point was that essentially TfL, and this is a continuation of the point he made this morning, that TfL do not agree with the modelling calculations. Now, it's when one looks at the TfL statement of common ground and TfL's comment, which is at page 123 in sub 14J, it's a little more than just that they have said TfL have not undertaken a hands-on review of the models and did not provide assurance that the modelling principles agreed were applied without error, because it also says this. So Sarah, if you just take a note, you don't need to look it up now, but page 123, assertion that work was assured by TfL is incorrect, but then goes on, TfL agrees that the most appropriate models available at the time of the study have been used, and TfL were involved in discussions about the scope and methodology and provided comments on draft reports. So they were involved, and that Ms. Elphick can just give an indication of the extent to which, if at all, TfL were involved in the process of understanding the model.
So throughout the process of the transport modelling, we had various multiple meetings and discussions and with TfL, and at every stage we shared our assumptions with them, which we were using for the modelling work, and shared draft reports and final reports with them for comment. So we met with them multiple times.
And the last point, I think, arises from Councillor Smith's comments, which concerned him wanting to understand how parking was involved in the modelling. And Ms. Elphick will be able to confirm the level of parking that was assumed. As part of that, if Ms. Elphick can just go back, please, to the levels of or the numbers of dwellings that were assumed for the purposes of understanding, or for the purposes of getting to a generated traffic count.
So for the work that we undertook, we assumed the Reg 18 number of dwellings, which was 5,718, and assumed a car ownership level of 1.15, whereas obviously the allocation is coming forward for 3,700 dwellings.
That's everything we have. Thank you.
A couple of points from me. In terms of the point about Arnold House, though, yes, there's a permission which presumably allows for an access, but does that effectively rule out, if that permission is implemented, or if it's been implemented now, I'll say that for myself, does it rule out using that as an access, as in there's not enough space to deliver an access?
So I'm getting this information from colleagues, but the on-house permission, which is 23/000/32/full, if you wanted to check it out, shows that the vehicle connection it is possible to connect through it.
You need to see the plan, so we're happy to give it to you, but you can see that it actually carries on to the boundary of the neighbouring parcel that will be coloured white on the plan, just to give you some orientation. So it's basically an anticipated cut through.
Okay. And the points that were made by Mr. Leck about whether that's suitable or not, they're separate. But obviously, if it ruled it out, then that'd be more important. And do you have anything to say about this alternative through Fairview at all? I mean, would that, as I say, it does appear to go through, well, more of a sink than, or at least the part of the sink that would be identified as existing woodland, I think. So.
Yes, and in the context of the sink issues, could we come back to that when dealing with the issue of the sink? But it is important for the purposes of understanding the strength of that argument. But from a highways perspective, I don't know whether you'd be assisted by Mr. Cole.
Just go. I mean, it's not a massive issue, I don't think, but just for completeness.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'd refer back to point 5.3, which only shows a potential, and I will stress potential, access through the Arnold House site. Whilst it wouldn't have been modelled, I think that was one of Mr. Biggs's points, has it been modelled? No, it hasn't. But again, I refer back to the point that Ms. Selfick made earlier, the fact that it's actually showing everything going on to the A110 at this moment in time. Is it physically possible? Probably. But as I say, there are other issues that need to be done.
If I were to conclude that even a small element of a sink, it's not justified to allocate that and then run a road through it or an access through it, is that critical to the delivery of the scheme? Would an access onto Ridgeway be absolutely fundamental, do you think?
No, I don't think it does. And again, I keep referring back to 5.3, and it does actually show that the access through to the Ridgeway it has a little question mark saying potential. The intended sort of exits would be onto the A110 and onto Hadley Road. And again, I'd refer back to the comments I made earlier before about through traffic.
Thank you. Helpful. That's very helpful. Thank you. Right, that's anything more on those? If not, oh, sorry, no, one more point I had to say. No, I'll leave that point. So thank you. I'll move on then. My MIQ set out certain things. I'm going to take them out of order though, and I'm going to deal first, when we get onto other factors, with landscape quality and character, not least because we have somebody who's obviously here to speak specifically about that. So, and thank you both for your contribution, very helpful. So, I think we've touched on these things before about whether or not this placemaking area would fall into what is considered a valued landscape in terms of the framework, and if so, is the development of the scale envisaged and the likely harm that might cause to a valued landscape justified? So a general overarching point, I think.
Yes, certainly so. The answer is no. We don't think that it would be identified as or identifiable as a valued landscape, in spite of what EnPlan have suggested. The work has been undertaken by Tyler Grange in its assessment of the value of this area when considering the landscape sensitivity of the proposal, and the conclusion ultimately for the areas in question, whether they either had medium or medium-low sensitivity, value, and if so, maybe that you want to see the relevant part which is to be found at PLA 13 and you'll see in that a number of, forgive me for being somewhat slower than I otherwise would be, but as is always the way, my computer has decided it's, there we are, it's back again. You'll be able to see at pages 43 and sorry, so for this, can I just close down a few documents before I carry on? So from page 39 onwards, you'll see that each of the units that have been identified were the subject of a consideration to the landscape and visual value, taking into account a number of different issues: designations, character, identity, rarity, cultural heritage value, nature conservation value, recreational value, and views. And then ultimately, a conclusion was reached with regard to the value of those various locations, and as I say, got to the conclusion as to whether it was got to the conclusion that it was either medium or medium low. And when one's looking at a valued landscape is an objective analysis of a landscape that is out of the ordinary. And on that analysis, quite plainly, it couldn't fit within that characterisation. Now, there's 2 points that arise from that. The first of which is the application of the Landscape Institute's guidance, the TGN guidance, which has been applied ultimately by NPlan. And one of the points NPlan makes is that, well, not all of the factors were properly taken into account by Tyler Grange when they were analysing this issue. But as a matter of substance, when you look at the range of issues that have been considered, they have taken into account all of those relevant aspects that are necessary for the purposes of reaching a conclusion, bearing in mind that the TGN guidance is not prescriptive and is not, as indeed any part of the LVIA work, GLVIA work is, not prescriptive. So that's the first point to make around whether it's appropriate. The second point concerns the consideration of this in a comparative way, and as to whether or not, in truth, this should be regarded as a landscape of value when one considers it in the round against other locations. One point that needs to be taken into account for the purposes of that is the area of special character designation. And we'll come on to that again in more detail when dealing with some of the matters that Mr. Lack raises. But the important point to bear in mind with regard to that is that that is an overarching designation. And when one looks at the specifics of that designation, it wouldn't get to the conclusion that it's a valued landscape. But I'll hold off going into greater detail on that until we deal with Mr. Lack's assessments, or other end plans. So that's what I say, at the start at least.
Thank you. Yeah, so your statement, I think, does draw my attention to PL13. PL13 identifies the southern part of the placemaking area as low to medium landscape sensitivity and good capacity to accommodate development. But you also say at paragraphs 42 and 43 of the hearing statement, I think, that the policies map and figure 3.12 retain areas within the green belt in the most sensitive areas at Hogs Hill and to the north of the area, which may well be the case. But when I look at the plans in PL13, and particularly plans 4 and 5, is it, I think I would be right in saying that built development is proposed in areas of high, medium value, medium susceptibility. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sir. Could I just have those plans again so I can get them to...
Sorry, it's plans 4 and 5. Oh, sorry, tell I plan 2. Might be looking at page 4 and 5. Plan 2, designations. Is this one? This one, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, they're all down. They're all down as plan 2, actually.
I'm sorry, sir. Could I just take the reference again from the matter statement, just so I can be...
I think it's page 42 and 43. Just let me bring it up to double check so I don't mislead anybody. Paragraph 42, 43, I should say. I think my point is, although there are areas of low, the study identifies areas of lower sensitivity, perhaps in the southern area, it's not necessarily correct to say that you've avoided all areas of medium sensitivity or higher, or or medium sensitivity. I think it might be that the green belt, retained green belt, is in the higher, but it's not. Then you've not avoided all aspects of that higher levels of sensitivity.
Yes, so the assessment, when one looks at the way in which EC 14 and 15 are dealt with within the Tyler Grange analysis, essentially it's showing that the areas to the north, that's to say that bit that's within the country park area, is where there's a concentration of the most sensitivity and where ultimately it's being protected. I take, say, your point that if one's just looking at the block itself, it does show that within the centre of the site, it's a medium sensitivity area, and on that basis, if one were just reading it straightforwardly like that, it would be suggestive of there being development proposed in one of the most sensitive locations, but that's relatively speaking.
I mean, clearly, it's inevitable there's going to be an impact. Any greenfield development is going to have some form of impact on character, appearance, landscape value. I suppose maybe, planning's not about maths and totting up scores, but in terms of the weight you've been given to this sort of thing, and how have you assessed that in overall terms? And I suppose the extension of that is, what mitigation are you suggesting will be put in place to minimise that impact, if such thing can be minimised?
Thank you, sir. I think I would refer to PLA4 and the spatial framework and 3.12 as well as a relatively high-level plan, but therefore begins to offer the potential mitigation of retained landscape and enhancements around buffering to existing woodland, but also contribution of restoration, enhancement of the existing watercourses, and therefore an acknowledgement of the importance of those existing features, and as part of a wider scheme of restoration to improve those. So a range, I mean, albeit kind of a high-level plan of the potential of that, the reference in the policy to the importance of landscape-led approach, and how those existing features and future potential of planting and enhancements in context of the landscape value could offer mitigations across the site.
But clearly, obviously, in the planning, overall planning balance, there's an expectation and acceptance that there will be a degree of harm. And that, from your perspective, that degree of harm is commensurate with the level of value and sensitivity of the area.
I think harm in terms of your point, sir, that by introducing development on the site, it's a significant change. But there's clearly an opportunity here to acknowledge the value of landscape and the existing assets, and to build on those in terms of a landscape-led approach, site-wide approach for enhancement of some of those, mitigate compensation to mitigate the impacts within the site area.
Okay, we'll probably go on to those. So when we get onto policy, we can read about the effectiveness of those. I think probably going to end up with more comments than I've got, so I may as well open it up now. So Enfield Society, Mr. Russell-Vick.
Thank you, sir, very much. I'll deal first, if I might, maybe with the Tyler Grange work. The council suggests that the Tyler Grange work is sort of commensurate with my own assessment. I think I just want to make one or 2 points. I set out in the document you already have with the Society's Regulation 19 response, but just for your note, I review the Tyler Grange work from 236 onwards. Essentially, the points I'm trying to raise within that document are sort of twofold, really. Firstly, is that Tyler Grange approach is based on a methodology which is prepared by Natural England and from 2019, and it's a methodology which is still live. However, it is not a methodology that is used by landscape practitioners now. Landscape practitioners use, for assessing landscape value, they use the Glivia assessment, box 5.1 as it's known, but since 2021, most landscape practitioners use the technical guidance note 221, because that specifically is to do with assessing landscapes that are not designated, and it's very much focused on trying to tease out this question of what is and what is not a valued landscape. And there's an appendix at the back of that document, if you know it, Appendix 4, which addresses some of the questions around how we should all, within the planning world, be considering valued landscapes. So it's very much focused on that, and the Tyler Grange work misses it and doesn't look at it. So in terms of the methodologies that it has used, it has its shortcomings, let's put it that way. The second point to make about it is that Tyler Grange work has informed the process, but ultimately, as you've identified a moment ago, despite the fact that it's identified higher values in certain areas, the process hasn't taken that into account. We have a situation where we have allocated development on higher value landscapes. Final point about Tyler Grange is, yes, they do deal with cultural heritage in their approach, but only in a very light way. They do not mention Enfield Chase once in that document, and they certainly don't go into any sort of consideration as to the value of Enfield Chase, and the whole landscape value of Enfield Chase within the evidence base presented by the council is seriously lacking. What the piece of work that I've tried to do for the Society, supported by work by ACTA, who are specialist landscape historians, is to provide you with a realistic approach and a realistic evaluation of the value of Enfield Chase. If I could just move on to a point about MPPF 180A and how that should be approached. As I said, Appendix 4 deals with that to some extent, but it's essentially what it says if I may remind you. It deals about protecting...
Don't need to, I've just read it.
Okay, thank you. The point I just wanted to draw your attention to was in a manner commensurate with the identified quality in the development plan. And I'm aware that there's just been a discussion around this at the Cruise Hill, about P11, to some extent. And it seems to me this is a rather chicken and egg type question, really. If it's in the development plan, then it's already in effect a valued landscape, and it's not. Now, we're in the process of producing a development plan here, so how do you go about assessing how to approach that? And past inspectors at planning appeals have also taken decisions purely on an evidence base rather than the fact that it's designated or not, and you will be aware of that. So I draw your attention to that point. So you can use an evidence-based approach for this. It doesn't have to be about a designation. Now, it so happens in this case, there is actually some recognition of landscape value here. The ASC is that recognition. It's been established for a very long time, and it's been supported by Countryside Commission, by Natural England, and that the policy has been established, as I say, for a very long time, and it still forms part of the development plan. There are question marks about how the council intend to progress with the ASC through policy making, whether they'll in fact produce a strategic policy to support it, whether they'll draw a proper boundary for it. These are all questions which you may want to come to eventually. But just turning specifically to now about the landscape value case, I've set out for you, and you'll be relieved to hear, I'm not going to take you through the table at 432 of my report, but you'll note from that in all of the categories, from landscape condition through distinctiveness, natural heritage, cultural heritage, recreational, functional, perceptual aspects, including wildness and tranquility, and associations, which also happen to be very important here, that there's a very high or strong presence of nearly all of these indicators, not quite, but nearly all of them. And that points towards, unless evidence can be suggested to the contrary, that the chase as a whole has a high landscape value and should be considered as some. Just as a piece of landscape, it is important to, it's obviously historically important in terms of its cultural heritage value. It's also important to the people of Enfield. It's a recognisable piece of landscape in the minds of the people of Enfield. It is known. It has its own railway station. It's a known and identified landscape, and it's understood as such. Through the work that I do and have done through my career, I have come across various other valued landscape arguments. I've sat on both sides of those arguments, and in my view, this Enfield Chase is such a clearly recognised, and in terms of the regional importance, it's of such great value, that it should be considered to be that valued landscape. Now, it's not the foothills of the Lake District or the Yorkshire Dales, but in terms of a London context, it's a recognisable and highly valuable piece of landscape and should be considered as such.
Thank you. Just from your perspective and experience, if considered a valued landscape, does that preclude development taking place?
No, sir, it doesn't, but it ought to have been taken into account in the process of preparing the plan. Yes, you're quite right. No, it doesn't preclude it fully, but it's not been taken into account given the weight that it should have been. Different decisions may have been made along the way if it had been.
Thank you. Nobody else, so would you like to respond to those points?
Okay. Thank you very much. So yes, I would note what's been said, that different decisions may have been reached. Of course, there's no suggestion, I think, by Mr. Russell Brick or his clients that the quality, as has been assessed by or within the evidence base, the quality of the landscape as a matter of substance, hasn't been taken into account. It plainly has in terms of the documentation. So even if this were properly to be identified as a valued landscape, in reality, the sort of judgments that would have been reached wouldn't have been any different, if only for this reason, something I'll come back to, that the area that NPlan have looked at for the purposes of assessing the valued landscape is the entire northern parcel of the undeveloped section of Enfield. It's basically all that within the greenbelt. So that if there is to be greenbelt release anywhere to meet the needs of the borough, it must happen, on his case, within a valued landscape. So it just cannot be right on that simple analytical basis that there would be a different judgment reached. If the only different judgment would be where in the greenbelt it would happen. But we know the answer to that question. And none, again, has been suggested by anyone. That deals with that point. With regard to the conclusions that NPlan have reached, and I'll just focus on those for a moment. Those conclusions, as I say, were based around, in terms of a valued landscape, were based around the Enfield Chase area. And you know, one knows that because at para 432 in the NPlan report, it refers directly to the area that's been considered under Figure 1. And that's why Russellbeck said that the Chase as a whole, to quote him, is a valued landscape. And so it's not actually looking at the parcel of land that we are dealing with. And in fact, nowhere within the NPlan commentary is there an assessment of this site in isolation. So the entire judgment base for reaching the conclusion that this is valued has taken into account, for example, registered parks and gardens. So areas that actually just do not exist as a matter of fact on this site. So it doesn't form a basis, proper basis for the judgment. I mean, no criticism, Mr. Russellbeck, because of course his clients were looking more broadly at other locations when they were considering their objections. Mr. Russellbeck had to take that into account. And quite rightly, quite properly, he said that it's a judgment that's reached in respect of Enfield Chase. But what he can't do is say that that analysis can descend necessarily and axiomatically against the development parcel with which we're concerned. So that, of course, when one's looking at the logic of it, must reduce the weight to be attached to the judgments that have been reached. But the second point is that it is based in part on what was analysed as being of significance here with regard to the area of special character. And I said we'd come back to this, but I may as well deal with it now. The area of special character was identified in the development management document by reference to two documents that are within your evidence base, DES 42 and 43, which looked at the relevant areas that should be characterised as areas of special character. And there is not an area of special character comprising the totality of Enfield Chase. And it's important that that is not the conclusion to take away from what's been said so far. There are designations of Enfield Chase and Trent Park. That's one area of special character. And there is the Merry Hills Brook. But they are different. And the Merry Hills Brook analysis, as we don't need necessarily to come on to, but if we do, we can. When you look at that in DES 42 and 43, the two characterisation studies, which form the basis of the assessment of the areas of special character, you don't find any historic analysis at all. Or rather, you don't find any analysis of historic issues. You only see it on a landscape basis. And much of the NPlan work, again, no criticism in terms of what's been taken into account, given the scope of what has been looked at, but the nature of the NPlan work has focused very significantly, as has the Enfield Society, on historic significance. a historic significance that actually is related to the Trent Park Enfield Chase designation, which lies to the west of the area that we're dealing with. So when one understands properly the significance to be placed on this issue, actually you can see why the sort of judgments that Tyler Grange reached were correct. And ultimately, they even acknowledged that parts of it had a medium-high value. But, as I say, not in terms of those significant parcels with which we're concerned in terms of the development. And on that basis, in reply, I would suggest that the Tyler Grange work is the one to be engaged with, because it looked at the specific areas.
Okay, thank you. The point you made about, well, if it is a valued landscape as per 180, it doesn't make any particular difference because all of the green belt in this area would be in that category, so you couldn't release any. I suppose an argument, again, plain, it would be, well, is that a constraint then which would say, well, you don't release green belt in Enfield then? I mean...
Yes, not of course, because... And that couldn't be right, because that would essentially it would elevate the designation of a valued landscape to one consistent with a greenbelt designation, or indeed even higher, because you couldn't even release it on the basis of the lesser test of exceptional circumstances in comparison to very special circumstances. And no, there is no policy to that effect, in short. But my point also was that it was my comment, and you got the point, so perhaps I don't need to say it, but this is very much based on the assessment made by EnPlan with regard to the quality of that total area. It's certainly not a judgment the authority has reached.
Okay. I mean, clearly there's also a point here for me, which is, valued landscape, not valued landscape in those categorical terms. There's still a landscape, and it's still got a value to it, and there'll still be something I have to assess as to whether or not, irrespective of whether it's, that sort of category, there's landscape character issues anyway. So I think, again, just I don't want to get absolutely embroiled in valued landscape versus not valued landscape, and therefore, so there's just a general point anyway. But obviously, paragraph 180A does have a particular point to make about valued landscapes, which is why I wanted to cover that. Okay, I'm going to move on then. If there's no other points on that, I'm going to move on to biodiversity, and then perhaps we'll have a quick break. So biodiversity. I'm hoping from this point on, actually, some of these questions will be these sessions will be quite quick, he says. Experience suggests otherwise. And I'm going to pick up green infrastructure and agricultural land as well into this category. And I think as I say, where it's something we can deal with under the criteria, we'll pick up under the criteria. So, but I think I've covered the point that the placemaking area contains designated sinks, and that I think apart from the one adjacent to Arnold House, there's no suggestion of any interference with any of those. That may have an access through it. Others may obviously have improvements. And again, I think when it comes on to playing fields and things, I think I'll pick that up in the allocation session, because I think it's just easier to talk about those. So I'm not going to get into that now. So you've got some specifics, which I'll pick up when we do the essay, go through the essay areas. In terms of the biodiversity, obviously, so the sinks are being hopefully largely protected. And there are some issues about some of the specifics, which I'll come on to. But in terms of biodiversity value, the remainder of the area, so obviously a predominantly greenfield area, there are hedgerows, trees, and so on and so forth. So again, it's an overarching question of whether the biodiversity value of the remainder of the site has been adequately assessed in terms of an allocation, and whether any issues have been identified that can't be mitigated.
Yes, that may well be picked up in a moment, but in terms of at least the evidence base, it's clear that through the environmental assessment work, there's been adequate consideration, and then there's been further consideration through the analytical work in the placemaking study work.
And there's nothing, again, obviously, from your point of view, there's nothing that stands out as being protected species on site, which would be just largely, yeah, okay. Fine. Again, we can pick up some of this when we go through the allocations. Best and most versatile agricultural land. Obviously, I've had your note on this. I think your position is that you don't, albeit it's based on national level data, you're not of the view that there's likely to be any significant issues with BMV in this area.
That's right, sir. We have undertaken an assessment again, having looked at the fact that we've assessed it initially as a grade 3 area rather than 3A or 3B, and so I'm now struggling with my memory as to whether the note that identified the BMV location for Cruise Hill has been put before you. I think it was put before you. And I hope it also included part of the Chase Park. It did, so yes. So yes, you've already seen that.
There's nothing to
nothing
add on that. Okay. No. And then I think, again, in terms of green infrastructure, I think I'm just going to pick that up as we go through the policies rather than get into detail now about, because obviously we're going to probably go back to the issue of the country park. We could end up talking about that at length now, but I think we'll pick it up under criterion 13, I think, rather than... if that's okay, and everybody, obviously people can raise concerns, but the policy requires, there's obviously, I think, well, I will just say this, unlike Cruise Hill, we're not talking about the loss of any, there's obviously a golf course there in terms of lost recreation ground. There's obviously points that have been made about potential impacts on accessibility of the area and so on and so forth. I think, yes, we'll come on to those. As we go through, say whether or not the policies are sufficient in addressing those issues. But I've got nothing particularly to say about it in terms of site selection at the moment. So, yeah, that's all on green and biodiversity issues. Mr. Lack, is that a biodiversity issue?
Yes, that's right, sir. Thank you. Enfield Roadwatch submitted a professional ecological survey, provisional ecological survey, I think it was correctly called, of the fields to the south of Enfield Road, and that is before you, sir, as 01687-45-1. The survey's conclusions are on PDF pages 29 to 32. The report noted that the area had not been farmed for about 250 years, had long-established habitats, including meadows and pastures, which are particularly recognised by the London Biodiversity Action Plan, and that grassland is an Enfield Biodiversity Action Plan habitat. And it concluded in para 516 that the site probably qualified as a site of local importance for nature conservation, and it recommended that further work should be carried out in order to assess that. The Friends of Trent Park submitted a provisional survey, biodiversity survey of Vicarage Farm. That is also before you, sir, as 03448-10-1. And those conclusions from that survey are on pages 50 and 51. That report found a rich avifauna associated with the farmland and grassland, which offset the lack of floral diversity. And as a result, using the criteria of the London Wildlife Site Board 2019, they concluded that it should be designated as a borough sink. The avifauna richness was also referred to in the RSPB's Reg 19 submission, which is before you as 01700-1, and that quoted, and I'm using their word, remarkable 150 recorded species, and para 12 noted the presence of at least one pair of hobby falcons. That particular report also considered biodiversity net gain and it did not consider that to be appropriate in this particular habitat because it failed to give weight to faunal species and not protected by legislation. If the site were allocated, it would result in the loss of about 80% of the site's G4 modified grassland, and that would almost certainly lead to a loss of associated farmland birds. Several priority or protected species were highly likely to be present on the site and would be negatively impacted by development. Again,
sorry, just to confirm, when you talk about the site, are you talking about Vicarage Farm here,
yes.
or the whole allocation as a whole?
Well, the areas that we're particularly concerned with are towards the northern part of the site.
The bit that's retained as Greenbelt?
In the Greenbelt? No, they will be removed from the Greenbelt.
Oh, so the northern part of the...
It's north of the Merry Hills Brook, but not to the far north of the site. Para 5.2G noted the relationship that Vicarage Farm had with adjoining sinks and the likely ineffective proposals which have been put forward for woodland planting in the north. And in this regard, MPPF 185A specifically references wildlife corridors and stepping stones, which are important. Also to note, sir, although it's not shown on the illustrative framework 312, but the green blob to the northwest, which is inside Trent Park, is actually a metropolitan grade sink. Yep, that completes my points. Thank you.
Okay, that metropolitan grade sink, although that's outside the allocation, isn't it? Just to be sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Yes, I have 2 points to make. One is on biodiversity. I mentioned earlier about the developers having to provide an area, 110% of the current proposed residential area that will be biodiverse. This is not this is a question rather than a statement, and that is the intention of the planners that the northern part of the site, which will still be not built on, is being taken out of the green belt, but will effectively remain as green belt type land, probably farming, or it might be a country park. Is that the area that they expect to be used as a compensatory biodiverse area? And would farming, for example, fall into that category? So if it continues to be farming, would that be appropriate as such an area? I don't know the answer to that, but it would be useful, I think, to know. If it's not, then the developers will have to find a site elsewhere, presumably in Enfield Chase, to compensate for the residential. And again, it would be useful to have some information on that. In the case of agricultural land, which is another consideration, members of the committee will have seen the latest report from the council about BMV land. It concludes that all the land within, and this is a council report, it says all the land within Chase Park placemaking area is shown as having a low likelihood of being BMV land, i.e. best and most versatile agricultural land. That suggests, of course, that the land is exhausted, it's not useful for agriculture, and so on, and that strengthens the case for building houses on it. The question that sort of occurs to me and no doubt other people is that farmland covers a whole range of different activities, one of which is pasture, raising cattle and sheep and things of that and animals of that sort. And in fact, the land has been used for that purpose for as long as for many years. So it's a report that perhaps suggests something that is not the case. Thank you. Do you want to add anything, Joanne? Yep. If my colleague could actually say something.
Okay.
Are you sure? Okay.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, anything you want to come back on there? And then we'll have a break.
So the sink issues, hear what is being said with regard to the significance of some of those locations, but there's been an assessment as to the appropriate sinks that are identified, or there's been an assessment of the sinks that exist within the site. And even in respect of those locations, it's acknowledged that there is the potential for some development. Of course, what's been relied upon in respect of the site itself by Mr. Lack relates to locations that are beyond the sink designations.
I think the point being that they have value that hasn't been identified by the council in assessing the allocations. I think the point being that, I suppose that you look at it, have those areas which are outside sinks, which is the point I made originally, been adequately assessed, and obviously there's representations which says, well, if you look at the site south of Enfield Road and the area above the brook, they have value which is more significant perhaps than what the council have given credit for.
Well, yes, the answer to that is no, because when one looks at the IIA work, the degree of impacts that have been identified in respect of proposals for Chase Park, on a policy-off basis, recognise the potential for impact. The question is whether there's any, and of course, that there isn't, because the relevant locations that are identified as sink are ones that are ultimately going to be protected, and there's going to be enhancement to the north in any event. To answer Councillor Smith's point, there is to be enhancement from a biodiversity perspective as well in that location.
Thank you. And obviously the point was made about, I think is a point made that you obviously, irrespective of whether it's BMV, you obviously consider it to have value as agricultural land, yeah, which is, I think, fair enough and something I'll take into account. But I don't know if you've anything more to say. Okay, thank you very much then. We'll have a break and come back at 10 to 4, in which case then I'll move on to, very quickly, heritage, social infrastructure, flooding and open space. So, thank you. Want to do, Mr. Councillor Smith, have anything if it's my fault of getting here too early. So I will, on that basis, I will make a start. So I don't know if they're coming back or not. So I did. So I've done transport issues, biodiversity, landscape. I'm going to move on quickly on to heritage. I haven't got a huge amount to say on this, but others may. And as I say, some of these things can be picked up when we get into the relevant criteria, if anything's missed. So my understanding, there are no designated assets on site or in the allocation, but there are conservation areas on the edge. And that actually, I think Mr. Lack pointed out, it was actually part of the nub, as I'm going to keep calling it, to the southwest is actually in the conservation area. So that might be my error in my reading. So I'll rephrase that. There's a part of a site within a conservation area. And I've noted what document PL10, which is the heritage baseline document, has had to say. This talks about development responding to the topography and brooks in the area, and acknowledge that the shared historic, rural and agricultural character of the area to the north and west. I think significant importance, it seems, are the concentration of designated assets adjacent to the main house at Trent Park and the managed landscapes around those. I mean, I suppose the extent to which that they sort of, well, the conservation area that straddles part of the allocation, but also the area, the assets around or near to the allocation have any bearing on its suitability for allocation or not? You know, what constraint do they actually create?
Maybe Mr. Bowers or Mr. Pye have something to say about this, but the simple answer is that they don't have an effect that would rule out this site. There will be, of course, matters that need to be considered, and those are all identified in the Alan Baxter work, as you have indicated. But what's most important is or one of the most important issues is the effect on Trent Park. And the Trent Park being off-site, of course, is a significant consideration. But there's also the question of the degree of visibility and intervisibility between Trent Park in terms of the core of Trent Park and the site. And actually the N-plan analysis is really helpful in that, because you'll have seen in the ZTVs that have been produced by N-plan, they show that from the Trent Park area, the main zones of Trent Park, there's actually really no visibility, or certainly very limited visibility. And really the concentration by people who have made representations on this issue have been very much on the area of special character, and I'll come back to that to the extent that it's still relied upon with regard to heritage matters. But the simple point is that it's not a designated heritage asset that needs to be considered in that way. With regard to it being an undesignated heritage asset, the significance has been taken into account of the historic relationship to this site, and so you've seen that in the baseline assessment. So that's what I'd say initially, but I don't know whether or not any further.
Just to slightly build on that in terms of the relationship with the house, Trent Park House, in terms of the proposed allocation here, in the main, it isn't possible to see the site from the house. The wood is an effective block on that view. And in the southwest corner of the allocation, which was noted a few minutes ago, is part of the conservation area. That part of the site, in part in itself, is already built out with the equestrian centre there.
Thank you. Obviously, there's been many judgments about impacts on setting, and not necessarily been visual one, but also historic significance or anything. Does the allocation have any significance in terms of the setting of these assets, in terms of historical functionality or use or so on and so forth? Are they part of the design landscape? Are they part of the design, so on and so forth?
So there's limited evidence about the extent to which that what's there now is part of the designed landscape of Trent Park. There is evidence that in terms of the chase, it has a historic relationship with that, but nothing directly or specifically that one can identify.
I think it's been suggested that the council haven't given sufficient weight to the effect on the Trent Park Conservation Area and Registered Historic Park. So I suppose your response to that? No, fine.
The answer is that it has been properly taken into account, and the Alan Baxter work has specifically looked at the nature of Trent Park within the assessment.
And I think I'll come on to matters of mitigation when we get into the policies, because I think that's just more sensible.
And sorry, sir, can I just also say that it was also specifically taken into account within the IIA work, where Trent Park certainly was identified within it.
Actually, just in general terms, I will look at the policy wording when we go on to it, but in general terms, is the extent to which the and obviously if, the intervisibility or lack thereof might be a factor in this, but the fact whether or the extent to which the impacts on the settings of these assets can be mitigated or avoided by development here. I mean, I'll get on to whether what the wording says about that, whether that's an effective wording, but you know, is it actually something? And going back to my first principle is I always try to consider where are you starting from? Are you starting from the perspective that development can go ahead in this area without harm, in principle? You know, so your assessment is there would be it's not absolutely inevitable there will be less than substantial harm or so on to these assets, and therefore that needs to be reflected, I think, in the thought processes of any developer. Or is it actually, no, we accept there will be a degree of harm, but we would minimise, you know, so there's an element of how that needs to be minimised. So, you know, we would expect building heights to be no more than X, or layouts to provide views and so on. So what is the starting point being? Can the 3,700 houses be built here without, in theory or in principle, without any particular harm to significance?
So the assessment in the IIA work was an assessment that because of the locations of the Trent Park Conservation Area, amongst other matters, or amongst other assets, development could adversely affect the setting of those heritage assets, and recorded ultimately an amber designation in relation to that. So the potential for impacts was taken into account on a double negative, uncertain basis within the IAA. So there wasn't an assumption that there was going to be no harm, in short.
Thank you. Any points on heritage that haven't been picked up? Enfield Society, thank you.
So thank you. Just very briefly on that point. I mean, I was about to make that very point that Mr. Reed's picked up on, so grateful for that. But I mean, it's evident from figure 3.12.1.2 is that the illustrative layout has assumed some setback from the boundary of the conservation area and the boundary of the registered historic park in order to protect it and its setting. Now, the extent to which that's successful is a matter presumably for the next stage, or potentially even your judgment at this stage. If you were to consider, with respect, that that line needed to be defined at this time as part of the allocation process, then I'd encourage you to do that. I think that would give some surety for the next stage of development as it proceeds. We'd all know then whether we had that certainty about the protection of the setting of those two designated assets, rather than leave it to a later point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this was when we get into the wording of some of these criteria. It could be, yeah, whether the wording is specific. You know, X. You know, there are in parts of the plan it does say. There will be a 10-metre buffer, an 8-metre buffer, a 6-metre buffer, whatever it is. Most about water courses, but the principle might apply elsewhere. Somewhere it's adequate. Somewhere I think I need. You know, we can see is that correct wording, and just as a matter of course, I'm never a particular fan of setting a number because that's become a hostage to fortune. If you say 10 metres, well, 10 metres might not be enough by the time you get there, and you might be actually 12 or 15 might be a more appropriate buffer, or it might be slightly less. It's what is appropriate. But I think, you know, it's the point well made, and we can see whether or not. I think if the council expects there to be some form of buffer, then does the policy actually ensure that would be delivered? And I think that's crucial. And I'm a big believer in a policy should say what you want, and if it doesn't, then you know, woe betide you. So yes.
Thank you. I just thought I'd make a couple of comments because it's the Equestrian Centre site that falls within the conservation area. And we've had a heritage note done separately looking at the site in particular. And it generally echoes the sentiment of the council's position. And it does acknowledge that it's within the conservation area, but because the equestrian centre has been developed sort of later on to the rest of Trent Park, the golf course intervening has also had sort of development and changes to boundaries, that it makes some limited contribution at present, and that it could realistically be redeveloped with less than substantial harm.
Of course, the next step of that discussion is whether then public benefits would outweigh that less than substantial harm. But I'm not going to get, obviously there's this side of the table say yes, this side of the table no, and we can potentially. Anyway, I don't want to put words in the mouth. But yeah, okay, thank you. All right, any more points? Sorry, is there anything you want to come back on? I think from the council's point of view, I think effectively the Enfield Society is sort of not saying anything other than, we need to address the effectiveness, so I don't need to.
Yes, quite.
The principle, presumably actually you're supportive of the principle of, making sure 3.12 is delivered in principle. Yeah.
That's exactly right. So the aim of the detailed wording in the policy is to ensure the protection of the various assets. And we'll come on to, no doubt, Thursday, the effectiveness of those policies. That's a matter of drafting rather than actually in principle.
Hopefully today. Go on some of it today.
Absolutely. Yes, quite.
You never know.
Even today.
I can stay till 7.
There is that. Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot about the ability to extend time.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, quite. Okay. All right, I'm going to move on then. Thank you on that to matters of what I've got down as social infrastructure. I think in my MIQs that would be equivalent to strategic and local infrastructure. We've already talked about the transport side of it, so it's more about the other aspects of that. And they are, and again, some of this might get picked up in delivery. So again, I'm not going to necessarily drill down too much into this, but there's obviously always the general point about whether or not the policy and the plan, or whether you've assessed the capacity of existing infrastructure outside transport to accommodate this scale of development. And again, I suppose we'll come on to the effectiveness of any mitigation, both when we look at the criteria but also delivery. So I don't know if there's anything you particularly want to say at this stage about that. The plan makes provision for a school. It's obviously the plan as a whole makes provision for contributions as and when necessary, and I've got some issues about how that's phrased, perhaps when it comes to individual sites, but it's the principle, obviously, reading the plan as a whole, there'd be an expectation of contributing to various things. It's whether or not, I suppose, there's anything that the plan hasn't done or doesn't do or it's missed or...
Yes, so not for our part, and we'll come on to the education provision in due course as to the appropriateness of it. But in simple terms, when one's dealing with an allocation of this scale, it's undoubtedly to be expected that there would be proper education provision.
One thing I just want to pick up on, because I don't want to say it every single time, is Thames Water, and this is not just Chase Park, it's Thames Water have raised this a few times, and we did pick up on it in Cruise Hill. I'll just say if there's anything else you want to say about Thames Water's representations about upgrades to infrastructure being needed in the area, and whether that's critical.
So can I come back to you with a clear position? I suspect that I wouldn't give the full answer on that. There's nothing seismic in relation to the response, but just so I can be clear about it.
We'll pick that up when we get onto the essay on the allocation, because obviously Thames Water have, and I've said it about a lot of sites, but it's just, I think we can just...
I just wanted to reread the content of the objection.
I don't think it's I think
not a comment rather than objection.
The reps veer between we don't think there's an issue here to there might be an upgrade needed and whether or not. I mean, I've put it under social infrastructures generally. It's not really social infrastructure, it's utilities, but it's infrastructure that isn't transport. But you can pick that up when we get to those issues. I think the policy requires a primary school. I don't think secondary school education is mentioned specifically. Now, again, as I've just said, the plan as a whole, you read the plan as a whole, there'd be contributions if necessary, but I would just be interested in principle about secondary school, whether capacity has been identified for that.
Yes, sir. No secondary school facilities required on site, sir, in that there's capacity forecasts within existing facilities in the locality. So potential for contributions too through the planning process, but that was the result of those considerations. But primary school, as you've seen, definitely required on site.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned, there's sufficient capacity in existing secondary schools in the area to accommodate this?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll deal with, say, issues about the fine. I think we'll deal with the costs of all that, whether they've been factored in on Thursday, rather than get into that now, because obviously your expert isn't here, that's what I intend to say, on the numbers. So, any points about social infrastructure issues or other utilities infrastructure issues? No, thank you. Oh, just.
Well, it's just a point of order, really, sir. I have something to say about public rights of way, and I'm not clear whether that's here or to come later.
We'll pick it up under. I've got a heading on. I've got a separate heading for that. When we talk about public rights of way, though, it's about, because I think like when we talk about Crusoe, it's slightly at cross purposes, because I think you were talking about public rights of way in terms of the landscape, when you're walking along the public right of way, how important the landscape was, which obviously we've already covered. Whereas I think in my mind we were talking about, obviously in severing public rights of way or diverting public rights of way. I'm not going to, that's more what I was thinking about. So if your point is more about, as people walk these public rights of way, they experience the landscape and so on, then I guess we've already picked up on that, although we might come on to that in terms of recreation and so on. So I don't want you to leave without making the point you want to make, but we'll just put a pin in it for now. We'll come back when I just pick up when I get to open space recreation stuff. Okay, I've got no other points then on those. I'll move on to flooding and then other. Well, again, my MIQs picked it up under. I think I had a whole range of issues about contamination, air quality, noise pollution, odours, land stability, groundwater and flood risk. This is flooding and environmental issues. I'm just going to pick up my points on those. So it's flooding et al. But again, we might pick up some of this when we get into the SA areas, because that's where we can drill down into where the areas of flood risk are and so on, whether they've been adequately addressed. But there are areas, I think there are areas of flood risk, flood zone 2 and 3 within the allocation. That's correct, isn't it? But it's not covering the entire area.
No, that's right. It's in the vicinity of Merry Hills and Salmon Brooks.
And I think I'm right. Am I right in saying that if you go by figure 3.12 as an indicator that those areas of flood risk are seeking to be avoided? So I think, again, when we come on to the policies, we can see whether or not the policies are adequate in that respect. In terms of air quality, again, I think we've discussed this generally before. In my understanding, I think we discussed it under Cruise Hill. The entirety of the borough is an AQMA, and so there's obviously always going to be an air quality issue with everything. Is there anything specific about Chase Park you want to say in regards to the air quality that's different to anywhere else?
There isn't, so no. No.
And contamination, I suspect, obviously there's very little brownfield, but I assume there's no contamination issues on the remainder of the site that would render it unacceptable. And we in Cruise Hill, we did talk about noise pollution from the M25, or noise from the M25 again. I suppose, again, is there anything out of the ordinary here that would render the principal development unsuitable?
There's nothing's been identified to that effect.
Okay. Okay, any points on flooding or the like? No, thank you very much. Okay, so we move on. I'll now move on to open space, recreation, and public rights of way. However, I haven't got a great deal to say really. But I think we've talked about it. There are no formal areas of open space which are being or recreation which are being identified for redevelopment or replacement. I accept there is value and accessibility of the area per se, but there's no formal designations which are being removed or replaced now. And again, clearly the country park issue is going to crop up technically under this, but I think we could spend the next hour talking about that, so we'll probably just put it in, unless there's anything you particularly want to raise about that now. No. And I think when it comes to the requirement for open space provision, it will be more about what the policy says about it, I think, for now. And obviously, again, any development's going to require an element of open space. That's picked up under various criteria, particularly criterion 13, I think, in terms of blue and green infrastructure. And so, again, I think we can pick that up when we get to that. But in terms of principle, it's not as if, say, anyone say, well, you shouldn't deliver here because you're removing, say, a golf course, for example, or anything like that. Okay. And in terms of the intention, presumably, again, is not to reduce the amount of accessibility or public access to the area, it's to increase it. That's my reading of what we've been discussing and so on.
Yes, sir, and very significantly, the council believes.
Okay, any points about those? Mr. Lack, did you want to say your point about public rights of way now?
No, I shall defer that to discussion on SA 10.1. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Byrne?
Thank you, sir. Sorry. Just to say that I think Sport England raised the issue about the Equestrian Centre not being needs to be assessed to see if it's surplus to requirements, because that would be a significant loss. And also, I'm not sure if this is the place to bring it up. It's around the stemming from MPPF 102 about the robust and up-to-date assessments of the need for open space sport and recreation facilities. We know from the open space assessment that the areas to the south and east are deficit areas, but we don't really know much about recreation facilities because the playing pitch strategy is not in the evidence base and out of date, and I think it was due for another one. So there's a bit of a gap in terms of understanding the existing level of need for sports and recreational facilities and whether there is a current deficiency or the capacity of the local sports facilities in the area, and then the need generated by PL10 itself, and whether it could reasonably accommodate them. But I don't know if this is a place to bring it up, but when you look at the calculations, it's very difficult to see how the amount of recreational space that the council says is required actually fits into the site. They say they show it, but it doesn't in the spatial strategy.
So it's a delivery issue, really, isn't it? Because so my assumption is you're not opposed to a policy that says deliver open space, I imagine. So in terms of what we're talking about now, in terms of the allocation not being suitable, it's about whether or not you can deliver the criterion, whatever it is.
It's CO5 effectively, yeah. I mean, and what the council says is required from a development like this, particularly in an area where there is already a deficit. So you've got to see an increase, so particularly over if you're losing something as well. And so therefore, as an allocation as a whole, I can't see how it can actually deliver against the policies at all. Yeah.
So I think that's more of a delivery. I'm saying it's more of a delivery issue than
a
principal issue.
Yeah.
Because I suppose the principal issue is the Equestrian Centre, but that's about why you wouldn't allocate the site, because that's what we're talking about at the moment. Is why wouldn't you allocate the site? Because it's going to lose a certain amount of open space.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying is, well, that's basically why you wouldn't allocate the site because you can't deliver what it's required. But there's a whole list of things that are going to be required. So I think in the context of that, it's easier to go when we go through the criteria to keep picking out the things which people say can't be delivered rather than and then look at it in the round.
It's in deliverability. Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, the council might want to address that point, but I think yeah, you're not suggesting it's wrong to require open space.
No.
No. So, yeah, quite. So I think the substantive point for this is effectively whether or not, and I don't think the loss of the equestrian centre would necessarily justify removal of the entire allocation, I would suspect. It would be more about whether or not it justifies the allocation of that part of the allocation as a whole, you know, whether the equestrian centre should be left as is, rather than suggesting that somehow that means that the whole thing is unsound. So if you any points you want to make about the equestrian centre? And I think the point about delivery, I'll come back to when we get to that criterion.
Thank you, sir. I think the point that Mr. Byrne makes, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, I think it is that he's concerned that Sport England may have considered this a particular issue that hasn't been addressed. I make no criticism, Mr. Byrne, but it's not in any part of his hearing statement or his matter statement. So it wasn't something we were expecting that we were going to be dealing with today. So I'll need to go away and look at that matter and see how the point has been dealt with, so that I can answer that point.
Sorry, Mr. Yeah, I did make the point at the start about introducing other people's representations as as they're not here to, if you're Sport England haven't bothered to turn up, so and they are before me. So it is preferable if you can keep your comments to your own comments and your representations rather than sort of, well, Sport England have said this and Sport England have said that. But I understand you're answering a point that in that context, you're answering a point I'd raised.
Perhaps open space and recreation generally, which we did talk about quite a lot, and we do talk about quite a lot throughout our representation.
But okay, but
certainly don't make any criticism about the suggestion that there's commentary around open spaces, just specifically around Sport England's position with regard to the equestrian centre, and that I've got to go away.
Well, that representation is in front of me. So if I feel I need anything else from that, I will let you know.
What I will say is that the equestrian centre has been taken into account. What is being proposed, and the spatial framework is very clear, is a very considerable level of increased accessibility to significant areas of open space alongside formal open space and play areas that are identified within that document. And it says in terms that the actual detail of that, the required quantum, is then going to be considered in more detail through subsequent stages, as would ordinarily be the case. What we're not dealing with is a largely constrained site. This is largely a greenfield site, and that, in usual terms, provides no particular difficulties with regard to the delivery of what is required. So the suggestion that in some way there may be some difficulty with being able to provide it is perhaps a surprising one, you might think, to ultimately conclude upon. But I'll come back when we come to the detail of it as to any further information I can on the equestrian centre and indeed quantums of open space.
So, yeah. I won't say too much. I don't think I do, because Sport England have a propensity to, obviously, they're not looking at things strategically. They'll look at everything very much plot by plot. And Sport England's comments often tend to be that, rather than looking at a wider issue. So they won't necessarily go losing the equestrian centre, but gaining X. They'll just say losing the equestrian centre. So I have to take that into account as well. But obviously, Sport England are a statutory consultee, so for now, maybe not anymore. The other point was about, I think, again, we'll come on to when we come on to the country park, is the extent to which, in terms of the quantum, which may or may vary depending on the number of houses and the standards and so on, if the country park was being factored into that quantum. So if it's not going to be, and again, going back to right back to the start where we said, well, the debate about country park coexisting with agricultural land, but if that were to be the case, that might manifest itself differently to what might have been envisaged originally, in which case it might have been more open, like actually it would have been counting both toward the general open space requirement and compensatory improvements to the greenbelt and potentially BNG and so on and so forth. So if that isn't the case, what does that mean in terms of delivering open space more generally? So I think all of these things are interrelated at some point.
Yes, that's noted, and to the extent that we need to, we'll deal with it when we come to the particular parcels.
Yes, thank you. It's just sort of relating to the Equestrian Centre in that it's a private commercial business at this point. It's owned and run by a single family who are effectively, well, they're fundamental to it, operating and running. So in terms of the Sport England comment, I'd sort of raise the question, to what extent could they be forced to keep a business ongoing if, say, in the future it's not their intention to do so, or if they would prefer to bring it forward for development? I believe there's other sort of equestrian centres in the general surrounding areas as well, so it's not necessarily leaving none at all. So it's just sort of to raise those sort of sides of the argument.
Right, thank you. Yeah, point taken. Mr. Dyke, sorry, is that a new point?
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment on both on that point and something I think you said a little earlier. I think I heard you muse over the possibility of taking the equestrian site out of the plan, but in fact the Equestrian Centre currently operates paddocks on adjoining land in SA 10.1, and therefore this business is not viable if the Equestrian Centre is kept, but the paddocks are removed. On the question of alternative equestrian centres in the area, I would note that there is one proposed for closure with the Cruise Hill allocation, and there's another one operating in the north of Trent Park, but that is not operating on the same basis as the one to the southwest of the allocation here, which is very much a public open park, equestrian centre, and very much well used by a lot of people from a wide area.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you want to come back on those points, or? No, thank you. Okay, right. In terms of question 4.26, which was my list of locational issues, I've come to the end of my questions. Are there any points, and I think I've covered every heading there as well. Are there any points anybody wishes to make which I haven't picked up on, burning issues that they think are key to this that they haven't been able to make? That's good. We got to this point exactly the same time with Cruise Hill, 4:30, but last week I stopped because we were all wilting. But then I'd knock on. So if everyone agrees, if this might be considered a natural breaking point, I think I would like to continue for a little while and start at least going through PL10 and deal with as much as we can, at least until 5, maybe until 5 o'clock, and we maybe see where we are then. Slightly earlier than maybe going on to the right at the end, because we have made reasonable progress. But so I do want to start. So we'll move on then to the policy itself. And what I'm going to do here is slightly, for those who were here at Cruise Hill, I'm going to take the same approach. But I'm going to ask I'm going to go through each criterion in turn. I've got some general queries first about some matters of clarification and so on. But mainly I'm going to go through my comments on each criterion in turn, and I'm going to be trying to move through it quite quickly. So if I haven't got a comment, say, on criterion 5, I'm just going to open it up, say, criterion 5, and if nobody sticks to the board quite quickly, I'm going to move on very quickly. But I'll open it up at each stage, because otherwise, say, if I how many criterion are there? There are 17, but when you add in all the sub thing, it adds to about 54, I think I added up to. Which is currently a record. There was a plan, I examined, just as a digression, I examined the Greater Manchester plan, and that had a policy of 54 criteria in it, which I never let the council forget, because that's a lot. So with all that in mind, there are some points here which are quite similar to PA11. So again, if we've already sort of talked about those, and I think there was an action, it may well just be confirming that the same sort of things will apply. Yes. And as I've said already today, any discussion about criteria, if I say, well, I think that criterion would need to be amended to accommodate this, it's all without prejudice. Obviously, we need to, if I conclude that these allocations are sound in principle, then the policies associated with them obviously need to be effective, and this is the time to deal with that. So it may well be asked the council to make some modifications, but so again, without prejudice to any final conclusion. With all those caveats in place, I'll start with criterion 1. So criterion 1, well, sorry, there's a preamble, which is before part 1, before criterion 1. The policy is set out in 2 parts. Nothing particularly about sort of 1 and 2 though, in those brackets. I'd suggest it's probably all quite unnecessary, but unnecessary isn't necessarily harmful. So I have no particular point on there. You know, it could be an additional modification if the council wanted to put a line through those at some point, just to make the plan slightly more concise and readable. I don't know if any views on those. On that? Any views on that preamble before part 1? No. Okay. Thank you. So criterion 1, the policy things. Again, there's nothing really for me on this because it's another scene setter, really, isn't it? In line with policy SS1, land at Chase Park is allocated for residential mixed-use development to deliver a new sustainable urban extension. That's probably been said about 50 times in the plan before you get to this point, so I'm not sure where it takes you, but again, is it absolutely unsound? Question mark. Any comments on that criterion? So, yeah, again, no. Criterion 2 deals with comprehensive development. There are a few points here. So, generally speaking, I think, how are you going to ensure, because the policy requires a coordinated, et cetera, approach, but how are you going to ensure a coordinated approach to delivery here, and does criterion 2 provide you with the means to do that?
It does. The council thinks provided, because there is a requirement for the delivery of a master plan, and as part and parcel of that process, the production of supplementary planning guidance or planning document. So there's certainly the ability with that framework in place to be able to bring forward a comprehensive development. And perhaps it's worthwhile noting now that PL10, in terms of its approach, whilst we have 10.1 through to 10.4, PL10 is looking in overarching terms to the comprehensive delivery of the site as a whole. And that's important for the purposes of understanding how the development it's envisaged by the council, come forward. So whilst the site has been split up, nevertheless, it's going to be provided on a comprehensive and crafted basis.
Thanks. In fact, you probably just answered my next point, was partly going to be about how the different allocations are meant to work together. And obviously, I guess there'll always be an expectation to look up to PL10 to give the overarching view. But one point we discussed at Cruise Hill is the matter of, I think it's a delivery point, but it's relevant to this criterion, is about equalisation, point, which was, we discussed this, and there is reference in paragraph 3.143, as there is in Cruise Hill, about equalisation. And I think it was, we had a discussion about whether or not that would need to go into policy, or should be in policy to be effective, to make it very clear to the developers that there is an expectation that one part will maybe have to contribute to another. Is that any more to say about that?
The principle applies that if it's considered necessary, so then that should go into the policy itself. The indication is plain within the written statement. That's what the council sees as a mechanism for ensuring the comprehensive delivery, and it doesn't want to undermine that in any way.
I don't think I did ask this in relation to PL11, but obviously as I go away and reflect on things, but how would the council deal with the situation, or how would the policy allow you to deal with the situation where a development considered on its own merits might not justify a certain contribution in its own right, but would obviously, need to make an overall contribution? I think there are, and I think some there may be some developers who've put reps in to suggest that, you know, they shouldn't be expected to be contributing to something in the west. They're in the east of the site. They shouldn't be contributing to something in the west of the site because it has no bearing on them. That's, and I think it is, to be honest, Landsdown. I think you've made sort of comments along those lines. That doesn't necessarily speak to me of everyone working together towards a comprehensive approach where everyone acknowledges that, you know, there might have to be that kind of overarching approach.
I think it would be fair to say that those sorts of comments are comments that are made without there being a firm policy basis in place to direct that. Were there to be a firm policy basis to direct that requirement, then of course those sorts of objections will give way to the desire to make sure that a development comes forward in each one of those parcels, if only because of the levels of viability that exist if one is looking at the site as a whole. Those are statements at the moment, but they shouldn't be regarded as statements that stand as an objection in principle to the approach that's being adopted. And indeed, those aren't, on the face of it, objections in principle, namely that without those sorts of changes necessarily, the allocation should be regarded as unsound.
So it's a bit of a consequence, again, it's a bit of a consequence, I think, of splitting it up into the constituent parts, that it might lose some of that clarity, and that each, obviously, individual allocation, some of them do talk about will contribute to something else, but some don't, and it sometimes can get a little bit, I think, unclear as to that expectation. There might be something we come on to on Thursday.
So yes, it is a fair observation, and it's an observation that can always be made good by virtue of making clear within the overarching PL10 policy that it is the overarching requirement to which the other elements within the specific parcels should defer.
It's the point to which all the developers put their signs up. The one thing, again, for this purely what the policy says, it says it talks about the key principles and requirements set out below and any other relevant policy in the Enfield Local Plan or other relevant supplementary guidance. I think you've probably has change related to that about having regard to a supplementary guidance, but I don't think it actually talks about SPD in policy, in criterion 2 or PL10. I think it talks about a master plan, but it doesn't necessarily talk about we're going to adopt the master plan as SPD, as it does in PL11. Now, I did ask about that, and I think Dr. Jones said that, there is, Dr. Jones, that, well, there's a reason that was deliberate. There's a different approach to Chase Park because it's not as complicated as Cruise Hill. So I think my interest in the phrase supplementary planning guidance was just, well, again, is some clarity needed about what is intended there or not?
Yes. The supplementary planning guidance obviously should be supplementary planning documents. It is treated differently as against Cruise Hill, and for the reasons that Dr. Jones indicated, namely the number of different land parcels that exist in Cruise Hill as opposed to Chase Park.
So it might just be that sort of removed.
Yes,
I suspect. To the extent that it's critical. I think, again, we also hear it's clear that the master plan can be approved as part of the initial application. So I think it would be dealt with, the master plan's approval would be dealt with through, or potentially dealt with through planning applications. So it would be established, I guess by condition, would be expected to adhere to that. And then for Cruise Hill, it was a different approach, and I think we've probably covered that. I don't know if there's anything more you want to say. It's covered that. Okay. Can I just ask, it's probably fixed into the delivery thing, but just so we know where we are for that discussion, what the timescales are for preparing the master plan?
So I need to take instructions, forgive me.
So we'll clarify the overall timescale, but that work's underway. It's been implemented. So it's ongoing, and we'll kind of confirm the expected timescale for completion.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, I'll come back to that on Thursday, obviously, when we get to delivery, probably, so you can answer that then. And then, in terms of criterion 2, is there anything to be said about phasing, or in Policy PL10 at all? It doesn't really talk about phasing. It doesn't identify either in figures or in words any particular approach to phasing. It's been pointed out that there are documents where phasing has been identified, and if there is a preferred approach to that in order to ensure, I guess, to ensure delivery of infrastructure at the right times and so on, whether or not the policy needs that. I'm conscious of could it be more effective? That's not the point. Is it ineffective without that approach?
So it's not anticipated that that is necessary. It is. It's been indicated that development is anticipated as coming up from the south and from the east, potentially from the Arnold House location, but generally from the south upwards. And given that one is dealing with, albeit a large site, one that is in overall terms quite straightforward, the anticipated stages of development, as we're looking at them, are sufficiently clear as to not require a direction by way of phasing. But
and just to add to that, sir, point 10 of the policy, when it talks about what that master plan should include, it does talk about phasing of development.
So the point being that it's not considered acceptable to defer that to the master plan. It's not critical to set it out in the policy for the reasons given. Okay. Again, sorry, I'm flitting between matters of principle and matters of wording a little bit, but the detailed master plan should be jointly prepared by the council, the local community and landowners. And then prior to submission of any planning applications for the allocation site, further design work through pre-application engagement process will be required. Just, I suppose, the extent to which these are things which are process, not policy. You've got an SCI, which sets out how you're going to deal with these matters, I imagine. No, I don't imagine you've got an SCI. You've got an SCI, which should cover these matters. It's whether or not that, you know, but if you are going to do, if that is in part of the policy, then how does that I guess, public engagement manifest itself? You know, how can you, I guess, enforce that through a policy?
So the answer to this is that the master plan approach is going to be one that's jointly prepared by the council, and so the council has a role in the process, and that enables that engagement with the local community. So can I come back to you on what's happened or what is anticipated to happen with regard to the master plan processes when we deal with the timescale, because that will also indicate how we'll deal with it.
And I've noted there's a suggested modification, as I say, about in accordance, changing it from to have regard to in accordance with, there might be some changes to that wording anyway. As is often the way, a question entered my mind while you were responding to my other question, and I've forgotten what it was, so I've got no doubt it'll occur to me about 12 o'clock tonight, and I'll make a note of it. Sorry, I think in your hearing statement, this isn't my question, but this is a point, your hearing statement also pointed out another modification, I think, which is a typo. I did pick up 3.11, it should be 3.12, that's nothing. I just want to make the point that I'm aware of it. It's not a big deal. Are any comments on on criterion 2? Sorry, is that to you.
So it's just sort of building on this. It's already been mentioned and alluded to our position in terms of how infrastructure and such be delivered across the site. Just to start, we do sort of support the joined-up approach generally taken to Chase Park and how it was set out by the council just a bit earlier. But we think at this point, the policy and our hearing statements specifically pick out wording and other criteria in this policy, but it does relate to criteria 2, where it states as all development must or is necessary for all of the infrastructure requirements which have been listed so far as necessary. I appreciate it's outside of the local plan process, but as part of the master planning process, we have raised with the council that we think several of those items wouldn't meet the statutory tests for a planning obligation for the Trent Park Equestrian site. And sort of alongside that, we also have a concern that the way the policy is worded at the moment is deferring sort of details and decisions on the equalisation mechanism to post-local plan, so it wouldn't be subject to examination. The evidence to date suggests that it would probably be quite a formulaic approach. So the viability infrastructure note, which is document E 7.12, sets a per unit kind of contribution. The draft delivery strategy, which has been prepared as part of the master planning process, sets a per square metre charge, and these are just sort of blanket across the whole placemaking area, which obviously from our perspective raises concerns if we don't think all of the infrastructure is relevant or directly related to the Trent Park Equestrian Centre site. And just to briefly conclude, also the PPG on planning obligation states that formulaic approaches shouldn't be set outside of local plans, they should be set in a local plan. And we think, therefore, that sort of, and I'll point out specific wording and other criteria where it's relevant, but just to give you the overview of our position, the policy wording at present could be made stronger to at least ensure that when it comes to specific sites coming forward, that the individual characteristics are appropriately taken on board so that any planning obligations do meet the statutory tests and are applicable.
I'm having a little bit of difficulty reconciling your comment that you're supporting a joined-up approach and then suggesting, well, but actually only to the extent to which we are going to contribute to the things that relate directly to our site. I mean, if you're part of a joined-up approach, then isn't it the case that, well, if let's just pick a figure out for the Equestrian Centre equates to 30 dwellings, and 30 dwellings might not in the normal course of event render a contribution towards education or open space or roads or traffic, but obviously you're part, that 30 million is part of a scheme for 3,700. So, and the policy and the expectation of the council is, well, if you're part of that scheme, then you're expected to contribute, I presume, proportionately. No one's expected to pay for X £100 million road or something, but you proportionally contribute to that. So, are you suggesting then that, for your concern, that isn't the correct approach? There shouldn't be a proportionate approach to development, or it should literally be every scheme is looked at in its own merits, and that's it?
So our position is that it should be proportionate, but the way it's set at the moment wouldn't lead to a proportionate sort of split of costs. I think perhaps if I could give you a couple of examples of certain items that have been listed as necessary infrastructure for the whole placemaking area, but we think are in essence essential to unlock other parts of the site that you would. So the vehicular bridges over Merry Hills Brook are needed to develop housing north of that brook. That seems a lot more fundamental to that part of the site than for the Equestrian Centre site, which is within 400 metres of Oakwood Underground Station. It can be accessed off the A110. It's got a local centre next to it. we are, when I say we're on board for, joined up approach, in terms of sort of most of the sort of infrastructure elements, we do agree that, having a larger scale sort of view of it and how open space could be provided across the site, the east-west connectivity, those sorts of items, absolutely. It's just a few that we've picked out that we think are fundamental to unlock other parts of the site and are not sort of directly related to other areas. And I think it's probably born out of the fact that in terms of the site ownerships and the individual sites, there's a wide variety in scale, which leads to this sort of friction, as it were, in that, as you mentioned, if, say, the Equestrian Centre is 30 dwellings, it might be relatively smaller, but it's at what point does some of the significant infrastructure projects only become required because there is a much larger site within the placemaking area that requires them?
But wouldn't it also be the case, though, that the Equestrian Centre, if it wasn't for the wider allocation, wouldn't be brought forward for housing, would it? So it's greenbelt. There'd be no, I mean, you might want to put forward an application and do it through very, very special circumstances, but without the wider allocation, the Equestrian Centre would, the assumption would be that housing wouldn't be suitable. So the only way that, isn't it logical that the only way that the Equestrian Centre comes forward for housing is as part of this wider allocation, therefore it should contribute proportionately to that wider allocation? I pose that as a question, really, devil's advocate.
Yeah, and I do understand. And, I appreciate it's obviously forming part of this wider allocation for housing. And I just reiterate that our position isn't that we wouldn't want to contribute proportionately. It's just our assessment of what.
Sorry, I don't want to get into an argument about it. But no, it's not what your position was. Your position was, well, if there's a bridge required to access part of the site which has no relationship to the Equestrian Centre, we shouldn't be required to contribute to that, which is different to saying, well, we might be required to contribute proportionally to that bridge.
So when I say proportionately, I mean just in terms of the list of infrastructure items given, those that aren't sort of primarily or for the sole benefit of a site, if that makes sense. Or
I understand that a bridge to somewhere on the, you're on the western side of the site and somebody wants to do something to the eastern side of the site doesn't directly benefit the Equestrian Centre, or rather in the normal, if you put a planning application for the Equestrian Centre, there'd be no expectation to contribute to those things. But of course, you're not talking, the part of the issue here, of course, is that I'm not looking at it from the point of view of the Equestrian Centre. I'm looking at the point of view of PL10. So it's about delivering PL10. So individual land ownerships and individual plots isn't as fundamental, because I'm expecting this is all going to come forward as a contribution. Because one of the arguments, I mean, if you take it to its logical conclusion, I'm being told that one of the key benefits of this development and why it should be released is the ability to deliver transformational change of a significant scale in a comprehensive, coordinated way. If I get developers telling me, well, actually, no, it's not really how we're going to do it. We think we should hive off all these little separate parcels and deliver, and we'll look at them in our own context, and then that's a different approach, isn't it? That's not a comprehensive and coordinated approach. That's looking at each plot individually, which might result in different infrastructure requirements in terms of 106, but also might mean that you can't deliver the whole, because viability is being looked at as a whole. So there seems to be a bit of a conflict there, a bit of a, which I'm not sure where you stand as a component part of this supposed comprehensive approach.
Yes. So I think our main concern in terms of bringing it back to PL10 is the clarity on infrastructure required, and in terms of sort of soundness in the plan and how planning obligations should be set for a local plan. This is mostly born out of our concern that it appears to be all being left for the master planning afterwards, which is why we're bringing up these concerns now. We've raised them with the council as well. I do appreciate and take on board your point that there appears to be a sort of a conflict in it of how what could what would ensure bringing forward the comprehensive whole that's being proposed or this alternative sort of approach. And as we set out in our hearing statements that sort of in terms of the policy wording, just to make sure there's extra clarity that the infrastructure required in terms of when parcels are delivered is clearer as well, I think might be sort of the extra bit of detail that helps to clarify our position.
Okay, maybe some of these points, when we get to the relevant criteria you've got particular concern with, you can pick those out. I mean, come back to some of this again when we talk about delivery, and maybe the plots as well. You know, there's other opportunities for you to raise these points. Well, I'll ask let the council come back on this point about the extent to which things are being deferred to the master plan, whether that's appropriate or not. Yeah, so, yeah, thank you. We'll leave it there. Enfield Society.
So thank you. It's a point about phasing and the delivery of the country park in relation to that phasing. Now, I understand the general premise that this is not necessarily an allocation that requires at this stage to be very specific about phasing for the built development element. There's a sort of natural process to that, I can see, south to north, east to west perhaps, but the delivery of the country park in relation to that development is important in respect of ensuring that it does its job of providing compensation for the loss of greenbelt. Now, at the same time, not saying that the country park needs to be brought forward at day one. That would be impractical and wouldn't be helpful overall. But there needs to be some relationship between the delivery of that at an optimum time in the development itself. Now, I can't say when that is, but right now. But that's something that I think ought to be taken into consideration. And maybe that it's best addressed through criterion 13C. You deal with it there rather than deal with it in the criterion 2. So forgive me for that, but just wanted to make that point. There must be a tie between a phase in the development and the delivery of the country park, lest it ends. It comes right at the end, at which time some of those compensation and benefits are lost.
Thank you. I think there is and again, I haven't got an eidetic memory about each criterion, but I think there is a reference somewhere, which I'll come on to, whether then that's a suitable form of words, which talks about delivering infrastructure at the right time, at the right But I think that the question there is, well, is that in and of itself an effective phrase? Because what does it mean? But I think, but it's fair point taken. Yeah. Is there anything else? Sorry, would the council like to come back on particularly? Well, I think the timing of the country park, but we can counter that later. I think, but the obviously Landsdown's points in particular about the plan not meeting the necessary requirements on 106.
Yes, so the point is that I think 2 points have been raised. The first is that the assessment or the formulaic approach, as it's been termed, and I'll come back to that phrase, but a formulaic approach wouldn't be consistent with the law in relation to Regulation 122 of the SIL regulations. And the second is that one shouldn't be deferring that calculation to the master planning process. I'll deal with the latter point first, because it's most pertinent, I think. And that's that it would just simply be unworkable for a development of this scale to set down at this stage how calculations are to be made in a particular way. And indeed, the unworkability is displayed by the fact that Mr. James's representation or the representations of his clients don't provide a clear basis for actually undertaking that process. It just can't be done until you get to the stage of working out what is going to be coming forward, and that's just the starting point. The second issue, and it's related to that first, which is the difficulty around calculating it, is that it's quite wrong to suggest that it would be contrary to Regulation 122 to have a requirement on the Trent Park Equestrian site, wrong to have a requirement there to contribute to facilities on other parts of the site that aren't directly required by the equestrian facility itself, for the very reason that you pointed out, sir, which is that the only reason for the allocation here is because of the delivery of a transformational site in the Greenbelt. Trent Park Equestrian Centre is part of that. It's being released because of that, not for its own purposes and because of its own particular merits. So that when one's judging compliance with Regulation 122, i.e., is it an obligation that is fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development in question, you look at that with regard to the totality of the development that it's a part of, not the individual location. And when you see it in that way, it's entirely consistent with the regulations to require a contribution that effectively equalises out the balance of the elements on the site, or the cost requirements on the site. And an example of that is that the country park is going to be benefiting the entire site. It's in part justifying the releases we looked at earlier on. And so that contribution would have to take place. On Mr. James's analysis, if it's a particular parcel that's considered to be very far away, a particular parcel of the country park that's very far away, as opposed to the bit that's closer to his site, it should be contributing to the latter but not the former. And that displays the unworkability of the suggestion. But so I said that's what I'd say in terms of response. But I think Mr. Pryor wants to say something.
Thank you, sir. First point, sir, I just want to clarify.
I think that's the second time that I've managed, or that I've had the effect of saying something that has caused people to leave the room. So my apologies to whoever it might be.
Thank you, sir. It's just to clarify on the engagement point on the master plan. Firstly, that work is underway, and as I understand it, there are engagement sessions with stakeholder groups ongoing currently. The timescale for the master plan is for final draft of that by November, and there will then be further engagement on that draft of the document. So that's the timescales that I'm advised. And I think the only other point I was going to make, I think it's probably been picked up already, was just the kind of the policy intent to use that master plan process to properly consider the overall spatial requirements and opportunities set out in the policy. And that process in itself, I think, has picked up is the comprehensive nature of the master planning process is the correct approach, and it's the right thing to do for the reasons that I think they've already been stated, in that some of the things we've already picked up today in terms of enhanced accessibility, enhanced movement, the whole kind of approach on sustainable living and a sustainable approach, and therefore the access to future services, facilities, open spaces and so on, one would suggest should apply across the site in a comprehensive manner, and that should be proportionate. So I think that sort of comes at it from what I would, certainly in my experience, is the right way of approaching a master plan, rather than starting to sort of divide it and try and realise potential solutions on pockets or parts of the scheme at the early stage.
Thank you. I mean, there's no reason why, if you're referring to, if criteria were to change to refer to equalisation, there's no reason why the phrase proportionate couldn't be included in that to just provide comfort. The thing that I was thinking about, which is the fact that, because the point you made was the plan should be clear that it's contributions are to be in line with the SIL regs, but of course you don't need to do that because that's the law. So, if at any point a developer wishes to argue, or an applicant wishes to argue that those contributions are not SIL compliant, then they can make that case, and I guess eventually one of me or my colleagues will be asked to come to a view on that if need be. But so I'd say, Yes, I mean, the policies can refer to things like that, but they don't have to because it's the law. So,
So just a very brief comment. In the council's response about the formulaic approach, they referred to the SIL regs, but my comment was actually it's in the PPG that the formulaic approach shouldn't be adopted post-local plan. So it wasn't necessarily to do with the regs themselves on that point. Just generally, this is, I was just trying to give an overview because of some of the comments that were coming up on other criteria, but this is about our sort of concerns that we set out in our hearing statement about viability as a result of this for our site and the like.
Sorry, did you want to say that?
Yes, if I could just point out on the PPG reference, that's a PPG reference relating to formulaic requirements in relation to developments generally within a council's area, as opposed to a requirement that's specific to a development site, which this would be, albeit one with a number of different interests within it.
The point then being that a plan, you shouldn't introduce through SPD or some other document that a requirement to deliver open space that I wasn't referred to in your local plan somewhere, which the local plan needs to set out that's likely to.
For example, that there needs to be a contribution that's going to be based on this formula, applicable to every development within the council's area.
I must say, from experience, I take your point on board, but I'm going to say we'll come on to some of these points when we go through. But from experience, local plans don't tend to, on allocation, say this will be this. There's an general expectation of there'll be contributions to education, infrastructure, etc. But they don't necessarily set out the figures or the numbers involved in that. I must say, and if they did, I'd probably say take them out because they would become completely rod for your own back. So which might change over time. So. In fact, there's another local plan that I'm examining at the moment where I've done exactly that. So.
Exactly so. I was going to say that probably you've come across that situation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We will just carry on for another 5 or 10 minutes, if that's all right, get as much done as we possibly can. So move on to, was any other points on criterion 2? I'm assuming not, no boards want to. So criterion 3, again, I've got nothing to say about this. It's just a signpost to policies SE1 to SE9. Fine, I guess I would probably again say probably not necessary, but it's there. Any comments on that? No? Criterion 4, again, probably nothing to particularly say about criterion 4 either, because again, I think it's another one which is about signposting other policies and establishing a vision. The development will deliver multifunctional green and blue infrastructure to meet strategic and local requirements in accordance with other policies, BG1 to BG13. So it's effectively a signpost to those policies. I suppose there's no particular harm in making it clear that other policies apply, although, again, the mantra of Plan Red as a whole probably applies, but I think there's a typo at the end of that, but that's nothing. Any points on criterion 4? I think the substantive issues about what blue and green infrastructure is to be delivered probably come in later criteria anyway. So it's okay, fine, nothing on that. Criterion 5 deals with scale. Well, this is a bit more, so we'll probably say this is the last one, I imagine. So the CPPA, never referred to before, but never mind. That's but minor point.
You're required to know that.
Yeah, you are required to know. I mean, probably work it out after getting to page 93 of the plan. But still. So obviously here we're talking about 3,700. I think the individual capacities add up to 3,755, but I'm not going to quibble too much about 55 dwellings. It does say around 3,700. And I think we'll talk about, and if we might get beyond this, actually, because I think most of this is probably going to be stuff we'll talk about on Thursday, because the criterion 4 talks about the delivery of 2,500 in the plan period. So that's really more of a delivery issue. We'll talk about that later on. and possibly also when we get into the individual allocation, I can drill down to the capacity issues for each individual allocation and the delivery of those. So nothing particularly to say other than, I guess, just confirming, I suppose, that you're content with what you, in terms of you've had the opportunity to review some of this as you've been going through. I think you've confirmed in your statement that you're still content that 3,700 is the correct figure.
Yes, it is. So yes, that's right. Yes, you may be aware, so that we are dealing with the trajectory issue on a general basis, but for the specific purposes of dealing with Chase Park, there was a note that was provided, and we'll be dealing with that on Thursday. But yes, we're still content with the approach that we've taken.
Okay, and I say we can look at the individual plots, what they say about capacity. I think it's probably easier than trying to look at it in the abstract. Yeah, and I had a point about TFL, but I think we've covered that. Any points on C5? Criterion 5, sorry. No? Okay, I think. Good. Oh, we will carry on a little bit then. So, Criterion 6, sorry, well, another 5 minutes. New neighbourhoods within the CPA must be located in areas with good access to public transport. So I suppose Criterion 6 is just bringing us back to the ongoing debate about whether any of the areas within the allocation would have good access to enhanced public transport, or whether it's possible to deliver that. Again, probably nothing to add at this stage from what you've already said. There is we'll come on to this, I think it's Criterion 12F repeats this, but in a slightly different way. So when we get to Criterion 12F, I think we'll just, which wording would you prefer?
Yes.
And I think the only other point is, in terms of effectiveness, it talks about, with higher density development in those areas with best access to rail and bus services, is whether it's clear, sufficiently clear what densities are expected. So higher than what or lower than what? And is there a policy that would be cross-referenced, I suppose, or not, that make it clear what higher densities means in the because higher densities here might be different to what higher densities are in, one of the URB sites, for example. So whether it just needs some clarity. Is that just accepting what I've said there, isn't it?
I'm so sorry, I'm waiting. Yes, no, I was accepting that there should be some clarity around that to the extent that we can do that.
Yeah.
What I'd ask is that we just take that away to see if there is a different sort of phraseology, but as a matter of principle, so one can understand that the need for some potential indication.
I suppose it always comes back to if there's something that isn't. I always think about these things. The trend of positively worded policies versus negatively worded policies flows and blows in the wind, and we all change over time. But whether it's about actually is there some level of density that's probably not. So it's like dense. Obviously, you can always assess whether something comes in, but we're not told we want to avoid like 200 dwellings per hectare. That's not what we mean by higher densities. We mean higher relative to whatever the average would be across the site. It'd be, if the average is 35, we're talking 70, 80. If the average is, that's what I'm thinking about. If there's some, what are you trying, the unintended consequence of somebody using that phrase to say, well, here we are with our 15-storey higher density buildings, and that's not really what was expected.
No, and the reason I was thinking about the different sorts of phrases that could be used is because the spatial framework does descend into the detail of the potential densities in particular areas, and it's just whether there could sensibly be a reference to one or more of those identified densities. So I think it might be necessary for us to take that away to.
Well, I think my action would be potential for a modification there.
Yes.
It's obviously for you at some point to put that to me once you've had some time to think about it.
Yes, quite. That would be more sensible than trying to do it now.
Okay. All right. I think then, is there any comments on criterion 6? No. Okay. So thank you. I think I'll bring it to an end here, as everyone's. Well, I could carry on. But I can frankly, I can tell people are flagging a little bit. So I'll bring it to an end here. Not least because my battery is running low apparently on here because I forgot to plug it in after lunch. So that isn't the reason. Anyway, so if anyone watching everything, it's only because his battery's running low. No. So we'll draw it to a close today now and return. We're not sitting tomorrow, just as a reminder. I can't recall why. I think it's an availability issue, but that's fine. So we'll come back at 9:30 on Thursday and pick up where we left off on criterion 7 and try and get through as quickly as possible. Thank you all for your contributions today. As always, very helpful, and as always, have given me quite a lot to think about. So appreciate it very much. So thank you all. See you on Thursday morning. Thank you.